and similar to Fake Time as well. There's three aggressive teams. On the other side, I think Memento Mori playing a little bit more in the like strategy, rotation-wise, more draft. But yeah, these are some of the highlights. You see how much space is being taken.
Yeah, but at the same time, they're playing very aggressively. But you cannot say that they didn't have the discipline. Like they knew when to go back, when to really focus on the objective. So they play aggressively. But I think right now in the part of tournament where we are, if you don't have the discipline, you're out. You are out.
Yeah, definitely. Because look at the discipline. They in 2 minutes they just changed from the losing situation, and here they need to be disciplined again to defend. If you show me the situation, I say no way, Nish, they can hold this. There's no chance. Reborn is still alive. I mean, he's still doing damage there, but they will hold this in some way. They will hold this actually and make a comeback as well. So it's just, totally craziness.
Yeah, actually, when we are looking at the highlights, you will just ask yourself, like, how did they manage to pull it off? Like, you are just going to be so surprised. And we had so many moments like this in MEC. And actually, I want to highlight that yesterday, finally, we had our second Savage, which I'm super glad. And I hope that during the playoff, we will have more of those because it's just, those are the moments you want to see.
Yeah, Urek made one Savage, and I think Garmadon made the second, right?
Yeah.
So isn't it crazy? I think Garmadon made the Savage against Stolen Angels with Urek on that first. He did a first Savage like a few days before, or the previous day. I don't remember.
Yeah, but they took Granger from Urek.
Yeah.
So I think that's
and I
like
think that was a draft.
Right,
that was a draft decision. There was a draft decision. They knew they had to take Granger from Urek.
Yeah, they did.
And yeah, I mean. What can we say? I mean, Stolen Angels also looked extremely strong up until that moment. Like at some point, I would say Stolen Angels. This is the kind of time that they should be winning. But look at this kind of ultimate from Grok. I mean, Garmadon is still pushing up. I think this is the Savage. This is the Savage, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
And it was such insane because I saw this as well on Instagram, guys. Like and share the Instagram. But I saw this clip as well on the Instagram, and it looked very insane because all of the clips were kind of. The heroes were disconnected from each other. Two heroes were around that blue buff. He had to push up to the top tower to get the fourth one. Like all the heroes were completely disconnected from each other, and it was just an amazing clip, Garmadon. So, wow, that was really nice. I have to say.
That's very true. But at the same time, I would go back to the placements or the schedule of today because we need to talk about the other games as well because we pretty much get stuck into the first one. But the second match, I think that's also a really big banger because Jackpots against Glitch Code.
Yeah. I think this is two different playstyles. I think, again, where Jackpots is extremely aggressive, similar to what I said about Fake Time and Misa Esports, I think Glitch Code is playing a little bit more on the pushing of the sides. They're not brawling as much. Every time we see them, Nish, it's almost like they let the marksman farm, and all of a sudden at 12, 13 minutes, Vlado starts turning up. So I feel that they play a lot more on the sides. Now, Jackpots, they want to brawl. So if you're Glitch,
Volky is going for the kills. Like we can all agree that when Volky plays, he wants to show that all of his skills. Like
he wants to show the dominance, and rightfully so. I mean, if you're Jackpots, you should be thinking, I'm the better in this situation. But also, if you're Glitchco, you should be thinking that each team should be thinking that they're the best and they should play their own play style. So that game absolutely banger. What can we highlight from that game? I think it's gonna be close, Niche. But also, I think it's totally two different teams with two different play styles. We're gonna see kind of draft. I guess draft is gonna be kind of similar. They both all really. People looking for this kind of Kimi, they're looking for the Lapu, they're looking for this Alice, Gatukacha, this kind of heroes. Harriet, Granger, what we can expect, Hayabusa as well, Lance. But these are very common heroes. I mean, so I think while the heroes are going to be the same, the playstyle will be totally different.
Yeah, but let's talk about the third match because that is going to be the most challenging game for Akebide. Yeah. They're going to play against Metashift. And Metashift for a lot of people are the potential champions because they really showed such a performance. So I think that they will have to go up and beyond what they did until now to really prove themselves. And at the same time, I think like what can we say about Bobber and Pelma? Like they just pull the team so ahead.
I promise you, Nish, I promise you, if we make an Excel of the stats, that Rusick on the XP is one of the highest, and also Pelmetronio in terms of statistics is one of the highest. Because every time I watch, the stats looking very good. Now, what Aki needs to do is they got to start off from the draft, right? The game is starting off from the draft. They cannot make a mistake such as giving away, I don't know, a free Yuzong, which we've seen previously from Rusick to use against Stolen Angels. They looked, with Rusick, Yuzong, it looked really dangerous. Another thing they need to do is kind of be careful what they allow Vladik or God Believer to pick in mid. He looks very good with this kind of Zhuxin, Kimi, but again, Aki for me, I had a talk with Toby and I told him, like, in terms of this draft, you need to face fire with fire. You can't be passive. When I watched, for example, Stolen Angels draft a Franco, I said, this is too passive. It ended up, I said...
Yeah, but yesterday they showed that they can play really aggressively. So I think that they took it too hard, and I think that they started to be really, really aggressive. But I just took the note, as you were saying. We will do the stats of all the teams. Like, I really like the idea, so I had to write down this idea because we need to show this to the public.
Yeah, we want another facts. Yeah.
But at the same time, as we move to placements, we have still ongoing giveaway of Saber giveaway. Yeah. Today is the last day, and we'll be announcing the winners after the MEC. Yeah. So, guys, if you are watching, go in. Right.
I'm putting my phone up, Nish. I have to go. I have to win the skin as well.
Yeah, like take your phones. Actually, we will have more QR codes. So if you have your phones, get them ready because we are going to show the other stuff as well. Yeah. So as I said, the conditions are super easy. Just go to our Instagram, follow, and that's the most important thing because in last giveaway, I think in the Instagram, we had like 10 winners. And 10 people were not following the Instagram page, so we didn't. So we couldn't give them the giveaway. So it was really a shame. But guys, it's your responsibility. So you know how to reach.
You guys need to follow and maybe win a Saber skin. Now, slowly to finish off on that topic with meta shift against Ake, I told Toby, I said, you can't be afraid in the draft. You got to face fire with fire. You got to play your own game. Because the number one reason I think why people lose to meta shift is they preparing to go up against them and they start changing what really made them good in the first place. So I think Toby has to play that aggressive mid with Nandayo. Don't be afraid to go with Lunox and Grok. You know, even though you might feel like it's counterintuitive, go with your comfort. Why not? So that's one advice that I could give to Toby. But again, we're expecting, like I said, that meta shift is for some the favorite, but Ake hasn't really been known either to give up any kind of games. They looked like the progression from the beginning of the tournament till now has been extremely good. This is basically, if this was stock, you would make bank. You know what I mean? Because you invested early. Everything from changes with Maku and the team has been proven well.
But But we have to talk about the last game.
Yeah,
and that's Fake Time against Eternal Oblivion.
Oof,
I didn't know what to predict. I have no idea.
Yeah, so this is also like can be upset. I have to say straight out, both it can be upset because not many people. I promise, if we have a pool, I expect that most of the people would probably go with Eternal Oblivion. My prediction is Eternal Oblivion. I have to be honest. Now I know that there's can be an upset if they don't handle Fake Time correctly. It can be upset. The reason is Fake Time is extremely aggressive and they're extremely fast. Lager, every time we see him, Hayabusa, Lance, Joy, very fast. Garmadon, Granger, Harriet. I mean, he's going right out with aggressive kind of picks. I never seen them passive.
And both of these teams had the longest games and had the biggest comebacks. Like, for example, Fake Time. In Pro Morello, when they were playing the last game, they had to win the second game or they would be out.
Yeah.
And they were losing the second game and they were able to turn it around. And they showed us that they're able to do it time and time again. And they have the perseverance, they have the mindset. And then on the other side, we have Eternal Oblivion, which are doing the same thing.
Yeah, which did the same, I think, against Ake, right? Ake, yeah, they had the game against Ake.
They have the 30 minutes something game. So we have two teams which are super, super persistent, which have great mentality. So what I'm expecting from this matchup is like the best of three. That will be the best.
Yeah, and we're gonna. I'm expecting we're gonna sit there for a long time, because what I'm
Absolute
seeing.
Cinema. Absolute cinema.
Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. What I'm expecting when I see those teams, it not only shows me that they are disciplined in the game style, but it also shows me something about the passion. Maybe they're not here just to show up. They want to win. It shows in the way they play. They have the will to win. I think sometimes you need to just really want it. And I think Eternal Oblivion and Fake Time, they show that they both want it. So I think we're gonna sit here. We're definitely gonna go all 3 games for that match. It's my expectation.
Yeah, mine too.
Now, what can we really say? I would say it's gonna be 50-50. I know that there's chance for Eternal Oblivion. I know that there's chance for Fake Time. I mean, this is just gonna be crazy. Shout out again to the Ukraine community once again. Another team, Ukraine team, which has been really extremely interesting and dominant in some fashion as well. Yesterday, dominant, have to say, 100%. Metashift also, Ukraine team, dominant. I mean, these are strong teams coming out of Ukraine community right here.
Yeah, but at the same time, like all of the teams that are here in the placements right now for today, like all of them show so much of good playstyles. And a lot of teams have totally different, like you said, for example, Jackpots and Glitchko, they have totally different playstyles.
100%.
I'm so looking forward to what they are going to show us. Cannot say like how much I am going to enjoy today.
And sometimes, Nish, when we hear the interviews of players, I don't remember, but I was watching an interview and he just won a team. I think it was a Toby interview, and he said he didn't feel like Tini Bamboozle showed up 100%. So it's gonna be also interesting. Are these teams really gonna like show up 100%? Because if we see 100%, I don't know what can we like. It's gonna be action all over the board. So it's also interesting to see kind of like how is the like discipline, how is the team morale, and these kind of things also, because we want the 100% here on Surge. And they should be 100% with that prize pool. You better be 200%. So it's gonna be really, really interesting.
But when we are talking about being 100%, we will have the community tournament as well, because we definitely want to not to have all the actions only for the best players in Europe, but we want to give the chance for all of the players to enjoy. And this community tournament is going to be next weekend. It's going to be 5-on-5, so you take all of your friends. Definitely there will be once again a lot of teams that are tryharding.
100%.
Like I really enjoy, because there are so many teams that we saw in relegations promotions, rising division, and all of these teams are going. It will be such a great mix, so you can get a lot of experience in this tournament.
Absolutely.
There will be 6,000 diamonds and Venom skins on the line. So guys, it's next weekend on Saturday. Join. So that's one thing. And on the same weekend, me and Saint are going to play in the show match. So it will be on Friday. So I think that we can also show. It will be super interesting. We already hinted that all of the players are going to be playing on different roles they are used to. And we were really, really trying hard to find lanes that the people are not really proficient about. And I think that we did a pretty good job about it.
Yeah, we tried. But for example, where do you put Pagu? Pagu knows every road. He's the main roam, but he knows every road. So where do you put him? Can be difficult. But these are the players, obviously, Miyu, Pagu, Zadel, Dazai. And those are some of the features. Yeah, we're not. But I'm sorry, Nish, we weren't in the same team the last match as well. That was just for fun. This is more serious. But we're practicing already. One thing I can say, Pagu's been putting us to work. He's been telling us to learn certain heroes. He's been telling us to learn certain 100%. You gotta do what you gotta do to win it.
Oh my God.
Didn't you guys start practicing yet?
No.
Oh really? You guys gotta tell Zidal to put you guys together and start practicing.
Yeah, I'm going to write them right now so that we start to practice, because this is not really cool that you already started. But today is going to be super interesting, as we already said. We try to narrate for you what is going to happen. So guys, enjoy today. Me and Sylvia are signing off after this, and we will see
we're gonna have
next Friday.
Mio and Warren, guys. Let's go. Let's get some hype.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be very interesting. Wish all the teams the best, and we're signing out. So see you guys. See you.
Yeah. Sin, thank you for today, and guys, enjoy. So see you next weekend.
You.
Very fat, and next target that will be probably dying is Carty. Cyrus is getting fat. Right now, Ake are absolutely destroying them, dominating them, and they are pushing into their base. Lord is getting pulled away. Barsaki, half HP. I mean, already the Lord is getting bursted down. Carty initiating to make some space, but there is Cyrus that is destroying Danzy. He's chopping him up, and even though I said Lapu shouldn't be able to deal this much damage, it doesn't matter because Cyrus is so far ahead. Toby is in little wins. You at least take those for Tini Bambuzu. Oh, you may be catching Houston, but there is the force that will keep him alive.
Don't miss out on that option. Out here though, on the other side of the spectrum, this is one of the big things, right? Toby can help out Nandayo clear out that midway way too quickly. Oh, hold on.
Jumping in.
Yeah, there comes in the bravest fighter as well. It's a very scattered fight as Astra is being chased by the Black Dragon up in the heaven. And Chicky almost getting taken down out here. Fatal Link still not being used up. Skylove is going to be picked up though with the Purify from him and Saki, saving their own life as Nikki Kichiki barely surviving. While Houston dashes all the way up as Nandayo is here to go.
There's Danzo.
Yeah, he want to go in for the chase as well though, but there we go with the Fatal Link not being used up. All thanks to the Lantern player. Toby picked up as well. Make it twice as Saki picks up the kill. And on the back line of Cyrus missing out on the Landshaker. But look at Houston! Zaman force between everyone as they all fall one after another. The Purify.
And he will get killed like that, but the rest of the team.
Yeah, there seems to be a bit of a trouble out in the open. You can't really go in for those fights as well as Houston gets picked up again. The Jushin creating a lot of problem on the other side. Now the chase comes in. Dini Bambuze want to try and get the Lord. Out here though, yet again Toby. Holy smokes, the Black Dragon form to try and zone all of them away, but it's still Cyrus up standing in front, soaking up every single piece of damage. The inhibitor should fall finally and it's been taken out. Three-man Fatal Links into the Summon Force now, and the damage is just...
Important thing about the items, and that is Yuzong initiating in.
Yeah, out here though, but Cyrus was just easily able to zone everyone away. But hold on a second, Danzo gets instantly destroyed. Backline yet again into the Fatal Link. Purifies used up.
I expected much more from him. Gorinage already balling it off. Farsa, Hinokami pushing everyone away, but Jukshan is getting it. The turtle is in his hands. I mean Levi, of course, but Airborne tries to flicker away Jungly. Now he gets picked off. First blood for Endzone, and now there is the ultimate available.
The better positioning is definitely for the side of Stolen Angels.
Iconic charge, but Lager is trying to continue. Oh, he could be going down.
Now he has the defense now against Hayabusa and Lapu and won't die so fast anymore.
Levi gets the turtle, and now initiation comes from Jungly. Maybe he's too deep. No, he's still alive. Raging Slash is on 5 himself. Urikite is the one killing him off because Urek gets the kill. And now Garmadon and the rest are trying to defend Jungly, getting chased off by Orange Bob and Pam. Take another Lord, possibly. Lager actually has something to say about that because he tries to go for Orange Bob. He gets picked up by Garmadon. Garmadon, he has the cannon in his hands. He has the cannon of Destiny. Double kill. He tries to go for more. Triple, can he go for Savage? It's a maniac. Can he get the Savage? He will get it. Better dress right. They will try to finish the game. So Jungly with the bravest fighter still available. Lager gets picked off though. Maybe there's a chance. No, Tectonic Charge goes through. Garmadon Legendary. He tries to go for more double kill. Can he get another maniac?
And that's pretty huge. Kimmy get burst down so hard, and Kimmy will probably lose a minion now, and that's not good for them. Because if Kimmy losing their minions, she won't be level 4 for the turtle.
Levi.
And
in the hands of Hinokami. Oh, Elise with a 1v1 against Gorinich. Mino against a Vampire, but looks like Vampire has a taste for some bull blood because he will just suck him out. And now there is Black Dragon for Vando. He dodged 3 members. This could be a big play. LG goes on Gorinich, but it gets cancelled. And now Levi in the backline finishes off Hinokami. Pam actually dividing the fight. Garmadon is trying to shoot his way through, jumping around, shooting his revolver.
Use in this game.
Right now, Juxin is trying to make the most of her. Oh, she has to ult defensively. Garmadon with a mega kill.
Shuts down the Lancelot and now will take the turtle. Not uncontested though. There's still a bit of play coming in as the raw WM dropped in. Because Zuya now the center with the taunt, but there's all the people on the other side. It's a 4v2 out here in...
Hello and welcome to today's broadcast. It was lovely introduction from Sint and Nish, and we thank them for that. But now we will be taking over it. It's me, Warren1X, and of course joined by Mio, our newest face here on Search Europe. I hope you're as excited as I am to be casting with him again and hear a little bit more of his knowledge about the game. Talking about the knowledge, we have one upcoming duel in front of us. It will be the first duel of the night. How do you think those teams stand up next to each other? Who do you think will be taking, let's not say victory, but who do you think will be taking the lead in this BO3? Let's not be so specific, just say, who do you think is the stronger?
I mean, today is really hard to expect it, but like from the side of Memento Mori, let's talk about them first. They're a team that like undefeatable, you know, and nobody beat them before. Nobody, you know, like had like maybe like some hard matches or like some competing matches against them, maybe except jackpots. But they are doing really well, 3 wins in a row, having no problems, you know, going for that tournament, trying to win it. For the side of Misa Esports, they're a team that like they took it from like way more from the beginning, from last chance till now, doing really good job. Nobody expected them really to be in the playoffs, but here they are playing against Memento Mori in the playoffs, and their journey actually to the playoffs is really like exciting. Not gonna lie. Like if we're gonna talk about the matches, like the one against Revenant Order at the end, which is not expected, or like for at least for the viewers, because all of the viewers like expected like, oh, Krev, Reborn, Rafavnir, these 3 players, like the most 3 players that they have like this kind of experience. They have like when it comes to the tournament, of course, also in Europe, really skilled players, pro players. They played in different teams before, and for the side of Misa, they didn't have problem with this at all. You know, they challenged themselves, they took the chance, and they just went against them. So for me, I think it's gonna be a really interesting match today to watch. But I think if I'm gonna just throw a prediction, I think Memento Mori doing a really good job till now, and they're really going for that tournament. Having 3 wins, especially winning against Jackpots, who were also like, you know, people say they will win their tournament, you know. So having 3 wins, one of them in Jackpots, and also they won against really good teams as well. Like they won against Glitch Code, Eternal Oblivion, which is teams that are already in the playoffs, you know. So they're having really good journey, and I don't know, maybe from my like expectation, maybe I'll just go for Memento Mori.
So right now we can look over what can we expect today. First duel that we will be having is of course Memento Mori against Misa Esports. Then runner-up after that will be Jackpots against Glitch Code. Then Metashift against Aka, which I myself have to say should be the best matchup of today. Definitely look out for that one. In my eyes, it's going to be the best banger you will get today. And then at finish, we will have Eternal Oblivion against Fake Time. But right now, talking about the duel that we will be having in front of us, you explained your reasoning. You explained that you believe that even though Misa Esports are not a team that you should kind of disrespect, and like if you give them the chance, they will take the victory, they will take it away from you. But at the same time, you said, well, Memento Mori, I believe, are showing a very great performance, and I have to connect on that. I have to say I agree pretty much. I think Misa Esports are a very decent team. They showed us through last year's qualifier, but after all the changes, after all the switches in the rosters, right now the superior team from the last year's qualifier, and that's why I pinpointed their duel specifically, is MetaShift. They are definitely showing as a stronger team right now. So if Mesa Esports are supposed to win in this duel, I believe it will have to be through some strokes of tactical genius or a little bit of luck on their side, because I feel like face-to-face to Memento Mori, it's going to be a very tough battle, and if I would have to put it into some percents or something like that, I feel like it's 65% for Memento, in my eyes at least. That's not saying that MetaShift will have no chance at all. I wouldn't dare to say that. They are in the top 8 indeed. And maybe we will see MLBB again today, even though I have to say I've grown to like Mikazuya. When he first showed up, I was a little bit worried because he wasn't really stepping up as MLBB was in the first game where I saw him when he was playing Yuzong. But then he really stepped out. He clutched the game. He took it out from Revenant's Order's hands. And I have to speak about one point that you mentioned before, and that was that people were expecting Revenant Order to win. I guess I was in the lower percentage of people. I was looking at it like Mesa Esports should be winning, but Revenant Order could maybe pull it together.
I mean, like the matches yesterday was really exciting, and we can see also that the matches were like, you know, pretty close to each other, like 20 minutes. Like it wasn't easy for both teams, for Misa and Revenant Order. And we can see Misa Esports roster, Tezuka on gold lane, Weez on jungle, Danny, Pancake, and Mikazu in XP, and we have also MLBB and Cupcake on that team. And I gotta say something also on MLBB. MLBB is doing really good like performance till that day, till today. Like going with a different like kind of players, which is like Weez and Tezuka, which are like Turkish players, you know, new players to talk with. Maybe with Danny and Pancake, he dealt with them before, he played with them before when it comes to Birthright, of course, you know. But like when it comes to Weez and Tezuka, dealing with two players, trying to, you know, to like still be consistent on your same performance, that's actually so challenging for me. And we can see also Pancake on the roam. He's speaking like his picks is always having different things. Like when it comes, for example, to his Grok or Gatot, that's one of his strongest picks already, and which is it's already the meta, you know. And his Tigreal, his like Kufra, he has really much of picks. He has a lot of hero pool, which is gonna be a bit annoying for the side of Memento Mori. And I mean, it's really challenging for them too to face Memento Mori. What do you think?
It truly should be, but at the same time, Memento Mori, especially with addition of Samo, the guy himself, the XP laner himself, I believe the first one to show us that Terizla is a force to be reckoned with on XP lane, and the spice for Memento Mori doesn't end just there, because they are also having a female player in the form of Dracy on gold lane, so you have to put a lot of respect to her name, because qualifying into the top 8, that's something I would even go as far as say unusual, at least in a male-dominated environment like esports usually are. Like there is a lot of movements that are trying to change that. There is a lot of great players, and we can see that a lot of women can really step up to the plate. And it's not just Racy, it also was Cupcake. Cupcake is though not playing now anymore. She's been substituted for now. But I just want to put into words how much respect I have for Racy as a player, because she is really showing us that it's not about the gender, it's about the skills. And there is like nothing stopping girls from playing very, very well, from performing very, very well. And Racy is just doing that. I love it. I love it. And if we are talking about this matchup, I praised, I shown my love to Memento Mori, but of course we are here to watch good MLBB, good plays, so we leave the bias behind the curtains, and now it's all about watching good MLBB. Though, if we look at the stats, Mesa Esports are on the side where they played more maps because they had a rougher path through the qualification into playoffs. But that's and even though they are winning on victory side, if you put it into context, Memento Mori definitely have the higher win percentage. They have 80% win rate, if you think about it.
I mean, for the side of Momentum Mori, of course, they had the easier way because they won all of the matches. That's why their matches are like the maps played is, of course, less than Misa Esports. And there is something we can maybe look at that about is like the average time to win is actually close, you know, like it's like 15 minutes to 60 minutes. It's not that big, big gap when it comes to winning the games. But we can see also the map selection is going to be Broken Walls, which is, I mean, when it comes to, I don't know, like both of the players, Noel and also Weez, they're both really good assassin players. So, I mean, maybe we can see some, clips, we can see some, new things, I think it's gonna be really fun.
It will be definitely a lot of fun indeed. I'm so hyped for it. I'm so excited about it. And we went through the rosters. We talked about how both of these rosters came to be, what they had to overcome, right? But let's talk a little bit more about how well they approach the game. What is there that they can use for their path to victory, right? If I'm looking over at the side of Mesa Esports, I'm looking definitely on Punking. He is a big playmaker. I wouldn't dare to say that Warpath is not. He definitely is a playmaker himself as well. But I have to say on that playmaking side, especially what he showed us yesterday with the Chow, he said it himself in the interview, he had 4,000 games. I was able to catch him a little bit earlier on my stream, and I was just so flabbergasted. I had to harp on that once more, and I was like saying, damn, the Chow gameplay, it was very good, but I didn't know it takes 4,000 games to be this good. So Chow is definitely something you need to look out for, but it doesn't just end there. Viz has shown us that he is a playmaker himself as well. If you leave him on the Asuncion, if you leave him on something like that, he can be very, very deadly. So you also need to take this into consideration, and you cannot sleep on Mikazuya neither, because Mikazuya showed us yesterday that even though first game looked like he's a little bit more on the utility side, he was a playmaker in the end as well.
I mean, I agree with you, and Mikazuya actually, I mean, most of the tournament MLBB played it, but like now Mikazuya is like having this kind of a challenge, that he needs to prove himself in a really big match when he's playing against Memento Mori. And we can see also from the side of Misa Esports, they banning the Harith, which is already something not new. They always ban the Harith, maybe because for Tezuka, it's kind of, hard to play Harith, or, not to play it really smooth, because, he's playing maybe from Turkey, and it's not like his MS is not really stable. He will not go for the Harith. And also, for the side of Dracy, her Harith is really unstoppable for you. And, I mean, we can see the Baxia ban. From the side of Memento Mori, we see always that their bans, their picks, they don't have something like really similar, or like something that they always stick to. You get me? Like they always change their draft. We can see like for example Warpath, like he didn't pick like the rumor twice. He go Minu once, he go Chip once, Khalid, Hilda. He always changes picks. So which means that they always don't stick to something. And for the jungle, they don't have any problems. I think for Weez, I think maybe they will target his jungle, maybe they banned the Zuxin.
That's a classic.
It's a classic. They didn't really risk, didn't want to risk the mid to early game, or early to mid game, sorry. They just want to like win it, dominate it, I think. That's my plan. But I think for the side of Danny, he didn't really always go for the Zuxin. He was always going for the Eve. So banning the Zuxin, I think is a part of a plan of something. It's not because like Danny's like one trick or really good, or like I'll always pick it when it comes to chance. So I think it's just a part of a plan of something. Maybe they want to force a Fridrin, so they just want to like ban, let's ban Baxia, let's ban Zuxin. Maybe they want to ban CC2, so they can pick the Fridrin and have really, good comp with Kimi, with Lunox, for example. Fuji's playing Lunox most of the times. It's like a special pick. And yeah, we can see the CC actually. So maybe that's their plan, But we can see that Granger is banned from the side of Misa, and Harith and Granger banned for Dracy, and Dracy didn't pick anything else in the whole tournament. She picked only Harith and Granger. Let's see a new pick from the side of Dracy, And Lancelot is first pick from Misa, and I I mean, what do you think Tracy is gonna pick this match? I mean, it's a new pick, Tracy.
Definitely will have to be a new pick that's what we know for sure. Herod is gone, Granger is gone. Lance, not really a new pick, but makes sense if you go for it. I was saying, Beast is a playmaker, he is a party maker, so of course, put him on something like Lance. Makes a lot of sense. Gato was able to be stolen away by Memento Mori, obviously. Grok or Gato, but Gato is just much more flexible in a sense where AOG will be kind of always good, maybe not the best if they have a lot of dashes, so that's the tricky part, but still, you have the taunt, you have the AOG, you have the big presence, where if people saw you being in a tight corridor, they don't really want to walk near you because they can get immediately taunted, comboed up, and through his sustain that he has in the passive, of course, he is a tough nut to crack. Though Kimi will be providing the aerial support, the range support, and she will be shooting everything in the vicinity. Though there is a little bit of a mismatch, I have to say, because usually AOG and Gato himself is very happy in those big, explosive, quick fights. But if you pair it up with Kimi, that's not a hero that really thrives in those very quick, explosive situations. She rather so plays very like prolonged fights that kind of take time from between 5 to 10 seconds even. She isn't really an expert in those very quick ones. But if you look at the side of Misa Esports, obviously they went for Grok, so that means that if Memento go for jungle, oh, they did. So now it's super interesting situation, because usually what tends to happen is someone gets XP, someone gets roam, someone gets that, and it's kind of mixed between the teams. But both of those teams went for exactly the same roles, so this kind of opens up space for debate, like what is the plan really, because now you can really focus on some bans, but at the same time you are hitting yourself.
I agree with you, but like I also think that for the side of Misa, for example, they have Lancelot, which is really a prior pick, and I think picking the Isenshin will make them like go for example, for the Cho on gold lane, for Ruby, for something which is can have some CC. Also, Samu didn't pick his XP yet, so maybe we'll see XP like two fighters on like the two sides of the map for Memento Mori, which is gonna maybe annoy the Lancelot a bit and make him, you know, kinda easy to catch, you know. But also we can see the E from the side of Danny, which is, I think you just go for as comfort, like, you know, taking Eve against Gatot, Kimi, Isanshin. I don't think like you can see a lot of fronts, you know, in front of you, but maybe it will be effective when Samu and Tracy pick like two fighters and like maybe they kinda, you know, have some problems. But also Grok, also the like just really strong trio mid in my opinion, you know. But like for Memento Mori, I thought you would go for the Fredden, but like they already planning to take Isanshin and you want to go for double fighters, and they banned the Yuzong, which is a really good ban because Yuzong will kinda like, I don't know how to say it, but like abuse the Isanshin, will make it really hard for him to go for the turtle, to contest even the turtle, you know. Especially even there's Grok and Lancelot, so even there is Yuzong, like also it's gonna be really hard, you know. But I was expecting them to take the Yuzong or Lapo, not to ban it. So I don't know. So banning Yuzong, banning Arlot, I don't know. Will we see a Trizla again?
We might see a Terizla because right now XP Lane is getting hit heavily by the bans. Arlot, Yuzong, they are really setting it up. Now the question is, will Misa Esports read it and ban Terizla? Because honestly, for Samo, it makes so much sense to go for that, especially since he can even work as a disengage towards lands or work as an engage on top of Eve. We saw Samo being very successful with those flicker combinations with his ultimate, locking up the right targets. So no, actually Alice is off the board, so free for the taking. Terizla, is it a bait though? Because maybe it is.
I mean, they banned the Alice, and we saw also Samu picked Alice once, and like also Warpath was using Gatot as well at that time, and he did really good combos together, and like they were really dominant in that combo. And we can see the Alice ban, like I think Misa already planned it and he studied Memento Mori enough, so that's why they go for the Alice. I mean, the Terizla pick is not bad. Like, it's gonna maybe, yeah, with their flickers, with their combos together, it's gonna provide like this zoning, this vision. but I think when you play against Rock and Eve, it's gonna be a bit easy to catch, you know? So I don't know what Samu will show us today. I think he will show us a new pick today. Also, for the side of Tracy, she will show us a new pick, so we will see Esmeralda. I think she's really good against the Eve, because like Eve already, her passive has a lot of shield, so the Ismi can use that shield and like, you know, poke her down and annoy her as well. For the side of Misa, they need gold, they need XP. I think they will see a new XP laner, new pick, but like for the gold lane, I mean, we saw Tezuka going a lot of different things. We saw him going Ixia once, Nathan once. He always having this kind of new picks or like new options to give us, you know. So, I mean, I'll not be shocked if I see a new pick from him, you know. But I don't know. Also from Daisy, it's just, you know, it's like a mind games. It's like chess, you know. You don't know who's gonna like what each player is gonna pick, you know. It's kind of like, you know, not expected. So I mean, let's just expect something, okay? Let's expect what race is gonna pick, you know. Claude.
It's our showtime.
This is actually a takeaway for Terizla. Well, not really a takeaway, but like takeaway in a sense that it's Samo's hero. I think he's the most prominent user of that. So maybe in a sense, Mikazuya is like thinking to himself, "Oh, I will show you, Samo. You had a decent Terizla game, but I will show you much better performance." And maybe someone is looking over there and being like, "Yeah, you can try, man. You can try. I don't think you got it in you." Maybe it's something that's going in their head. Maybe it's not that at all. But the thing is, a completed composition for Mesa Esports. They are looking to play a little bit on the DPS side of the fights. Not really that bursty composition. Of course, Lancelot, yeah, he's really bursty. But Eve, yes, she has a little bit of burst, but she thrives in those prolonged teamfights where she can really use up Uranus. Also, that's Esmeralda gold lane, isn't that? Yeah, actually that's something I really like, because I was looking at composition Memento Mori and I was thinking to myself, yes, Gato is tanky, yes, Esmeralda is tanky, but is it tanky enough? And Uranus, he fixes that issue.
I mean, he fixed that issue when it comes to zoning, but we also talked about Lancelot. Like, we also said, like, okay, maybe like Memento Mori will go like for CC on both side lanes, you know, to like kinda annoy the Lancelot, not make him easy for him to contest a turtle, contest a lord, or even go on like the Kimi or the Desunshin, you know. But like picking Esme and Uranus, you don't really have that much of CC that can stop the Lancelot. So I think Wheeze, if he's like dominant with Lancelot, he knows what he's doing. I think the Montemori backline, Kimi and Desunshin, is gonna have some problems. Also the Eve, you know, poking 3 fronts, you know, I think also Memento Mori in the Uranus pick, I think maybe they're gonna have like, taken better. But anyway, today's match, first match of the series, I'm really excited and I'm like, we're all waiting for it. We want to see, will Memento Mori continue the win streak, or will Misa Sport have a reply and, you know, we see something different?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that maybe Danny is a little bit too happy to show you the game, because he almost died. He was really trying to make some action happen. Gracie will be fine probably. I don't think Kesha really has... I mean, of course, not Kesha, right? But like Tezuka. They always try to make fool of us casters with those funny names. Fushi, maybe getting caught, barely survives. But this Stormtrooper doesn't just hit all those shots, but he also has a jetpack. Probably something that would have came in handy, you know? Like, I see a lot of situations where I was watching Star Wars and I was thinking to myself, yeah, damn, if the Stormtroopers had jetpacks, maybe they would be fine. Yeah, we can look over on the predictions, Mio, and you are very deep in the how to say it, in the camp of Memento Mori. You are a true fan by the heart. 2-0, god damn it.
Them to win too. It's just 1 win difference, you know. So I think, like, you know, maybe Misa will show us something different, you know. I mean, they're really winning this kind of early game. Look at Fushi's level. He lost like about 2-3 minutes, which will not make him level 4 on Turtle. So seeing a level 3 Kimi on Turtle, I think is not gonna be so smooth. But no problem. He just uses passive. No problem with that, you know. In an ultimate, no need, you know. But we can see also he's going on Warpath, taking half HP of him. And I don't know. I think this turtle is going for the side of Misa Esports a bit, since they have all their level 4s ready, you know.
Yeah, Samo doesn't really look like he's fearful about anything at all. Of course, it's Uranus, so probably the least fearful hero that there is right now in the game. Probably one of the tankiest.
I agree with you. Like he's gonna give them like the division, the zone, and we can see also Dracy came to the mid lane and she's gonna go back to the gold lane. We can see that Fushi is finally level 4 and they're gonna contest the turtle.
Oh, Mikazue is reinitiating. He's trying to separate, but he is himself getting caught. Though Warpath will die first, but goes to Danny. I don't know if we got the turtle. It was Misa Esports, so that's good for them. But can they translate the rest of the fight as well as they did the turtle? Not really, because Memento Mori will escape with their lives. It has been traded 1-for-1, but a little bit better for Misa Esports. But at the same time, Memento Mori are looking to outscale. So these little scuffles in the early game, they don't really mind them.
I mean, it's worth it for the side of Misa, you know, they took a turtle and they took a kill as well, so I think it's really worth it. But I don't know if you noticed that did the Grok like ult and then flicker and like something happened about it, right? I think the Grok missed his ultimate on the jungle. He wanted to like to stun him, so like he can be free turtle for him. He still missed the combo, but like we said like no problem with this. Even if you missed it, bro, I got you. I'll take the turtle, you know. But we can see also that like. Like, when it comes to the late game, like, playing 3 fronts against even Claude, ooh.
There's big action coming in. AOG and taunted up. Bumblebee. Pancake. Yeah, however you want to call him. He is dead. He is 10 feet under. He is lying in the floor. And the next thing that could be lying on the floor is we. No, not really. Of course, it's Lancelot. I should never get excited. After especially what Repfafnir showed us yesterday, where he survived. Unsurvivable. He was like zombie coming back alive always.
I mean, Pancake got pancaked, you know, it's just like literally destroyed in 1 second, you know. But we can see also Gatcatcher trying to zone the Claude and they're gonna go for the bot lane tower. Grok's trying to do some, you know, saving him or like trying to counter their gank, but Dracy's getting a lot of gold.
Pancake, Warpath trading blows, but maybe Warpath a little bit too deep. Oh. He is truly on that path to ravage and savage and to make war happen, but that comes with a risk of sometimes dying. And this could be very costly for Memento because right now Turtle is up.
I mean, it's really close, but like we can see the Lancelot is already top lane, so Essential trying to take the turtle, and oh, he resetted the turtle again, but still, like if you see Samo on the top lane, he's trying to give the time for Noel to take the turtle down, and we can see Kimi going on that Mikazuya trying to kill him.
Not initiating, he had enough, no more more turtle takes for Memento Mori because Claude said so. But maybe it was a little bit too deep. Tezuka, can he survive? Tectonic charge finally hits. Pancake, big wall, but not really catching them in the tower range. He is dancing around. Tezuka still barely alive. Lancelot is there. AOG separates the fight. And now he is getting knocked up and immobilized. And this Lancelot is no more slippery. Because if you are 5 feet under, you cannot slip away.
I mean, I like they were dancing with them, and like I think Danny didn't ult on this turtle. I think they didn't see a ult from him. They kind of annoyed the Grok, and we can see also like Memento Mori going on that aggressive gameplay and trying to force the mid lane too. Fushi's, oh, okay, that was
Danny. He got one shot. Did he get one shot or did he get caught off? I'm not even sure. Like it happened so fast. Racy going in. Mikazuya is the next target. Double kill for Fushi. I mean, Memento Mori are suddenly taking the game by storm.
They make it look so easy. Like Kimi has 6 kills with Skypiercer and oh, he's chasing down the. Bro, it's so easy.
Tezuka tried to survive, but there is no surviving because Samo and Racy are going for you. Samo is still alive, barely holding a sliver of health. Racy is recalling on top of their faces. You were worried that she's locked out, that she has no more heroes to play with. That's what you have. That's what you get for not believing in Racy. Of course she can play, and she can play this Esmeralda very well. Danny is the next one that feels the wrath of this Esme.
They don't give them a chance to breathe, you know, like Danny was just sitting in the mid lane, like, you know, trying maybe to think or look at the builds or something, and he just saw like a rocket just going to him, you know. He's like, oh, like I need to run right now, you know, and he just like flickered right away. So like Memento Mori going with that aggressive gameplay, 5k gold lead, and like Kimi stacking that Skypiercer is gonna be a really big problem for the side of Misa Esports, and they need to do something about it, you know.
So we were talking about that theoretical matchup, that theoretical kind of quest that Mikazuya could have in his mind to kind of show Samo who is the superior Terizla, but so far I have to say it's still Samo. And even Mikazuya is kind of making it harder for himself, because if you compare the build path towards Samo, Samo was definitely not going that heavily on damage, so he could utilize much more tankiness and he can get much more from the passive that reduces the damage that you are taking. Ooh, but now there is no more damage reduction for Danny, because he of course doesn't have the Terizla passive. Fushi barely survives. Mikazuya is still next to die. No, not really. Now Fury-X comes in, Vorex comes in clutch, because it keeps him alive, but not for long, because there is Samo who finishes the job and barely survives with like 2 HP for a second. That was glowing there.
You also noticed that Tracy had the highest damage of the whole team. Like doing all this, like zoning, trying to take all that damage, doing all this damage. She's doing really pretty well in that match. Like, new pick from her. This is the first time, I think, in the tournament to take a fighter in the gold lane, and she's doing really pretty well. Amazing performance by her. And Misa's having a really hard time. 8k gold lead in just 8 minutes. And it's, whoa, it just jumped to 8.5 already. It's just like in a second.
I mean, every time you are looking at an MLBB competitive match and you see that the goal difference for one team is bigger than the minute count that you see, you know there's a problem. And especially with the composition Memento or Mori have, I have to say it once more, they are outscaling their opponents. There's literally nothing Misa Esports can do. Like, the best case scenario for them, or not really best case scenario, but the best thing they can do is just to throw themselves at the Memento Mori and hope for the best. That's all they can really do, because the longer this game goes, the harder it becomes.
I think it's just like every second there is like 100 gold, bro. Look, just from 9k just to 9.6. Like, you know, it's just like a lot of like just making the gold gap really bigger. Misa having really hard time right now. Like 9 minutes, like it's about to be 10k gold lead, which is really big. Lord in 20 seconds. I don't think it's gonna be really easy for the side of Misa Esports. I think their only hope to win is just try to hold the game as much as they can, since they, you don't have a lot of gold. Like, look at the gold difference. Like all of them even below Gatut. Like, only the Lancelot is like higher than Gatut by even 400 gold. So it's like, I don't know. It's hard, really hard. Like, look, Tracy just zoning 3 people so easily because of the gold.
She's literally 1v5 and she's still fine. I think she even. I would even go as far to say she didn't even need to flicker. I think she was fine anyway. Like, this Esme is not going down anytime soon. But finally, for a second, the minute count catched up to gold lead that Memento Mori had. Just for a bit, now it's again sprinting away.
I mean, it's gotten really hard for the side of Misa. They need to hold somehow. So, ooh, really good ulti from Kimi, and they trying to really, like, going really aggressive. 11k gold lead. Is the gap is getting bigger and bigger. They need to hold down, at least for Danny to buy this Wishing Lantern, for Tezuka to buy this Tank Killer and try to, kind of destroy this front.
AOG initiates maybe possibly the last fight of this game. Malefic Roar completed, so even more penetration coming through. That means more damage. Someone tanking it up. He doesn't care. There is a real world manipulation, pushes everyone away. Wave has been cleared, lore has been taken, so this means that Misa Esports survive for a little bit longer.
I mean, bro, look at the difference between Tezuka and Tracy. Like, team fight, KDA damage.
Ooh. It happened so fast, our frames couldn't even contain it. It broke the game. It legit broke the game. Memento Mori play so good, it destroyed our connection to the servers. That's all we have to say. I believe after we reconnect, we will be seeing Samo emoting in their base. Yeah, this is exactly what's happening. Yeah, the base crystal has been taken care of. And I mean, done and dusted. Memento Mori really showing what they are worth. And honestly, if we look at the information that we were working with, and that was, damn, I love the pose. I love the pose of the guy between Fushi and Samo. Like, he is really telling the both story about how easy this game was for them. But this was the first game, right? The second game could be different. Though I have to finish up my sentence, and the sentence was supposed to be about, right, Memento Mori. They qualified with 3-0. So honestly, if you take all things into consideration, they matching up into Misa Esports that barely qualified. Someone could even say this was an expected result from the first game.
I mean, champions, they need to show a performance like that, you know. It's like for example, for Memento Memory like viewers, like this is something they would love to see, and something they expect always. Like they're like team that they support even from that tournament, they want it as well. So like for a champion to do this kind of a performance, so of course kind of expected, but for the side of Misa it was really challenging, and we can see that Fushi did this amazing performance, 6 kills in just like, I don't know, 6 minutes, doing that really good performance. And we felt that like this is like, I don't know how we can say it, like this kind of gap in the middle, I would say, really big difference between Fushi and Danny. And I don't know if Danny is gonna prove us wrong and like show us something different in second game, but Fushi doing absolutely beautiful. We can see also when it comes to the richest gold, Noel with that Isan Shin farming the whole map. He's like, he's him, you know. He's the richest guy in the whole game. Tracy, I mean, look, bro. Like, what do you say? What do you think, Warren? Like, damage
What
taken.
do I think? I think this is the first time that someone took in achievements the carry and the vault together. I think, like, yes, it happened that the same team had it, but same player to have the carry and the vault together, that's the that's first time for me. And it just tells the story. It just tells the story of the game. Gracie was in their faces, even with a single damage item. But of course, that's how Esmeralda goes. That's the typical build. There's like nothing new really. But this was the. Normally, I wouldn't compare my or like our ranked games of normal mortals to those very high competitive games. But this Esmeralda, this was the ranked game Esmeralda from the opposing team. The annoying Esmeralda that dances around, kills everyone, never dies, and you can never get through her shields. This literally was one-to-one my experience when I get matched into Esmeralda. This was it, and I don't think Misa Esports were very happy about that.
They were not happy about it at all. But what do you think about the KDAs? Like, you think, like, I don't know, for Fushi, Noel, Samu, and Tracy, they will be all on Warpath. You died 2 times, bro. Like, we need to report you, bro. You're the feeder of our team. Dying 2 times, you know, the 2 kills that we have is from the side of Warpath. I think the reaction is like, oh, we need to report you, bro. But also for the side of Misa, I don't know, like I was expecting like having Lancelot, Grok, and Eve. Really strong early game comp, but we didn't see that. We saw it also only in like the first like 2 minutes, you know. We saw Fushi having really hard time. He lost his level 4. I was like, okay, like maybe the turtle's going for the side of Misa a bit, but like they waited for Fushi to get still level 4. It's like, oh bro, take your time. We're not contest the turtle yet. And after even he took the first turtle and like they didn't take the advantage of that, he took still the first turtle, and after it I didn't see much anything, you know. Memento Mori is controlling the whole map, pressuring Misa. They don't give them a chance to even breathe. Turtle after turtle, the gold gap is getting bigger and bigger. Like after 1 minute, you see it's 2K. Like after 1 minute again, it's 5K. Like there's no chance, you know. I think Misa, maybe they need to change their plans. I mean, when it comes to the bans, it was good, but I think when it comes to the picks itself, I don't think they were really comfortable going with that Eve. I think Eve didn't really, maybe didn't do that much of a job. Maybe you can go for something different. They will probably 100% change their plans. Tuzuka also going on the Claude. Also didn't really work. They maybe will change it. So what do you think is going to happen for the side of Misa?
I mean, what will happen is that they will have dangerous grass modifier. So luckily for them, if they will be running away, they have more bushes to hide in. But at the same time, there could be more bushes where Gracie could be hiding in and lurking to burst someone down. So that's something to take into consideration. Though, if we are talking facts, if we are talking about how Mesa Esports are supposed to bounce back into this series, it will be very, very hard. I think my 65 to 35% ratio that I kind of pulled out might have been even wrong, because the first game looked like, I don't know, like 90 to 10.
Easy.
because what a game this was. I knew Memento Mori were strong, but now being managed into one of the teams that had it really rough, and they were very happy that they were able to get into the playoffs in the end. It's really showing us the power and the nature of the beast that Memento Mori is. I would this performance that they are showing us in the first game, especially, is something is like a surprise, like yesterday when we saw Ake against their respective opponents, because that was really a surprise to me as well. Where I knew Ake were strong, but they strong, and this is exactly the same, and maybe even dial up by 11 for Memento Mori, because I knew. All of us knew that they are very strong, but they strong? What is going on? Misa Esports, the team to qualify, the team to stomp Metashift and don't give them a chance in the last chance, throwing them down in the lower bracket for them to have to fight their way back in to qualify for regular season, and they are getting absolutely owned by Memento Mori.
For the first game, we really saw that, but will we eat the same in the second game? Like, let's see from the viewers what they can, like, in the comments, like, what do you expect, guys? You think Misa gonna show us something different, or Memento Mori gonna go on that consistent performance, like, you know, just easy, no problems, just 2-0, you know, go to the next round, we're the champions, you know? He's just gonna go with that performance, you know? Let's see. But we can see also that Misa, they didn't start with Harith Band this time, which is kind of different, you know? Like, they always start with it in the whole games. Even the first game, they did start with Harith ban. So would they ban it like second ban, third ban, or would they just say, bro, you ban Harith, we ban Granger, it doesn't matter, it's just Tracy, bro, like, we cannot do anything, bro.
Yeah, I think they kinda might be in a disarray. That tends to happen if a team beats you so fast and so bloodily that the gold lead is higher than the minute timer. Because that's what happened, and like I have to circle back to that, because this kind of performance is not something that we were seeing through the qualifications into playoffs, right? Through the regular season. Those kind of games we didn't have. I don't believe there was a single one that was this dominated. So it's really a surprise that Misa Esports are going into this duel. And as I said before, I was talking earlier today on my stream to Pancake and was saying, yes, we are having scrims, we are preparing. I want to be as ready as I can be against Memento Mori, but right now it looks like they weren't scrimming at all.
Yeah. I mean, both teams, of course, they have the passion and they want to prove themselves in the tournament. You know, both of them have dreams to be number one, to be like, you know, I'm the winner of like Surge, I'm the winner of MEC Full. You know, it's not, you know, but it's not easy. You know, it's not easy. Like, all the teams are trying hard, all the teams are practicing. So of course, in that tournament match, whoever has the better performance, whoever has like less mistakes, you know, will win the tournament, you know. And we can see also in the draft, like, they banned the Kimi. I don't see the Harith yet. I think they just said, like, no, we will just go with the plan. We don't need to ban Harith, Granger, Asmi. No problem. Just, you know, keep it like that. But I think, oh, we see it from the side of Memento Mori. We see CC, which is a really consistent ban. Like, we said that Memento Mori, you don't have like this kind of special draft, or like they have like a pick that they always ban, you know. But CC is the most pick that they banned, you know. Like, they banned it about till now, like 4 times, 5 times, you know. So they banning the Grok as well. Like, we can see Gatot from the side of Misa Esports. I don't know. Is it like there is Lancelot? There's a lot of junglers. I don't think they will go for a jungle. Maybe they'll go for Zuxin. Maybe because there's no Eve, there's no Kimi, there's only Farsa and Zuxin. I mean, Danny is really special. When he was playing with Birthlight, he was special with the Farsa. And we didn't see Farsa at all this meta. Of course, he will not pick it first pick, but maybe we can see it for Zuxin, you know? Yeah, like, it really depends on what they have as a plan, you know? And Memento Mori will just react to it. Oh, yeah, Zuxin.
This makes a lot of sense, because in the sense of, if you would go for the trade, Harith or Granger, and you trade it for the other, you are still giving it away to your opponents. But if you are able to pick either of those that are still left open for you at the end of this first draft phase, you still get them. You still get one of them. So I think it's really, really smart for Danny to go Juxin. I like this idea. I think it's pretty smart, though they will have to use it because yesterday we saw Juxin and she wasn't utilized very well in a sense where she wasn't able to achieve that much in early game, and if Juxin doesn't achieve that much in early game, then well, she is basically not useless, but she is not really as strong as someone like Forza, as someone like Eve, Kimi, or those heroes. So you really need to pair it up with some very aggressive roamer. It looks like Dracy will be going for that Granger, so that says, all right, you go for her hit. That's all you have left. But talking about aggressive roamers, we should definitely look out for Pancake. I was talking about it before. He has shown us yesterday his absolute insane performance on Cho. So if someone is supposed to bring back Memento Mori, sorry, not Memento Mori, they don't need bringing back. They are really in there. If someone is supposed to bring back Misa Esports from the brink of losing this BO3, it should be Pancake or something very spicy. But it looks like something very spicy will be still getting left in the oven for the rest of the baking, because Lapu and Lance will be the picks for now.
As you said, like the Pancake is, I think, it's the one member that you kinda depend on when it comes to, like, you know, doing this kind of plays, playmaking, and trying to, you know, do like, I don't know, 4-man ult, 5-man ult, and, you know, change the whole game. And Pancake, like, he has this kind of special picks. Like, he has like Trigirl, he has Kufra. He's really known as his Trigirl, like, you know, is really, really, really good. And I don't know, I don't think Memento Mori is gonna like think about it debanning the Harith now. So I don't think they're having a problem to face any of Pancake picks, you know. And I think they already know that in their plan, you know. But when you can see also that like going for Zuxin, Lancelot, Lapu, like, bro, come on, like, you have Zuxin and Lancelot, and like, you should win early game at least, you know. So I think like they have a better early, but we can see also that like Hayabusa is on the side of Memento Mori, which is gonna be a really good counter pick for the set, like, on Zuxin, you know. Zuxin is gonna be having a lot of hard time. It's not gonna be easy for her to move in the map, and I don't know, like, both rats for me, you do 50-50, you know. But I'm just confused about something. Why Memento banning Hearth? They already know Misa doesn't play Hearth, so...
True. That's a little bit weird idea coming from the side of Memento Mori, but I guess it was probably like, oh, well, we really want to ban Ruby, so they cannot go fighter or gold lane, but at the same time, the other ban, we don't really care that much, you know. Maybe that's the idea. Maybe Memento Mori are really hyped up from the first game, because they should be. But yeah, maybe they really let this one ban slip out a little bit, you know. Maybe not really feeling like this one ban is that important. I don't know. Could be it, could be not. Maybe they know something that we don't. Maybe they know that Tezuka would still go for Harit if he is now pushed into it, and he would try to utilize that. Maybe it was the first thing. We don't really know. But what we know is that Lunox will not be available for Memento Mori's composition, so that leaves us with Forza possibly, or someone else, but Selena will not be that someone else because she's banned as well.
I mean, they respected Fushi Lunox, you know, like they already know that like Kimiya Lunox is one of his most power picks, you know, when it comes to the side of, you know, Memento Mori, and respecting him and banning that Lunox. Even Selena, like, it's a really different ban. I think we didn't see Fushi played it before in the tournament, but they just like, you know, they didn't want, I think banning Selena is just like, they just want to win early game in any coast, you get me? Like, you just want to try to at least have this kind of dominance when it comes to the early to mid game. And for Warpath, we're gonna see, oh, did you just go for the Farsa? The last mage just is kind of open, and like, I think it's not bad, but it's gonna have some hard time when it comes to the Lapu Lapu, Lancelot, the Zuxin a bit, but of course, like, Samo will not leave him at all, like, you know, getting zoned like that. I think he's gonna give him that, like, chance to burst down anybody. And I think maybe we'll see something from Warpath, like maybe pick off, maybe we'll see a new pick, different pick, you know. But for the side of Misa, I think Pancake, he needs to go something like, I don't know, maybe maybe he have only Hylos, Kufra, Tigreal. I don't know, not much of picks, but a Cho as well. Oh, forgot the Cho. This is one of the most special picks. Beatrix. Okay, we're gonna see something a pick off here, right? Cho, Franco, Kaja. Anything surprise us? Tigreal? I don't know, Chip? Oh,
Ooh.
Franco, yeah.
You know
Franco,
what?
which is, I mean,
Yeah, they are. You called it. You called it, and they listened. They went for it, and I like the approach because Misa Esports are saying, "All right, we either go out with a bang or we don't go out at all, and we go into the third game." Oh, but what is happening here? Warpath maybe mocking Pancake a little bit if the Tigreal pick up. Ooh, all right. This is a lot of emotions. First game, it was Terizla in hands of Mikazuya. Mikazuya trying to prove to Samo, didn't really deliver on that. I wouldn't really say it was just his fault. It was like the whole team kind of fell apart. But right now, it will be Warpath with his hands on Tigreal and a proven to Pancake. The Pancake is not the only one who can play the big shield boy.
I mean, Warpath is like, you took the Terizla against us, trying to mock us. Okay, I will show you with your own one trick what I gonna do. I think it's like this kind of a message. But I think going for the Franco is a really big risk. But if Banking goes for it, then he got the responsibility. He got this pressure, and like his team trusts him already. I mean, we can see from the side of Tsuka, he's going already. Beatrix is already like, I trust you, bro. We got this, and we will see for the second game of the series. For Misa Esports, will they change it and make the series 3 games today, or will Memento Mori just dominate the whole match and easy?
And GG easy. Yeah, I guess that's something they would be very happy about. I think that's something that would put them to sleep very well. I think that would be even better than some hot cocoa or hot milk or whatever flies your boat. Oh, Warpath already going in together with Noel, and they are exploding this game apart. Almost picking off We. We barely survives. Pancake pushing them away. But now Warpath is getting back playing because Danny will first blood. And this is exactly what I was talking about. Jukshin needs to make it work in the early. But now we trying to survive. He's very low and he gets double kill for Fushi. Will it be a triple? Will it be a triple? Yeah, Noel delivers. He's like that box delivery service, that always comes on time. That's a service we don't really have here in Czech Republic. Usually our boxes come very late, so probably maybe Spanish delivery, I don't know.
I mean, we can see the delivery got them 3 kills for the side of Fushi, which is too much to be honest. But having Zuxian and Lancelot, yeah, it's really strong early game. But that doesn't mean like you're gonna win the early game because you have Franco, who's like not that strong. And we can see, we can see that Farsa recalled and he's going back to the base, so something happened with DC. But like as I said, having Franco doesn't mean you're gonna win the early game. You're playing against also Farsight, Busa Turtle. It's not really easy if you do a mistake. Turtle also respond because we're having that level 4 before Samo. We starting Turtle and I don't know, Danny's having really hard time.
Danny trying to make something happen, but luckily for him, the random headbox of Yugi Shirokyo doesn't really finish him off. Though there was Fushi to finish the work. V's getting the turtle double kill for Fushi. He is on a spree. This guy is not only looking good, but he is playing good as well.
My man doesn't have any problems. 5 kills in 2 minutes and half. Like, what can you say, bro? Like, what can you say? This bird is really evil. And we can see also camping for the Lapu Lapu. Will it really catch Mikazuya? He's ulting him, trying to take him down.
Mikazuya play it out. Brave the combination for Fushi. Fushi barely survives. Mikazuya fails to flicker over the wall and doesn't connect. Laneshaker is there still. Fushi barely alive. Mikazuya, no. He doesn't have the cooldowns. He doesn't have the spells. And Fushi barely alive. But before that play happened, I wanted to say, we get it. No, he is alive. Honestly, the lack that went into Fushi just went back for We. Like, it just bounced back to Misa Esports. We surviving with like 3 HP. What a game it was.
I mean, we can see also like, then like Hayabusa was trying to take down the Lancelot and like it was like literally 1 HP. I mean, like Oh, flicker ult
Oh,
from
there
Misa.
is the bloody hand. Warpath is the target, but there is Fushi and his very rare strike. It is truly striking fear into the hearts of enemies. I have to say, you were saying she is a very deadly bird. I would even go as far as to say that this Forza is no longer a bird, it's a pterodactyl.
I mean, he's really dangerous for the side of Mesa Esports. They're really having that hard time against him. And we can see also Noel trying to take down the Lapu Lapu, trying at least to take a kill on him, make him low HP or something. Ooh, Tracy. Tracy's having
Tezuka
some
with a
hard time.
1v1 on Dracy? That's sending the message. And
Fushi?
shutdown for Wii! Though it's a monster kill for Fushi still. Did he get the shutdown after the fact or before the fact? Like, I'm just thinking if he got the most gold out of it or if there is a little bit of a shutdown already built in on Fushi, you know?
I mean, in the end, it's a shutdown. Like, he just got a bank. Like, 5 kills from a person, like, in 4 minutes. He got literally a bank, in his pockets, And we can see Beatrix trying to Ooh!
Warpath getting got off as Noel steals the turtle. How did he do that? I completely missed that.
I mean, did you see also the Beatrix? It was like, holding the sniper and like, he's hitman himself and like trying to take down Warpath and he got him from far away. And I don't know, 2 kills for a turtle. I think it's worth it for Misa. And he also took a shutdown on Farsa. Tracy had some hard time against the Beatrix and he lost 1v1 against him. I don't know. I think the game is getting back to Misa a bit. We can see also Franco is like, playing with Beatrix a bit, and look at Luxin in mid lane having some hard time.
Oh, she is having hard time because Danny is trying to translate it into something, but it will be the bloody hand from Pancake that secures the kill in the end. Warpath pushing away Pancake into the dangers of Samo's ultimate, but doesn't really connect there because Pancake was able to flicker just in time.
I don't know. I think Memento Mori is not a...
Oh, there is another. He just hits those iron hooks whenever he looks.
Like, if you just see Pancake score is 3-3, you say, 0-3 in like 5 minutes or like 4 minutes, bro. He's feeding, But like, he is really having... Like giving Memento Mori a really like when you're scared from Franco, well, where is he, or like or when he's gonna hook, he's giving Memento Mori a really hard time when it comes to the map control. I mean, we can see also like the kills are 6 kills to the side of Misa, 7 to Memento Mori. The game is kind of equal now. At the beginning, it was going for Memento Mori. Misa are getting back, but I can see that this early game aggression from the side of Memento Mori. I don't know. I don't see it now. We will see it again after this turtle. It's gonna be in 12 seconds.
I mean, Memento Mori should maybe be thinking about slowing it down, even though the early game was kind of decent. They are on the outscaling side, so if we get deeper into the game, Elise and Forza especially should be very, very deadly, where Danny will kind of follow off. Lapu Lapu is not the strongest in a full, deep, late game where everyone is sitting on 5 items, everyone has immortalities and this kind of stuff. So that's something to really consider. But right now, we are dancing around the turtle, and right now, Wintercrown has been completed for Pancake.
I mean, we can see that like both teams are gambling that turtle. We can see also that 5v5 on that turtle. Ranger and also Beatrix are in the mid lane. We're gonna see a really exciting turtle.
The fight is already started. Noel picks off the turtle and they pick off Pancake as well. And we is that in the floor too. And now Mikazua is the one, the myth, the legend who can maybe change the history. It looks like he won't be changing anything right now because everything will stay the same as it was written in the history books. Fushi may be trying to catch him off. Won't be happening now.
I mean, we can see that Memento Mori is getting back to the game. They said, okay, enough of our mistakes. Let's show our early game to mid-game aggression. Let's get back to the game, show that pressure. And we can see also Fushing trying to take down Danny with Hayabusa. I think if Hayabusa just put his shadow on Zuxin, it's going to give him a hard time. Ooh.
Beautiful 1v1 from Mikazua. Yes, I agree. Luckily for Tracy, she had Flicker available and Mikazua didn't have his.
I mean, Mikazua was trying to take down the Granger, but both of them, like, flickered. We can see Franco's, like, his he doesn't have ultimate yet. Yeah, okay, so they're just waiting for his ultimate. Oh, we can see that he did
bloody hand on X because Pancake probably was lifting some weights and, putting in those actions, those exercises into the Search Fit Club app because this Franco, he was quick on his feet.
I mean, he's gotta give it big belly, but like it's all muscles, It's just like he did really a flicker good ultimate on Hayabusa and trying to kind of delay the Hayabusa farm a bit. Who's like trying to not give him that easy game, and we can see that Memento Mori. I mean, when it comes to the macros, when it comes to the game itself, and ooh. When it comes to the macro itself, we can see that like Memento Mori taking 2 towers, top lane and bot lane. Misa, they don't have any towers taken. So their marker is a bit less, but we can see also Fushi took Zuxin ult down before the Lord by 10 seconds. Zuxin having no ult right away before the Lord or a turtle is gonna be, really hard, especially that he's playing Purify. But well, maybe Pancake try to, fix that or like try to show us something different. I don't know, but I think it's kind of hard.
Well, if we are talking over the stats, there is one important stat that we should talk about, and that is goal difference between Danny and Fushi. Because you were be expecting, getting caught out. That's not something he expected. Mikazuya lane check on 2. Backlane got separated, and Raging Slash will keep him safe for now. Noel on the left side, we able to finish it off, and he will try to finish off Fushi's life as well. He's now 1v3. Samo gets picked off, shut down for Tezuka. Killing spree for him, and we is dancing around on the knife's edge. He is barely alive, but I frames it. So double kill goes to him. And this is a comeback that all of us wish for Mesa Esports.
Did you see Whis taking Lord from Hayabusa, getting double kill? He did absolutely amazing, and I said it. Well, Pancake, do something. Try to, get back to the match, and he hooked through like Tiger. The main counter for him, like the main counter and problem for Franco is the Tiger when he like counter initiate whatever Franco ults, and he just got him, no problem, burst him down, and then he just go target by target. And I don't know, like this first game doesn't look like the second game. They did really different, like. Now the goal difference is going for the side of Misa Esports, and I don't know, Franco is really having that kind of a pressure right now. Maybe the only way can Memento Mori get back to the game and get that advantage back is Warpath doing some kind of a clip, some kind of, I don't know, 4 or 5 man ult, seeing some TikToks,
True. But right now, what is important to say is that Misa Esports really bounced back into the game. It looks like their strength has been renewed, but they are on a clock and it's ticking. It doesn't stop. It will keep on ticking because I have said it before. I said it. I will say it again. I'm sorry. Close your eyes. I mean, not your eyes, but close your ears, Misa Esports fans. But this is something you don't want to hear, but they are getting outscaled. They need to translate this advantage into a game-winning situation.
I mean, this next Lord is gonna be really, really, really exciting, because if you can see the goal difference, like, I think for the room it doesn't really matter, but like I think for the jungle and gold it's just 1k. It's not really. I mean, for Beatrix it's 1.5 now, so I mean Beatrix is gonna have that really high damage. I mean anybody Franco gonna hook is gonna give really hard time. And if you can see the Franco is like sneaking, he's like waiting for someone. And I think their plan is like maybe they will push the top lane and they're just gonna wait for whoever gonna try to clear the top lane wave. I think that's their plan. I mean, look at the Beatrix also, like he's sneaking down, It's like, I got you, bro. Whispering in the bush, though, he's waiting for the chance. I mean, look also Lapu Zuxin calls to them. Tracy is giving that vision of the Zuxin already. But will they expect it? Will they expect the camp? Or will they just recall? Like, look. Oh, Tracy!
Sneaky. Bumblebee couldn't quite connect because the range wasn't there. I feel him. I feel the man. Pancake tried to do something, but he fumbled the back. Noel will pick him off, and this means 5v4. Maybe the chase continues. Noel, Landshaker misses completely, Raging Slash defensively. There is Falsos for the strike trying to separate and do a lot of damage. Kesha almost dead. I mean, Tezuka is almost lying on the floor. Mikazuya needs to run, and no ults available for Mesa Esports. As their team come full support, we maybe have something to say about it. Racy off HP, Wiz dancing around on the knife side, and he is fine. But Racy we cannot say the same for her. Maybe Mikazua has something to say about the Brave Fighter combination. Ranging Slash completely misses the right targets, though he's just trying to make some space because there is Wee trying to go for the execution. Retribution still available, 8,000 HP on Lord. No one is trying to touch it because no one wants to lose it. Wee gets it off. There is Fighter Red Strike that continues hammering down on Misa Esports members. Mikazua gets picked off, Danny as well, and it's just 3 members trying to defend. But what a clutch it was from Misa Esports jungler. Wee, when it needs, when push comes to shove, he shoved.
We still, like, you know, all guys, we're having the, like, we don't have the numbers, we're not winning the match anymore. Don't worry, no worries, I will still get the Lord. We can see like 2 Lords in a row. Weez is like out 3-3 Noel in the Lords, you know, and like it's really fun, like, I don't know, it's really exciting. But did you see what happened in top lane? Tracy just like just, you know, had this Spider-Man, like, you know, like feelings, you know, just like felt it, you know, in her hands, and like said, they are here, and just, you know, shot her shot in in the bush. And I don't know, it's really exciting. Ooh, I couldn't see it from Warpath. Willie T
Also
killed
late, trying to go for Bumblebee. Pancake, they had enough of your shenanigans. They will go for Yufushi. Is getting pushed away. Oh, big hook, though, goes for Samo. Samo still has immortality, but it will now get popped. Maybe a re-engage from Alice. No, Alice, she will just ult to make some space. Mikazua in the back from Ranging Slash is forwards, and now he gets pushed backwards. Race save with a first kill for her, trying to jump back into the game. Oh, but now there could be another target that actually Warpath traded for Danny. That's so good for Memento Mori. And now good things continue as Noel tries to pick off Tezuka, who barely survives.
Did you see the reaction of Beatrix? He went just right on time.
He got picked off. I didn't even see it. I blinked. I blinked and he was dead. I saw him, he was alive, then I blinked, he was dead on the floor. Pancake showing us that those iron hooks, they don't miss. And if they catch you, you will be dragged into the big, scary hug of Pancake.
Did you see Noel? Where is Noel? He did disappear like immediately in just 1 second. And like if you even see before the Franco hook, Beatrix already shot his shot, like he really got it, you know. So it's just like Franco hook even was just enough to kill him, you know. I don't know, it looks like Wiz is doing really good in performance. I think if Memento Mori wanna win this Lex Lord, they need to do, I don't know, this kind of something to try to stop Wiz. Wiz is really annoying. He's really giving Fushi, Granger that hard time. He cannot contest any Lord. And I think also Warpath is like, he really wants to stop him, but he can't. Like, he's moving so fast. Always second skill, first skill, second skill, ult. He cannot stop him, you know? So I think they need to stop Wiz somehow, and they need also to try to, I don't know, like, I think it's all about Warpath trying to maybe counter, you know, counter the Franco ult, like, you know, his hooks, something. They need to just figure it out. Like, it's really hard, but we can see also when it comes to the macro, when it comes to the map, Lord in 3 seconds already, it's spawned already, bot lane, top lane, the waves are in the advantage, or like for the side of Misa Esports, giving the pressure for the Memento Mori. I don't know, like, as a macro, it looks like Misa having the advantage a bit, but we can see that Beatrix and Franco, do you want to do something again? You know, do you want to do some sneaky stuff again? Can you see it?
We will see if that will happen. He's definitely trying to look for something.
Yeah, you see him?
Oh, there is the Wind of Nature completed. So Bracy will be pretty safe from all sources of physical damage. And that is the most damage that Misa Esports has. Danny is now in the phase of the game where his hero is like not really doing that much.
I mean, like, they trying to sneak down, trying to, you know, because they had a wave pressure bot lane, but like they're already Granger and Target did go together. A really good dodge from Samuel trying. Lord is already 20k. Memento Mori didn't compete yet. I mean, I don't know. Oh, they resettled the Lord again. I think they just want to go for the macro one. Oh, a
Samuel gets pulled in. He tried to hit the ult, but he completely missed. Even with a flicker, now it's up to them if they can finish it off. But there is because you are still in Lord, going in, going hard, going for their heads. The fight is already started. Race is trying to barely stay alive. She is still alive, but not for long because shutdown goes to Wee. Mega kill for him, and now Noel, Samo, and Fushi try to defend their base. 3v4. I mean, like, you could even say against. It's not 3v4, it's 3v5. They have Lord.
In the third Lord for the side of Misa Esports, and you can see like we did a really fast switch and took down the Granger. Like it was unbelievable, unbelievable. And like we can see 3 players or 4 players, sorry, from the side of Misa going against 3 players. Farsa trying to annoy the Beatrix side to take her down, but I don't know. Will it be enough? Will it be enough for the side of Misa Esports? So in the game, bro, is annoying Hayabusa really bad. Pancake with his Franco doing unbelievably amazing performance.
Well, and just as you said, he misses an iron hook, but will it be enough? Even without the iron hook, now we get picked off, now base Crystal half HP, and Lord is already getting taken care of. Pancake, Immortality proc, he tried to make some space, make something happen. They really wanted to close out the game, and I get it. Because they are getting outscaled, the clock is ticking, tick-tack, it keeps going.
I mean, do you like? I think that like this Lord like defense goes to Fushi the most because he's the one Beatrix from hitting that base. You know, he's like the one who ulted the Beatrix, give him some hard time, and even Beatrix flicker back to save himself. You know, it's like, oh bro, I will die. Like maybe what if I don't end? Back, played safe. You know, so I mean, this game, this Lord also, I don't know, just going a bit for the side of Misa Esports, having 2 inhibitors mid lane, top lane is gonna give them some hard time for Mori. And I don't know, what do you think can Memento Mori do that like maybe get them back to the game? They lost already 3 lords. What can they do to win the? You know, what can they do? Like, what do you expect?
Well, I would expect them to do the smart choice, and it is just scale up. If they will be hitting those 5, maybe even swap and choose for more items, 5 to 6 items power spikes, then, well, it's not really a power spike anymore, but you know, like full build talking. Ooh, Warpath getting outplayed by Mikazu very nastily. He even has to flicker, and that will be costly because 20 seconds for Lord. Though, back to your point, back to your question, if Memento Mori are able to achieve full build on Fushi, and he's really close to that, I think it will become very, very dangerous. And also Noel is getting close to that. So those are the moments when it will start being in their favor.
In like if you see the macro of the game, like right now, bot lane is
he did it again. Oops, he did it again.
bro.
He caught him away by Flicker, but Samo has something to say about it. Potion getting bought, so he has the most damage. Kesha gets picked off. Mikazuya killing spree for Gracie, and Gracie, she is shooting and she is not stopping, but he is in the backline going for the right target. Gracie off HP already gone, trying to flicker away, but it's not enough because we is a precise sniper. He hits all the shots he takes, and he evaporates all members of Memento Mori. Almost all. Actually, some went all surviving. But this will be 2v2 for a bit, because most of the people, most of the players are dead on the floor.
We can to push down the bot lane a bit, giving that pressure for the Memento Mori. And I don't know, like if you see that always wheeze when like Misa do a mistake, or like they had like you don't have the advantage of the game anymore, he just like I don't know, somehow, some way just get double kill and like just get them back. He killed Farsa, killed Granger, the main damage dealers. He also dodged Hayabusa ultimate. It's just like I don't know, it's really harder to catch Wheeze with his Lancelot. But also, like if you notice that like Beatrix was kinda out of her, gave Memento Mori a chance. Like, oh, you look at the fight, you see the winning the team fight, but Lancelot somehow, some way, just got them back to the match again. And we can see that pressure from the bot lane. We can see that pressure also from the mid lane. I don't know. Will we see a conceal or something from the side of Memento Mori right now? I mean, D5, Deer 5. I don't know.
Concede play from Memento Mori. Warpath had enough. He went straight for Pancake because he doesn't want no more shenanigans from him. Noel, oh, Pancake barely misses, so this Iron Hook won't really connect. And this means Pancake should be probably thinking about going back to his base because he is barely alive.
I mean, we can see the Beatrix flickered and like Franco's going back from the base. Will it be enough what he did on this Lord? For this fight, will it be enough to take the Lord down for their side and finally get a Lord from Misa Sports, you know, for the first match? Look at Zuxin. Oh, I mean, that was kind of unnecessary from the side of Misa Esports. Danny using that ult, that Purify, and like he's like, you know, going back to the base. I think if you don't have Purify for like Samuel ultimates or like Warpath when using his Strike roll, I really big problem. But you know what? We have Pancake, we have Lancelot, we have like Weez on Lancelot. There's no problem. You always give that chance to get back to the game, you know. But I think, I mean, we're going to do 23 minutes, 30 minutes. I don't know.
23-minute mark, yeah, I agree. It's almost the same time as it is kills on both sides. On one side we have 20, on the other we have 21. Definitely much more even out game with very, very clear moments of one or the other team winning. But right now it's pretty dead even. It really comes down to execution, whoever plays it better. And you know what's coming off cooldown? Pancake's Flicker.
Problem. Oh, Tiger Flicker, you want to do something right now? But like, I think doing a conceal Ranger and Farstar clearing in the mid lane. Also, they're having really hard pressure on the bot lane. I don't know. I think Misa will just try to yeah, he did, and he just play on the bot lane wave, and we can see the like just playing macro gameplay. Memento Mori, they're playing it smart. You know, they taking it like in a smart way. But who you think is like?
Oh, Iron Hook misses, so this is a go time for Memento Mori. The thing is though, no one is there ready for action.
I mean, we can see that like like they're just gambling together, both of them gambling. They don't have like this kind of
but the hook on X Flicker is there and suppressed. Warpath gets immediately nuked and the rest of the team tries to make the best of it. 3v5, Trace is coming into the fray. Will it be enough? V gets picked off, so it might be. Pancake is the next on the chopping block. He gets picked off as well. Danny is next as well. Double kill for Tracy, but it won't be a triple because that gets thrown away by Fushi, I believe. But at the same time, I think no one is worried about those stolen triple kills. I think all Memento Mori care about is that they are right now in the best position to close out this game and take this BO3 as the victors.
60 seconds just to like wake up again, and in 60 seconds that's a lot. But like you saw that like once you Warpath, I think that's the first time Warpath catch the Lancelot really, and once he catch him, bro, like they didn't have any problems on winning that Lord, because Lancelot was all that member was taking that Fushi and Tracy all the time, and once she just took Lancelot down, it was really easy for him to win that Lord. And will we see, like, will he do it again? 50 seconds for his flicker, and like he's gonna respawn right now. Maybe we will see, also from the side of Misa Esports, Franco getting his builds ready. I mean, all of them, look at them, like they all buying their items. You just, get ready, bro. We're gonna defend the Lord. 25 minutes on that game. I don't know. What do you expect is gonna happen? Will it be enough? Will this Lord be enough for Memento Mori to end this match?
I don't know, they're 8,000 ahead, but now it doesn't mean anything. Like, it only means that they can buy potions, and they've been buying a lot of potions, but everyone is probably very easily on full build. A lot of people already sold their shoes, so they have a lot of gold. A lot of gold is there. It's basically like on Wall Street, there's a lot of money flowing, though the thing is, which money will win it over, And honestly, talking about it, I don't think it will be money. It will be execution. It will be how well you can play it. And right now, Lord getting taken away so easily, someone missing his ultimate, and this is it. This is it. We will wait 60 more seconds for something to happen.
I mean, we did like give a guess. Will it be 30-minute game? And I don't know. It looks like that, It looks like there's gonna be a really long game, and like which is more exciting, of course, for us, for the viewers, for every. But like it makes both of the like Misa's esports fans, Memento Mori fans, like they keep like I don't know shaking like, bro, just make something, guys. Just win. So like we can see also pressure from the fans, the pressure also from the players themselves. Both of them, they don't want to take that big risk. Them playing macro, we can see Hayabusa, he wants to go to the top lane, push that top lane a bit, so he can have this macro advantage. I don't know, but like I think having that inhibitor on top lane for me will give them that a bit of advantage. I mean, Lancelot is gonna push, so push faster, so they're gonna have this a bit of a problem. I mean, Hayabusa didn't push the. I don't think it's a good idea, bro. I don't think it's a good idea. The waves is gonna really pressure you. I think Memento Mori, they have to make a fight or something to outplay them and somehow try to get 2-3 players, or if the wave a really big problem when it comes to the waves.
Honestly, for the sake of Memento Mori, I hope there's no alcohol percentage in those potions, because by how many they already bought, they could be drunken under the table by this moment.
I mean, we can they didn't pick off anybody, and Lancelot, if you see him, he's like camping in the back. Will he do? Oh, he's going to the flank. I think there is a plan coming from the side of Misa Esports. Farsa already wasted his ultimate. Maybe we're gonna see something. You see Mikazui going closer a bit. I don't know. Will we see about, like, I don't know.
He
It's really
misses, the
exciting.
ultimate doesn't connect, but it might be enough. The Winter Crown is there though, and it will be enough for Noel. For Noel, because he picks him off somehow, barely hitting two, and now next target is Tezuka, barely alive, that not anymore. Killing spree for Brace, and Noel continues the charge, half HP gone. There is Fushi with the Federers, repositions for Mikazuya, burns him down. He is not in a Winter Crown, that is for Danny, but he was in Immortality. Same will happen to Danny, and mega kill for Gracie, and after an absolute roller coaster of a game that went back and forth and back, right now it will be in the hands of Memento Mori, because I don't believe there is the slightest chance for Mikazu and Bumblebee to defend. They will definitely try to clear the way. Flying Checker connects on 1 minion. Raging Slash available. He cancels it with Winter Crown. Will it be enough? He tries to take care of minions, but even though the next wave comes in very soon, I don't think this is it, boys. I think this is it. For sake of this BO3, because Memento Mori continue onwards. Well, both of them continue onwards, right? But they continue onwards with a victory up their sleeve.
So that like they had a really hard time. First Lord, second Lord, third Lord, they didn't have that hard time, you know. And I mean, Misa couldn't pretty fast. Like, bro, if you're gonna give Memento more chances to come back to the game, you're gonna get punished. And guess what? That's what happened. You didn't end. You didn't take your chance. It's playoffs, bro. If you don't take your chance, any mistake in the right time, you get punished. And guess what? Doing a mistake against the champions of the last tournament and one of the teams that are really, you know, nominated #1 of that tournament is not a mistake to be forgiven, you know. And I don't know. I like how Memento Mori got back to the game, and you showed us this kind of, you know, experience that, like, oh, even in like games that doesn't go on our side, we still win. Even in our worst conditions, we still win. But I don't know, from what I saw, maybe against other teams, they gonna have a problem. So this is something we're gonna expect on their next matches. But we can see the MVP of this match is Fushi. 2 MVPs in a row, dominating this game. He's showing us what is a true mage. I think him and Tracy did the highest damage. No, it's not. It's also Tracy did really high damage, but I think he did really good job. I think even Beatrix couldn't end the base because of him. He kept tracking down the Beatrix, tried to take him down, and Beatrix couldn't end the base in the right time when they got the second or. So I think Fushi did really pretty well. If you look at the that's like now, like, you know, Tracy's not like in both damage and damage taken anymore.
True. That would be surprising if she was the carry and the wall. Even when playing Ranger, I would maybe have to revisit her build. Maybe there was some blade armor happening or some funny business like that. I would be quite surprised. That wasn't really the story of this game, but the story that repeated itself was Fushi with the MVP. Again, rightfully so. Maybe even more rightfully so than in the first one. I feel like in the first one there were many people that could have taken the MVP. Maybe someone would go for Racy if they were like thinking about maybe someone else. But this game, it was really not just about Fushi, but it was about Fushi. Like, he was really up in there from start to finish. He was doing so much done. He was making so much stuff happen. But of course, a lot of people will be talking right now about Memento Mori, and rightfully so, because they won this BO3 and they won even 2-0 fashion. But I think it would be very disrespectful and very unkind from us to not talk about how Misa Esports were able to play this second game, especially after the first one. Because the first one looked like a complete disaster. I know so many teams would shake up under these conditions. They would crumble. They wouldn't be able to perform. But Misa Esports, they went straight into the second game with a fresh mindset, with a fresh game idea, and they tried to take it home. They didn't succeed, but still, this performance that they showed off on Land of Dawn in the second game, that's something you have to respect. That's something you have to praise. You have to give praise for this performance. Even though it didn't end in victory, this is where I think the scrims really showed off their practice, their hard work. And I'm very excited to be having Misa Esports as part of one of the top 8 teams. After the first game, I wasn't really sure if they belong, but this second game, they had shown us.
I mean, I have also to give the credit when it comes to Misa. I think I have to give the credit for Weez and these two players. They made the game, the second game especially, hard for the side of Memento Mori. Weez taking down every Lord from Noel, not making it easy. First Lord, second Lord, third Lord. So hard for Noel to even contest a Redatory battle against Weez, you know. And for Pancake, I mean, the hooks he did, the way he did like take down Noel's Warpath, taking sometimes Samo out. Pancake and Weez, totally amazing performance, but I mean, that was not enough. Bushi and Gracie to show them how strong they are in that match as well. And as I said, it's just experience. Experience made them win this match. And it's gonna be like a lesson to all the other teams that like maybe they will say, oh, okay, we will look after this match and like learn from it what Memento Mori's weak points or something like that, you know? You know, winner is the winner in the end, and like I think Memento Mori going for another win, defeated till now, same as Meta Shift, you know.
Those stats will look bloody good because if I remember correctly, it was 5 maps played and 4 games won. So now if you combine it with the stats from this one, then it will be sitting firmly at 7 maps played and 6 maps won. This is a crazy performance. I cannot do the math on top of my head, but it will be something around 80% win rate, something along those lines, maybe even a little bit higher. So really exciting stuff, really exciting stuff. And of course, we will get a little bit more insight about what is going on with the team. If or not if, but when we will have the interview, it's getting prepared. So I'm very excited for that. I'm already thinking about the questions that I could be asking because there is a lot of on my mind, especially considering that when Samo got added into the team, he really looked like I would maybe compare him to, for example, MLBB or Bobber's performance, where those players really take the XP by storm and they perform. You know, like their presence is felt, they do very high amounts of damage, they are always at top of damage charts, they are making those big flashy plays. And this is what I felt from Samo. But these 2 games, it wasn't that he played bad, he played very good. Don't take me wrong, but it felt like his whole team was elevated as well. Before, it felt like, yes, Samo is making those shot calls, he's trying to be very vocal, he's trying to make the game plan, and the team is kind of following through, but he was really stepping up. Today, I felt like the whole team stepped up, and Samo was just there looking like a proud father, smiling from his cheek to cheek, being like, yeah, this is my team, I love what they are doing, I love how they are growing. This was the story of today, at least in my eyes.
I agree with you. I mean, having Samuel and Tracy players like with also this kind of trio mid, it made a really big difference and make a big impact. And we can see also how strong they are together, even in like hard games, even when games is not on their side, they can still take the game to their side back. And like with the experience, especially Samo, I mean, being playing in different teams and MPL and stuff, you know, we can see that experience in that match, trying to give vision, trying to zone them down. And I don't know, I'm really waiting for that interview, you know.
And the waiting is over because right now we have the man, the myth, the legend, Fushi right here, right now with us. Fushi, how does it feel to get two MVPs back to back? Like, do you feel like your ego will go high? Do you feel like someone has to talk to you about this, or like, how do you feel about that?
I think this is the first time I get double MVP in the series. Obviously, it feels amazing. I don't think it's gonna affect the ego. I think it's just gonna give us all more confidence to even keep growing more and more.
All right. Well, I will throw my question to Mio. So Mio, go for it.
Congratulations on the win of the series. A really good match to prove that you are like a really good team that nominated to be number one of this tournament in a team that. But my question is, like, I mean, doing two MVPs, amazing performance by you. I'm really like, I don't know, like if someone gonna expect who's gonna MVP, Fushi will be two MVPs in a row. Maybe you say, oh, Tracy, maybe Noel. So amazing performance by you. But the question is, what happened between the two games? Like first game, it was so smooth, just 10 minutes. I thought it was like gonna be easy to zero, But second game, 30 minutes. That's a lot. Losing Lord after Lord bit between first and second game? Like, what was the change? Like, tell us, like, the details.
In the first game, we went. Obviously, the game went pretty smooth. We pretty much won everything. I think it was an 11 minutes game, as like you
Yeah,
said. The second one was a 30 minutes game. Obviously, there were much mistakes from our side. There was a lot of macro problems, but there are bad games. Obviously, we're not still perfect. We're not still on the level we want to be, even though we are good players, obviously, as we
of
prove it.
course.
But mostly was macro issues and maybe some communication issues. Yeah.
Mhm. I mean, at least if you notice these mistakes and try to fix them together, that shows that you're a really good team. And, like, you still know that you're not like the best. You still need to work together. So kind of mentality, and I wish you guys the best. But I will throw the question back to what do you have for Fushi?
Thank you. Well, Fuji, when we first saw Samo, I was talking about it. I believe even in the interview, I was asking about how his how him coming into the team affected you. And we saw Samo perform very highly. He made a lot of flashy plays. But today, it wasn't just about Samo. I wouldn't dare to say even before it wasn't just about Samo. It was the whole team working very well. But today, especially, it was a lot of plays being done by you guys, and someone was there. He was doing his duty, but a lot of plays were done by you. Where do you think the difference came from? Like, do you feel like it was because of the heroes that Samo was on, or do you feel like he really elevates you through the screams and he gives you the knowledge so you feel much more confident and you are much more fluent in those plays?
Well, it's the same like I said on the other interviews. Samo coming to the team helped us a lot, not just as a better team, but obviously the confidence went up, and that's only making us getting better and better and keep on going. And the teamwork was never only about Samo, even though he's an amazing player, like he already proven. But yeah,
I
we
agree,
are
I agree,
we are
definitely.
getting better and better, and we keep growing.
Well, Mio, back to you.
I think I have a really strong question for you. Who is the team that you really wanna compete against again, or not a team you didn't play against before, but who is the team that you're really looking forward to play again and having this like rival, feeling? So what do you think?
Yeah, I think that team is probably MetaShift. I think they're
Oh,
the ones we are looking for to face even in the final.
I agree with you. Like both of both MetaShift and Memento Mori, you're both undefeated till now in the tournament. So I don't know, like I don't know what do you call it. Like even in Spain, they call it Clásico. I think I will see a Clásico. Two teams are really strong, undefeatable. I think it's gonna be really. I mean, do you wanna say a message to them? Like for example, any toxic is it a bit?
I just want to say to them that don't underestimate us. We'll prove you that we are even better than you all. Obviously, with much respect, we respect them. They're an extremely good team still, but we're not looking for a second place.
Okay, a really strong message for Midajip. I really like your reply. It's really humble, but also spicy a bit. So I really like your throw the question back to Warren. If you have something else you need to say, of course.
Yeah, we will be prepping it up, but before we do, there's definitely one question to be asked, and that is, are you the better mid laner in the matchup of MetaShift than you? Fushi, are you the stronger mid laner?
I think
Will
I'm
you
better.
Yes, what?
Yeah, I think I'm a better mid laner than their mage, probably.
Oh, okay, all right. So you are
Spicy a
saying
bit.
you will. So you are
I'm
saying you
working
will
for it.
clap him. You are saying you will clap him.
Who knows?
All right, all right, all right. Of course, stick to your
Well,
code, stay humble. I respect it, Fushi. Well, now things are wrapping up. Anything you want to say? Of course, you can also switch to other language than English if you wish to, if it's more comfortable for you. Anything you want to say to the viewers, to the people that are watching, to your friends.
I just want to say, like I always said in my last interviews, keep cheering us. We prove you all that we are way better than the first games on the series. We are a different team from now on. We are even better than the last champions. So just keep looking out for us. And to all of my friends there, thank you so much for the support. I love you all.
Yeah, I saw them cheering you in the chat, so they are really there. They are hyping you up. They're saying, Fushi, my girl. But I actually tricked you. This wasn't the last question because I have one more, and it will be a sketchy one because who do you think will win the next BO3? We have Jackpots against Glitch Call. Who do you think will take it?
I think Jackpots might take it, even though I don't want to.
Oh, you don't want them to?
No.
Could you explain why? Like, why is that?
Well, who knows, eh? Who knows? We'll
Okay, keep it mysterious, my dude. All right, all right. I won't be pushing you further. All right, Fushi, thanks for the interview. Thanks for your time. Best of luck for the next, for the rest of the playoffs. And thanks for your time.
Thank you.
All right, so that was Fushi from Memento Mori. That, well, they did not really need to come back from the dead because they really showed us what they are made of throughout the whole regular season. Beautiful performance, being one of the first two qualified teams together with MetaShift. They just soared through. Their performance was just right there. Though, right now, before we will believe in Mio, let's talk about the next match, Like, what do we think about it? Like, this next BO for you, how is it gonna unveil? Like, what's gonna happen? Let's talk about it.
I mean, listen, like for me, both of the teams they did have like going like this, and then whoop, like you know. So they having like they're doing really good time, really good matches, and sometimes they kind of upset their viewers. I mean, Jack was losing against Memento Mori, so they gone again against them. They win against them hardly 2-1, you know. So like Jack was like, they're not consistent. Really, they're having some problems, I guess, with their performance. Goes well with Glitch Code. Like Glitch Code, they had like no, like a lot of loses at the beginning, and then like they get back when they win. So I mean, both of the teams are. It's really hard to. I mean, Jackpos have the experience, of course, when it comes to like Kingsta. He lied to as well when it comes to Malfurion. Both of all of these players are really strong players. Maybe we see Walkie and also Kingan, the gold and jungle. This maybe this first time for them, but still the other three players having a really strong experience. See the same also experience on the other side, like Sai on the mid lane, one of the mid laners that played in MPL Mina. Same thing as True Boy, one of the strongest members of Team Glitch Code, also with Vlado. True Boy and Vlado doing this hard on any match. Like, do you just want to win the match? Just depend. That's it. So I think for jackpots, in case they want to win, they just somehow try to stop True Boy and Vlado. I mean, from what we saw on I think who played against Glitch Shoot? I think Aki, right? When I was casting in them, I mean they were trying always to take down through boy picks, a bit limited, and trying to make him go like we saw Suyu, we saw like new picks, and it's also not a problem for through boy. So I think that's how gonna be the plan work for this. Try to annoy the through boy a bit. Um, yeah, I think that's it.
Oh, well, I will go a little bit more strictly. I will say that I think Jackpots have it in the bag. I think they will be taking the BO3, but we will see. We will see. We will see. Of course, Glitch Code, you have to put some respect on the name. You will see my full prediction, but I'm calling it. I think Jackpots have it. But right before we know more information about this clash, we will be hopping into a quick break so we can switch with our new casters because you will be seeing new faces. You will be seeing Scared and Zakota. So we hope you enjoyed our cast and we hope you will enjoy theirs. Hopping into a break.
A match that lasted till eternity, but Memento Mori eventually clinched a 2-0 victory. Ladies and gentlemen, the first best of three ended in a climactic fashion. And guess what? The one that we're going to go on for now is going to be an even bigger hit, because this one is going to be Jackpots taking on Glitch Code. And guess what? Who better than the man in the polo t-shirt himself here to join us on the desk? It's Kronos alongside me, Scared. Kronos, how are you feeling for this game?
I am absolutely pumped, scared. I am happy, and of course, thank you to all the judges and everyone behind the production as well to make things happen possible for this one. And hey, big shout out to all the casters out there as well. But I think this one's gonna be an absolute banger, knowing that Jackpots and Glitch Code are the first two teams to make it to the top three and get past the Swiss stage as well.
That's one of the big things out here, right? Glitch Code, eventually a team that bounced all the way from the promotion relegation. This team has showcased such a good potential out here with having Throwboy as their jungler, who gives out performances after performances, and Vladossi in the gold lane. Kronos, this is one of the most power-packed lineup.
Yeah, and I think if you ask me, of course, Throwboy not just, you know, giving power performances, he is also, you know, a well-known jungler throughout the world. He has played, he has won the MPL MENA as well, if I'm not wrong, last season. Now he's placed second with Team Axe MENA. And of course, does he really need any introductions? Of course, Vlados on the other side, consistent performance after consistent performance, and now all of a sudden, he's among the conversation of the top 5, top 3 even? I don't know. It just seems to be that consistency definitely helps you out, and it proves your haters wrong.
That's the big thing out here, right? But if we're talking about Vladossi, this man needs to perform up to the mark. And guess what the mark is? It is this man in the gold lane, King. The new addition in Jackpots' roster after Pilmetronio walked away, went into meta shift. And this man has been fulfilling those shoes perfectly. And alongside with Voki and the Malfurion as their new addition, this lineup is still one of the best.
I mean, they already had a really good EXP laner, right? With Laito, and of course you add Kings to the mix. Now you have a great front line, great playmakers as well. Now you add Walkie into the mix. He's a bit flexible, really good in the assassins, but with King and Malfurion attached to that conversation, yeah, we're looking at some star-studded lineups, a lot of hype, and I think it definitely is going to turn the table. And the motto of Jackpots will be to make sure they hit the jackpot while going into the draft. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to find out which map it's going to be. And to my expectation, it's going to be Flying Cloud. We're going to see a lot of meme plays, but at the same time, what Flying Cloud gives is faster games, faster snowballs. So early game is going to be crucial when it comes to the draft year.
That's one of the big things, right? We always talk about as well. Even yesterday, I had a few stats prepared for myself too, regarding some teams performing really good on the Expanding Rivers map, while on the other few, not so much of those good performances. But out here right now, I'm pretty sure whenever we're talking about Jackpots and Glitch Code, I don't think so map really matters the most to them. They're going to make sure that they perform out in the draft itself and then move forward into the game, right? Because we always discuss how solid their drafts have been. Now, since we're already on those points out here, I personally want to talk about Malfurion a little bit more, right? Because we know the standard first few bans, what they're going to be. Malfurion replaced Damsky in this entire lineup, if I'm not wrong. And after that, yes, in the first game, it seemed like Jackpots might stumble a bit, but overall, this man's performance has impacted Jackpots in such a good manner that they're probably one of the best here.
I mean, Malfurion is one of the top mid laners. Like, if you ask me, one of the top few mid laners in Europe. A top 2, top 3, some would even say top 1. But of course, now with him being added to the mix, it just elevates the expectations that people have of Jackpots, and they've lived up to the expectations as well. The one weak point where people will call probably be Walkie or King, but like you mentioned, King's been, you know, living up to the mantle of Pelimetronio, believing that big hole. But of course, then people start targeting down the jungle. But given the current meta, the jungle's not the priority. Right? Given the current meta, you need to look at other bans that are there, mid lane especially. Mid lane's basically the ADC of the entire game. EXP is the one that kind of creates the play, so that's why you can see quite a lot of bans coming through for those specific roles. Yes, the box, yeah, he's such a great hero, can play roam, can play EXP, can play jungle. If you ask me, you could probably put him in the mid lane as well if you just want to have some fun in your rank games. But then again, Hilda being banned out, then Flying Cloud, just to make sure that early pressure's not there. Jushin taken off the table. CC, of course, one of the most banned heroes throughout the entire tournament. What are we expecting here, Scared? I think Glitch Code and Jackpots, I'm expecting a show.
I mean, at this point, to be honest, you know, every single time when we talk about Jackpots, I just remember Walkie's interview and his lines where he mentioned that his team is the best in the entire Europe and there's no one who's going to win against them. Even the Momentum Mori kind of proved them wrong, he still stood up to that statement saying that regardless of what happened in that one, they won't get the second chance. And Glitch Code is also included in the teams that he don't really think of as a big competition to his lineup, right? So I really want to see Glitch Code kind of giving it back to him, considering that we haven't really seen Walkie on those tank jungles, right? So banning out this Hayabusa, I'm really liking how they're trying to just lower down or at least trying to choke his hero pool. Because now if Lancelot is left open, considering the Jushin and the CC ban, it could be picked up as the first priority.
Yeah.
Or make it a Yisun Shin now.
I was thinking Yisun Shin because Throwboy is so good at that hero as well, and I think not a lot of options left in the jungle. The Lancelot, the Hayabusa's gone. Well, we got the Joy. That's probably the pocket of Walkie. We're not going to see a Fanny. It's absolutely not the best hero in this current meta. We got the Fredrin maybe, which is possible just because the Jushin's taken off the table. So we're looking at like, I'm looking at a front-to-back mid lane hyper carry kind of situation from both the teams. Although given the fact of how Glitch Code like to play, maybe, you know, funnel down Vlad, or maybe even just go Yisun Shin and just play a 1-3-1. That's the idea I'm looking at. Yisun Shin's going to be contested, but I don't feel like Jackpots probably want to play the Yisun Shin even. Yeah.
I like the idea. Yeah, I like the idea, right? Because this is one point which I've discussed, or rather at least mentioned multiple times, that I want to see a bit more depth in the jungle pool of Walkie, because as much as we would agree he plays Joy is really good, but Joy in general right now in jungle is not really performing up to the mark, right? It's not as impactful as you would want him to be. Plus, with the way how the meta is eventually evolving, you would have to play picks like the Fredrin or the Baxi or even sometimes the Akai into that jungle position. I kind of want to see that kind of depth here. Now, with the Yisun Shin picked up, Haya ban, Lancelot ban, I think so his hero pool is going to take a big hit. And to answer back, Jackpots, alright, it's very understandable. The Kimi along with the Gato, I think so the Eve should be the answer for Glitch Code.
Yeah, and what the Gato Kacha does also is just prevent that Farsa being from coming up, right? The Farsa Yisun Shin combos are really great, and also at the same time, Gato's really great against Yisun Shin because he's just so invasive into the jungle. Grok is still left open, so I'm assuming Glitch Code probably could go for the Grok. You call it right, the Eve is there, 50%, 19 bans, 20 picks. That's like 50-50 right there as well. But then again, it comes down to how you're able to dictate the pace of the game. You have a lot of poke against the Gato, but the Kimi, again, you want to win a poke war against Kimi, so the Eve is really great for that. Now you got to make sure you get that kill box done right. And I'm thinking Grok, but I don't think Grok's the best option given the fact that you have a Eve, but you can corner them and you can make something happen. But a Lapu Lapu, oof, that's great. And of course, they had to go for the Fredrin, but look at that win rate, Scared. 28%. Oof. Some people around the world pay that much in tax, man.
Oh my god, stop taking shots on me there. But yeah, I agree, man. That win rate is absolutely down to the train. And it's not just a Fredrin win rate, dude. You look at the Jushin's win rate as well. It is literally so bad out here right now. And I feel it just does not do the justice to the amount of impact that particular hero should have in that kind of composition. Right now, with Jackpots going on like this, I absolutely love it. Banning out the high loss as well. I mentioned that Glitch Code should eventually pick up the high loss, but it's again a 50-50 between the high loss or the Lapu Lapu, whichever you would want to go for, because the other one is going to get banned out in the second phase. Now, I think so. Maybe Glitch Code could actually ban out the Yu Zhong here and deny that pick to Jackpots.
I'm thinking Yu Zhong and Alice. I think Alice is going to be so good here if you're playing Jackpots as well. Just slot the Alice in the gold lane if King has it in his hero pool. If you want, you can go for the Ruby as well. That's another pick. Yu Zhong can be flexing into the gold lane. Of course, there's going to be a funnel into Malfurion, no doubt. Yu Zhong gets banned out. You know, you're not going to lose out on the EXP lane for Glitch Code at least. But I think they're looking to funnel down on Malfurion super hard. Same thing with Glitch Code. I think the Ruby is still left open. They're gambling at the fact that will Jackpots ban out or even pick the Ruby just because they have Fredrin, right? You have the Fredrin. I don't think Ruby's going to really fit into your gold lane. just because of that, I think Glitch Code might be getting the the benefit of the doubt to kind of take that Ruby into the goal lane for themselves. Minotaur ban, again, just because that kill box can be made so much stronger, and Jackpots like to go for team fights with their composition.
Yeah, that's one big thing out here happening, man. I kind of wanted to know as to what that last ban is going to be with the Minotaur. Now I'm kind of figuring out as to what Glitch Code would want to pick out here. For the ban, I think so Alice should be the priority ban, and I agree, Ruby doesn't really fit well with that comp. And to add on to that fact, you can't really do anything against a Lapu Lapu, technically. Then there's the Eve, who's so far away that you won't be able to reach her, and then the Yi Sun Shin as well. So
the Alice is man.
The Ruby, yeah, the Ruby doesn't make sense here. So,
nice.
Well, what's going to be your EXP now? There's going to be a bit of a problem.
I go Phoveus, man. At this point, just pick up a Phoveus. You have Phoveus can be front line. You have Fredra that can be a front line. You got Gato Kacha as well. You have playmakers. You just need someone to be in the face of the opposition while the Granger and Kimmy can hit from behind. Esmeralda is absolutely a great option. Apart from Esmeralda, there's also the Uranus that can be good here. I think that would be, especially against the Eastern Shin. Uranus does so well. I think Lapu Lapu, they need to run. I'm only looking at a Grok. What else can they go for here in their own position? Not many options to choose from. They're definitely not going to go for a pick-off. The Matilda's disastrous if they go for the Eastern Shin. The Grok's locked in. Gold lane, Ruby. Oh, Harriet.
I don't know. Like, yes, against a Granger, pairs up pretty well, wins out the lane individually, but against a Fredrin, Kimmy, and a Gato, I think so the crowd control is a bit too much there, so you'd have to heavily rely on the set being given to you by Godsey, while, say, drops in his real-world manipulation in that area. For Litho, Esmeralda seems to be the best choice here. I would not want to see anything else, but it's still a Uranus pick. Makes sense. You mentioned that it's good against the Yi Sun Shin, plus you can just roam around the entire RWM and enjoy your own time. It's a good early game scaling composition as well with Granger and the Kimmy. You have nice early damage. With the Fredrin, you want to snowball in that early game. While for Glitch Code, they would want to focus on that mid to late game. So, Say technically is the only main damage dealer along with Gabri into that early game position. So, Glitch Code would want to avoid the fights, while Jackpot would want to brawl it out in the early phases.
I mean, Glitch Code also have the Harith, right? They definitely can. They have a winning lane when it comes to the goal lane as well. You get the poke onto Granger, but then again, it comes down to how well you're able to move around. The micro is going to be crucial, and what's going to be crucial is the roamers. They have a lot of work to put in, especially Godsey, because he has to win out the river to make sure Say can poke out the opposition as well. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're getting ready to go in the game. We're talking about the playoffs placement at the moment, and we're looking at Glitch Code versus Jackpots. Game number 1 in this best of 3.
Big one out here for both of these teams. I would have to say, if anything, that the top 3 teams out in the entire system here. But then you also have Momentum Mori. Holy smokes, like
what is going on? Too deep, my friend, too deep. First blood in the hands of Glitch Code, and I think Gabri will be very happy with himself, and Laito will not.
Yeah, that's a big problem out here, but seems like the brawl is still continuing in mid.
Oh, wait, you can see Kingstar already using the revive eyes, but you can see, oh my goodness, Malfury able to get Throwboy. Too aggressive on the Yi Sun Shin. What are you doing, my friend? You know better than that.
That's a big one out here for the side of Glitch Code. I mean, not just losing one in mid, that's your jungler that's going away.
Kingstar overly aggressive, and now they trade back. You put Throwboy behind, and you want to get ahead. Now, all of a sudden, you give him the kill. And next thing you know, you're back to square one. The only advantage that Jackpots have right now is in the hands of Malfurion, but 2 kills on the side of Glitch Code and slowly racking up the gold. 25 seconds to the turtle.
That's going to be a bit of a problem out here. And also considering that Laito kind of missed out on his wave entirely, he's a level behind. So he would not be getting that level 4. Hold on.
Yeah, there's got to be trouble, right? There's got to be trouble for Jackpot's Lito. You want him to be a nuisance as early as possible. You can see already they come out of the Mountain Shocker. Gangsta going in, try to get a taunt on Throwboy. They don't have the backup. And I think they're trying to make sure they bait something out from the either side. Lito will be hitting level 4. Walkie goes in. Look at it catch it with Say in the mid lane. Malfurion with a lot of damage. Say no flicker pays the price. And I think that's going to be good for Jackpots while they move into the turtle. Walkie now needs to understand he has to be the center of attention.
I 100% agree. We have the predictions as well for all of these casters. Apart from Synth going in for the glitch code, everyone thinks Jackpots could win.
Oh my god, here comes AOG, already RWM dropped down. You can see now they're going in. Lito on top of Say the whole time. Malfurion doing the same with Guanzi. Nice use of the push, but gets taken back. And now that's going to be another kill. Make that 3. Could be give him 4. Triple kill in the hands of Malfurion. It's going to be the early one. And I think it's going to be a maniac. Less than 3 minutes in the game. And it is Malfurion fights the fort. No way he's going to get a Savage. Here comes the Mountain Shocker, and Throwboy gets the shutdown.
Finally, after such a long time, but what is the cost? 6-1 is where Malfurion stands right now. 1,000 gold lead already in the hands of Jackpots. Holy smokes, this dude got a maniac when even Godsi was level 3. This just shows a different version of Jackpots that we haven't really seen till now. And hold on,
this is a bit of a play on their egos. Nice use of the tectonic charge. Guadzi getting that kill. Kingston now looking for Vlados. Nice dash out of there as well. Malfurion, nice use of the traction pulse. Gets Say now. He has the flicker available, but doesn't want to use it. Guadzi take it out low. Malfurion gets caught in the RWM. Nice use of the Mon Force as well. They get Malfurion. And I think this is starting to be a little more expensive. We're looking at a pattern here, Scared. They just want to fight. They want to show micro prowess, not macro here.
At this point, it just feels more like a brawl and an ego challenge between these teams rather than any kind of macro play. So I 100% agree on that department, because it's constant fights after fights after fights, and all the lead that Malfurion had after falling twice there is kind of going to lose out on it. Going Wand completed, and I'm pretty sure he would want to go for the Sky Piercer with the way how things are going. But sooner or later, Jackpots would have to worry about Vlados on that Harith.
Yeah, they have to worry about him. Not just that, even Guadzi, right? But you can see Raito coming in. He was behind at the start. Now I think he's made his way up, caught up to in terms of EXP, in terms of gold as well. Now just got to be in the face of the opposition the entire time. King comes out of the turtle pit. There's going to be a 5v5. Vlados on the top side. Needs to clear out the wave. You can get some sort of macro pressure going in. You can see they secure the turtle. Throwboy goes in with the traceless. I think he gets caught out. Nice use of the stunning charge, but without the damage dealers present. Guadzi trying to make the most of it. AOG coming through as well. Safe flickers out of harm's way, but they get 3 in the process. And I think it's going to be too much for Glitch Code to deal with now. Jackpots are slowly starting to rack up the gold and slowly starting to make sure the distance is getting further and further.
This fight should have been avoided at all costs, every single way. But hold on, look at Vlados.
Oh
yeah,
no.
He's gonna go back. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. He's A-okay. I think so. Glitch Code are now just playing the game of Jackpots. Jackpots want to brawl, and this is the exact thing which I mentioned as well at the draft, that Jackpots would want those early fights. The only thing that Glitch Code needs to do is to avoid as many of them as possible. But none of that is happening. Glitch Code are playing the game of Jackpots right now, and they don't really have those items to go out for those brawls. That has been one of the biggest problems out here, ladies and gentlemen. But if you want to join a big tournament, we'll talk about that in a second.
King able to make it out as well. The use of the Rondo. You can see Vlados uses the Mon Force trying to take down the top tier 1 turret, and they're able to. Now they have to run away. You got 4 men trying to come in. Guadzi able to sacrifice himself for that one, but you can see Lito trying to create a sandwich out of it. He's not letting them take away nothing. Now they'll be able to reply back with another tier 1 on the top side, but you can see Glitch Code, bot lane, Gabri making the most out of the situation.
Yeah, he's just going to make sure that he instantly gets that tier 1 at least, so equalizing the gold in that department. Now, I like the idea of Vlados buying in that Leather Jenkins, because that is going to give him a little bit more tankiness, at least to handle the poke that's coming in from the Granger. But apart from that, now, with the Stallium Scythe being built up, he would be viable in those team fights with that true damage. But I still feel that until and unless Say picks up his Wishing Lantern, this front line is not going to melt out thanks to the Radiant Armors being picked out on the other side.
Well, forget the Radiant Armor scare. Look at how they're able to take all 3 turtles. But still, you know, that's the playstyle of a Yi Sun-shin. You want to get ahead, not able to do so. Yeah. All right, farm, farm, farm. That's what Throwboy's got to do now. He has level 9, 2-3-0, not behind by a lot. I want to take a look at the gold of both individual players, but I think this slowly is going to start making a difference. Oh my god, Kingsta has to dash out as well. Light, though, you can see in the face of the opposition, not letting Throwboy do anything. And this is why Uranus is so good against the Yi Sun-shin.
You just have to invest so many resources out here just so that Throwboy could farm up, that everything else on the other part of the map is just being stolen away by Walkie and Malfurion. That's all they need to do out here right now. And after the completion of Malefic Gun, I think so King would also become big problem.
Oh my god, speaking of the problem, Light though, taking a lot of damage, but that's a Uranus. You can see the mid lane as well. Nice use of the traction bolt. Say taking on low. Zaman Force just to zone him away. Meanwhile, on the bot side, they're able to get that tier 2. The pressure from Jackpot scared. We spoke about this early on. As soon as you see flying clouds, you know the early game has to be strong, and that's what they're doing. Guadzi doesn't have the tectonic charge. They don't have any sort of set potential. And knowing that, Jackpots are absolutely abusing the fact that they don't have any crowd control.
I agree. And we just saw the stats of both the mid laners out here, right? Even though Malfurion has more impact in the game, you could clearly see that Say has got equal amount of damage too. If anything, he had 2,000 more. Hold on, a conceal.
Oh my god, King should be able to go down. Yes, nice use of that Mountain Shocker, but now I think Throwboy, he understands he's going to go down. Nice use of the Traction Pulse, gets taken away. Gabri even made sure to use the Bravest Fighter, but just walks into a chain CC from Jackpot. But you can see that they get the Landshaker down. Gabri's going to go down. Retribution being used as well. Walkie able to make sure he slows them down. Vlados comes in. Zaman Force used up now after the Tectonic Charge. RWM, AOG out of there. Walkie trying to create a sandwich, but I don't think they want to go for it. He's aggressive. He wants more. He'll get taken down. But here comes Jackpot, Lighto, and Kingsta making sure they can do something, but they don't have it. They say not today. And Walkie, overextended, gets nothing back in return.
Yeah, that was the big problem. Walkie should have gone back instead of clearing out the wave and then falling into that fight right now. I love the item pick from Throwboy. Picking up the Blade of Despair as the second item. Yes, it is expensive, but now it's going to give him a lot of burst damage, specifically when the enemies are lower than 50% of their HP, which there could be. Hold on.
They don't load the doors. Now come through as well. They get the retribution, secure the Lord. And this is the problem. When the jungler's not present, they know what to do. He has the mentality. Yi Sun-shin, farm up. You don't get 3 turtles? All right, I'll get the first Lord.
Big play coming in out here from Glitch Code. And again, it's all thanks to that one overextension from Jackpots. That's why you cannot break a sweat against this team. You could win the entire early game, and then they just have that one big play, which turns everything around.
I mean, was it even Jackpots? It was just Walkie, right? Walkie's aggressive. Oh my god, Guanzi! Nice use of the power of nature, but now you can see they get the Lord melted down. That was a costly mistake from Walkie. Got a little too aggressive, but still, they're able to catch up. They're able to make sure it doesn't cost too much. Lighto here gets caught in the Bravest Fighter. Oh my god, Throwboy able to get that kill. Nice use of the Tectonic Charge under the turret. Flickers out, use RWM. 4 members caught in. Zaman Force as well to zone them away, but King able to use the Death Sonata. Gets them low. And I think Glitch Code got what they came for. Jackpots needs to go and defend. They need to defend their towers. Glitch Code.
Yeah.
Happy getting that one.
I was just about to say as well that they've got to make sure that the waves are managed perfectly out here. Now, looking at the items, finally, we've got the Wishing Lantern being completed by Say, so he's going to be a bit of a nuisance in terms of that poke. But then again, there's a very beefy, tanky front line in front of you. So without the endless battle right now, considering there are some dominance ices and anti-cures, or rather just some physical defenses being made. Hold on!
My god, he even had his Mountain Shocker scared. He had the Mountain Shocker a little too overconfident, knowing that he doesn't want to use it. But look at the timing, though. Look at the timing and when he was okay being overconfident. 80 seconds until the Lord. He knows the death timers are not too long, so he's not willing to use the Mountain Shocker unless and until it has to be in a play. RWM used to try and create something, at least stop them from taking the tier 2. Jackpot still walk away with it.
But exactly. Godzi thought that with the maybe Tectonic Charge, you could get something, but yeah, that was for no use out here. It's absolutely fine though. Throwboy will eventually join in the fights as well, but the big thing is they don't really have enough to burst down these tanky frontliners. Oh, look at top.
No, wait, top side. Mount Chakra already used. Gabri is out of there. Bravest Fighter already used. Tier 2s all taken away by Jackpots. The mid lane, look at that mid lane Scared. Still left standing tall. Throwboy using the Mountain Shocker just 30 seconds before the Lord. Knows that he's going to have it once the Lord is up. And I think Glitch Code want to contest this, knowing that if they don't, it might be all she wrote.
Big level disadvantages out here. Just a couple of levels behind. But these Athenas and Radiants are going to try and pose a lot of threat there.
Oh no, Kingsta gets caught out.
So tanky.
Oh, I thought something could have happened. That was the angle to try and make a play, but the wrong target.
Yeah. It's also got the AOG, so I think so he should be fine. But Throwboy with this endless battle now should be able to burst with that true damage through that front line. And then you could eventually see Harith hopping in. They need to open this map Glitch Code if they want to contest this Lord.
And that's what they're doing. 20,000 HP on the Lord as well, taking it down, trying to reset, but I think they're able to. And Laito gets caught up. Nice use of the Garden's Barrier. Guadzi wants to try and dominate the river, and that's what they're doing as well. Nice use of the taunt. AOG into the back line, and they find it. Nice use of the charge as well. Try to get two, but Zaman Force dropped down. Vlados is on his own, but he can see the back line. Kingsta going in on top of Throwboy. Revitalized, but not enough to survive. He gets taken down. Now it's going to be a 4v5. And I think Jackpots understand the assignment. They want to make sure they melt this Lord down a little faster. RWM onto Malfure, and he's able to get out of there as well. Vlados, along with Say and Throwboy, they want this Lord. 13,000 HP. I don't think Jackpots will be able to contest. Nice use of the taunt as well. Mount Chakra being used. He wants to go in. Retribution, gonna be down. And he's able to get Vlados. But Say gets the Lord. But look at King. He's getting them one at a time. He gets Throwboy. And now they get Malfurion. Gabri's gonna go down. That's another stack. They're looking for Say, but they can't find him. Once again, Jackpots win the fight, but lose the battle. The Lord is in the hands of Glitch Code.
There's a long time for the minions as well. I don't think so. I think so. This could be an end.
Yeah, they are going to end. There's another 6 seconds, but I think the cannon minion can take it. Oh my god, it was just one too many, and the range from Say was able to clear out the minion.
Someone needed to tank the tower and they did not. Just because of how low Kingsta and the rest of them were, they had to go back. And that bought enough time for Say to just add in an extra bit of damage from the Void Crystal and the Void Blast to clear that wave. Oh my god.
Nah, I think it's gonna be crazy. Oh my god, Laito here. He's trying to make something happen. Oh no, he's taking out Mountain Shocker, able to get that kill. Oh no, he's able to survive. Oh my goodness.
Again. We're basically left down to the exact same emotions, my man, because we are losing our words on this matchup right here. This big pickup of the Winter Crown as well. This should give enough room for King to work with, considering if there's anyone who jumps on top of him, he should have that jail-free card. And I'm pretty sure he's going to swap that up for the Immortalities. Not a lot of stacks on the Sky Piercer, though. Only 20. So I don't think so. It should be a big problem for Glitch Code to deal with. There's a mid camp.
Oh no, speaking of mid, you can see Laito as well. Oh my god, he used the Consecration trying to get out of there, but you can see AOG trying to catch him. Maguadzi able to use the Tonic Charge. Tries to go in. Zaman forces zone them away. Throwboy, he has been playing with his life. Talk about gambling. This is not Vegas, my friend. You're in the land of Dawn. You can't keep doing that all the time.
But that is the only way where eventually Glitch Code will win. Because if it's a straight 5-on-5 fight with everyone free to use their own skills, I don't think so Glitch Code have enough burst damage to burst through this front line. They'll have to take them one after the other.
Oh, Kingsta is able to tank quite a lot, but you can see Gabri goes in the back line, goes with the Bravest Fighter. Flicker's out of there, but they're able to clear out the mid-wave. So that Bravest Fighter and Flicker burnt for no reason. And Scared, look at the timers. 114 seconds for the Flicker, but 30 seconds to the Lord. So now Glitch Code have to play aggressive because they know they can't make the play from the Lapu Lapu.
The big one out here that's happening in, though, is the Retribution of Walkie used up, but still, it was Throwboy securing that orange buff. So he's going to lack quite a bit of damage at the Lord fight, too. And I think so that could be a problem. I like how Malfurion did not really go for the Sky Piercer this time, because knowing King is the man who would want it to be stacked up, and he went in for the Blood Wings instead to help him out with a bit more of that mobility and to try and tank a few extra shots of the RWM if he gets caught in it. And that's why he hasn't really died a lot after those first few picks, but this mid fight could be important.
Oh no, Kingsta's out of position as well because he's taking on low. Immortality's there. It's already popped in. Lord's going to be up for grabs. Walkie goes in deep. Oh, nice. You got the stunning charge. Gets two. RWM drops down as well. You can see AUG in the back line, but they get Say. As King goes down, they trade 1-for-1. Make that two. Malfurion's a monster. And now Lito goes in. Guadzi has to flicker out as well. The fight split up, but Malfurion, the damage dealer, is still alive. And now they're looking to lock down Gabri, taking down half HP. You got a set of minion waves walking in the mid lane. But they say, no, let's take the Lord. Let's secure the dub.
Massive play coming in from Kingstar yet again, thanks to the revitalize he had. Instantly jumped in on Say and they were able to burst him down. Now, only thing Godzi could do is give the vision.
Oh, wait, they're looking to take down Lord down low. No retribution from both these teams. Oh, never mind. Walkie is still present. Gets that collected for himself. And now I think this is going to be the final push. It's not the 18th minute Lord, but it's going to pop up in 18.
Holy smokes. Look at the damage difference. 106,000 and 81,000 on Throwboy and Say. And after that, you're finally going to have Malfurion, who's still around 12,000 behind.
But look at the rest
of the team. And then everyone's going to drop all the way down low. Yeah, exactly my point. Apart from Malfurion, everyone is all the way down, even lower damage than a Grok. And still, they're the ones who are winning it.
It's too tanky. They're too beefy. They're too buffed up. They all joined the Fit Club. And now the Lord is marching out of the mid lane. AOG to the back line. Catch Vlados as well. They already dropped down Zaman Force. RWM dropped down. Malfurion's able to make it out of there, and so is King, but they get the double. Vlados finds the angle. And thanks to that overextension, once more, Jackpots will have to wait for another Lord and give more breathing. It's called Malfurion taking down low, trying to escape, but Gabri able to do a lot of damage. But there's the Winter Crown as well. Will he be able to switch? No, he doesn't. Get taken out. Walkie left by himself, able to walk out of there.
Oh, this could technically be an end, or at least another force to have an extra member down for Jackpot so that they're never 5-man strong. They're forcing it down all the way in the mid lane.
Oh my god, they'll be able to do it. They have one cannon minion, that's enough. Throwboy goes in with his Mount Shocker as well. Walkie taken down, melted in an instant. Lito's the only one left standing. He's trying to make sure the minion doesn't go in. AOG comes in as well. Kingsta finds the angle, but Throwboy gets the kill. King makes his way. They go in. Death Sonata after Death Sonata. Rhapsody after Rhapsody, but it's not going to be enough. Will they be able to clear the wave? Yes, they do. They're not going to find the end. Throwboy tries to go for an outplay, but gets outplayed himself. They shut down.
Get the base.
He's the lone one left standing. Meanwhile, the other side, they have to go and respond to the base as well.
This could happen. For the side lanes, stopping the entire mid lane wave. Jackpots are gonna thank the gods that they took all those inhibitors down. My goodness gracious. Kingstar with the AOG landing on that cannon, clearing it out, then fighting and surviving between 5 people just to give King enough time that he could lower down the minions just enough that when the wave spawns, that's when all of that gets cleared out. Oh my god. Layers after layers of things happening. But man, this match is definitely delivering.
I don't know. Feels like a grand final, doesn't it? But guess what, folks? It's not.
I agree.
It's only the start of the playoff placements. And nice use of the tectonic charge. Gets 3 Vlados. Zaman Force. RWM as well. Oh, he misses the Mountain Shocker. And Throwboy's not able to make the play. If he hit the Mountain Shocker, they would have got more than what they needed. But they got Malfurion. And I think that's enough. Glitch Code say that is the answer that we need. Now they focus on the Lord.
This could very well be one of the best plays that they've made in such a long time. Malfurion getting picked off there, and Kingstar is going to be bursted down so low that he cannot go for the engage. Even the Revitalize is on cooldown right now. This was the poke game which I was talking about that Glitch Code needs to play. And without Malfurion, Jackpots do not have enough damage at all.
Now see, they see King in the mid lane, and that's why they're able to walk out. Walkie able to get the retribution. Will he do it? No, he gets taken out before he can. And Throwboy, big shout-outs for the way that he timed the retribution as well. Wait for Walkie to walk in, kill him first, and then get the Lord.
It's done. 50 or rather 40 more seconds on Walkie to hop in. While the mid lane Lord and that to the evolved one is going to hop in as well in front of you. Everyone's going to have everything that they
look at the bot side. Look at the bot side. Oh my God.
It's fine. It can stack up, but say...
Oh my God, I don't know, man. Is this gonna be the end? The Lord is already in. Gabri goes in. Malfurion able to kite as well at the same time. Lord, 35,000 HP. I think they didn't recall. They have another set of waves to block the base, but you can see Lighto take it out low. Nice use of the tectonic charge. RWM flickers out, but I don't think they're able to get the Lord in yet. Maguadzi and Kingston take it out low. Boy, oh my God, they lock in the base crystal, and they're game number 1 in this best of 3.
Evolved Lord was a bit too much for them to tackle. They did not have enough wave clearance in that fight, and the RWM working out perfectly. Glitch Code bringing themselves back from the slumber. This seems like an epic comeback for them, man. And my goodness. Tell me this isn't the grand finals without telling me this isn't the grand finals. This is just an insane matchup. And the fun fact is, it was a brawl in the early game, which Glitch Code lost.
It's not the fact that they lost as well, Scared. They were able to hold out till the end. I think, if you ask me, the reason Jackpots lost is because of their own mistakes.
I agree.
Right? They say in chess, in a perfectly played game of chess, it's always going to end as a draw. So somebody has to make a mistake for the other to win. Similar in MLBB. I would say if you make a mistake, you'll kind of end up losing. But I mean, it's not as balanced as chess, you would say. You have different picks and drafts. But in this game, I would want to say Jackpots made the mistake themselves, you know? And Glitch Code Throwboy, he was out in Vegas, man. Dude was gambling the entire time. And looks like that gamble paid off. But look at this, Scared. Amidst all of those brawls, amidst all of those fights, Vlados died only a single time. Only once.
That's the positioning of this dude. He was always hopping in at the very last once he realized that most of the chain CC abilities of Walkie was used. And that clearly shows you the level that this man is on. He knew the timings of those fights which he needed to pick. And I love the fact that he also added the Wishing Lantern and then finished all of that up with the Holy Crystal as well to top all of that damage off. That's why you could see Lighto, even though tanking up 304,000 damage in the entire game, was still getting chunked down so very quickly, including Kingstar as well on the Gato, when he had the Athena and the Radiant stacked up. This clearly shows you the item priority coming in from their side, and man, Glitch Code did a perfect job at that.
Yeah, they did. And I think, again, Glitch Code just able to make sure they're closing out the game right. Right? They know, they understand what their win condition is, and they're able to play that really well. I think in the mid game, about like, I wouldn't even call it mid game, about 15 minutes in, I feel like Jackpots were disconnected. They weren't on the same page as they were in the first 5 minutes. Walkie going a little aggressive, Malfurion left by his lonesome self. Again, King trying to clear the lane, but Throwboy comes in, takes a 1v1. I mean, at the end of the day, if it's a 1v1 between Eason Shin and Granger, Eason Shin's going to come out on top no matter what you say. Granger needs to kite, but he shoots in a single line. But, you know, Eason Shin, he can walk in, walk out. The moment he gets close to you, he's going to do, you know, enhance basic damage, and then you dash behind. Again, he's going to enhance basic damage. So it's not looking good for them when you try and pick a 1v1 against that hero. That's why that hero is so great. That's why he's banned out so much. That's why he's so contested. And knowing that you're going against Eason Shin, you should not let it slip into the late game. And I think Jackpots, they're going to be kicking themselves that they lost out on this one. This was their game to lose, and they lost it. This gives Glitch Code a little different kind of confidence. They know they threw the early game, but they're able to close it out in the late game. So now knowing that Jackpots will make mistake themselves, knowing that they can play for the late game and Jackpots cannot close out early, I think Glitch Code are going to go for another mid to late game draft. Let the early game go. Let them be happy for the first 5-10 minutes. You know, they can keep smiling, but at the end of the day, the results are going to speak for themselves.
I agree. That's one of the big things which I was also thinking of, that considering the confidence now Glitch Code that they're going to have in themselves, and also we have known that if Jackpots lose the first one, they tend to drop the ball in the next few as well, right? It also seems to me that Glitch Code could be able to close this one out, and maybe all of our predictions are going to be thrown in the bin, except for Synth. He's the only one, if I'm correct, who predicted Glitch Code to win this 2-1. But out here, man, I'd still have to say, if I were to nitpick in that game, right, the only thing which I could probably see was that Justice Pauldron pick up by Kingster. There's just no one with the attack speed on the other side that eventually gets lowered down by that. So that's probably the only nitpicking I could do. Maybe you could have added another magic defense like the Oracle in that, or maybe you could have added just a Guardian helmet, or just a Dominance Ice if you want to stack up a few more on those defenses up, right? If it's not really built that. So that's the only thing which I could see. But on the other end of the spectrum now, since we're gonna have the dangerous grass, I'm pretty sure if it's Jackpots, you would rather want to ban on the Kalia, because we have seen them pick that up, and Kingster performs fantastic on this map.
So pick off. That's what we're talking right now, aren't we?
Exactly.
Gonna be pick offs, and we're gonna see loads of them come through as well. And I mean, the first game was absolutely exciting, right? Let's hope second game is as well. But I feel like Glitch Code are just gonna say, let's lock down late game. But now if they lock down early and win the early, I think Jackpots are gonna be. I mean, it's a Sunday. We got Monday, Tuesday. We got a whole week ahead until the next few games are coming through as well. So, I mean, that's gonna be sitting in their heads for a while. Right? Now that I've said it out loud as well, it's going to be sitting in their heads for a while if Glitch Code go early game and just close it out. So I feel like Jackpots this time need to lock in.
At this point, I'm just trying to figure out as to what they would want to go with, right? Maybe lock in an early assassin pick for Walkie. Because if this is going to be the similar draft just like the previous one, yeah, he would still have to answer back with another tank jungle. Unless he's got a pocket pick like the Suyu. I don't think so that the Nolan is going to work against a team like Glitch Code. So those are a few things which I'm now more focused on. Also considering the fact that if it is supposed to go into that late game itself, I would rather want King on something else that could have a little more command when it comes down to that wave clearing and the lane control as well. Something along the lines of an Irithel, or if not the Irithel, maybe the Obsidia, if you're fully confident on her. But on the other end of the spectrum, I don't think so Glitch Code are going to change anything. So it's a standard ban coming in for the Hilda, just like the previous one. It's going to be the Basha as well. It should stay the same.
The only thing is the fact that it's dangerous grass, and I think Glitch Code have banned out Hilda. Hilda is so good, right? Even in the first game, the first ban was Hilda by Glitch Code themselves. And I think they're going to lock down a farm-heavy hero again, man. It's going to be a farm-heavy hero in the jungle. When you see a Hilda get banned out, you know that's going to happen. You just don't want to be invaded. You just don't want to be locked down. You don't want to be pushed away from the team fight. Nice ban of the Kimi coming through, because Malfurion's Kimi was absolutely insane. And knowing that Jackpots like to play the 1-3-1 playstyle as well. So, King, I would say, wasn't the best on the Granger, was he? Vlados just kind of outdid him in the first few minutes of the game, and then all of a sudden it became a problem for them to deal with. So here we're gonna see the CC come out again from Jackpots. They absolutely don't want that to go into the hands of Glitch Code, because that's gonna be a big annoying game that they have to go through. Jushin's probably gonna come out from Glitch Code again. Oh wait, never mind. It's too much for them to handle. The Yi Sun Shin finally let go of that big head of theirs, you know, put their heads down, lock in, and say, we got to make sure we get this dub.
We gotta respect that Yi Sun Shin of Throwboy man out here. I'm not quite sure if he's gonna be allowed to pick that up in the next few games either. But now that also means that Jushin, CC, Haya, and Lancelot, all four of them are going to be open. So you've got to try and pick your poison up right. You can only ban 2 out of here, and nothing apart from that. So the ball's in Glitch Code's court. They have to choose what they want to go forward with. I don't think so this is going to be a Hayabusa ban. I think so they're going to switch things up now. No, you know what? They just said we're going to repeat all of that. Jushin Lancelot.
CC, man. You can't let go of the CC. It's too strong.
Or a CC,
It's too strong in the EXP lane. It's just too much. It locks down your EXP laner. You lose out of the EXP lane battle. You can kind of you can shred the tanks that's in the opposite side. If you can't go for a tank jungle, locks down the gold laner as well. Not a lot of room to move around. Yeah, it prevents dash with a curtain call. I don't think they really want to see that in the hands of Gabri, do they?
Here's the thing though, I'm thinking of it in the sense that the Uranus wins the lane against the CC. So maybe it's gonna be going through. And even if it's picked up by Glitch Code, Laito would not mind facing the CC with the Uranus in the hand. So they banned out the Lancelot. Now the option is between a CC and a Jushin. They pick up a CC, so the answer bag is definitely gonna be a Jushin. And what else can you add into the mix?
A 46% win rate for CC? I mean, it's picked up 13 times, but it should be more. Nah, I don't like the Fredrin here. Not gonna lie. I don't like the Fredrin. He played really well. He played really well, Walkie, but made mistakes. It's okay, but I don't know. Not against a CC, man. I would still prefer a Joy.
Hold on. They picked up the Harith and the Fredrin. You're gonna deny the Harith pick to Vlados, right? Cool, but the CC could go into the gold lane. And now the Jushin is left open for Glitch Code to pick.
I still think Glitch Code might go for the Eve. But Jushin just makes so much more sense though.
Jushin Gato, simple. You deny the Eve and the Farsa too.
Jushin Gato will just completely destroy what Jackpots have built so far. What can they go for later on?
Among the planes
What?
exists the equilibrium, which
Oh, they go for the Eve still? They go for the Eve still. I think it was a gamble. I think it was a gamble that Jackpot's kind of, you know, hard read that they're not going to pick the Jushin. Oh. A Lapu Lapu again. So that's going to be a gold lane CC.
All right. It's a gold lane CC, but it's a very early show of what Glitch Code want to do. Now all you need to do is just ban out those hyper carry junglers for Throwboy.
You know what's scared? I think Jackpot's fans that are in the chat or wherever you guys are watching want to support them. But if you pick up heroes that have a 0% win rate, 26% win rate, you're kind of, you know, you're trying to swim upstream here. And it's not working out in your favor. So I don't know what Jackpots are trying to do here. I understand they want to play, you know, very brawly, have a lot of crowd control. It's good that you pick up the Arlot. Arlot Fredrin's a great combo. Jushin could have been much better. I don't think they were going to ban out the Arlot, but now you don't have a lot of mid laners to play with, and you yourself ban out the Gatot Kacha and the Grok. At least leaving one open would have been a great choice, but I think now they're going to go for a Matilda if I'm not wrong. Oh no, they still locked down the Kalea that you mentioned about earlier there. But they don't have these. Yeah, I think it's got to be a Lunox or something in the mid lane, right? Because they don't have a single target lockdown.
Exactly. So I was thinking about it as well. Jushin Farsa banned out. The only other thing that you have right now in the arsenal could be a Lunox pick. Unless you want to pick up a Valentina and lock in with the real world manipulation by stealing it away. But right now the Lunox Kalia combination makes a lot more sense for you. However, Glitch Code now. What roam jungle you want to pick out here? I think so they can go for a utility roamer in this point. But who's going to be your jungle? That's the big question. Alpha?
Nah, man. You got Martis. You got Xborg. Xborg is so good here. Xborg could just cook. Ah, see? Xborg just cooks the whole lineup of Jackpots. And now they need a response. Oh my god, they go for a Louis. Oh, this is going to be nice. This is going to be an entertaining game. If you thought game number 1 is entertaining, stick around for game number 2, man.
It's a brawl, bro. It's such a brawl out here, I'd have to say. There's nothing apart from that in this entire comp of Jackpots that I see, but just fight after fight after fight. And Glitch Code have the perfect answer for that. They pick up the Xborg in the jungle that can try, or rather that will deal that true damage, considering his fire stacks now rise up faster. You've got Godzi for the disengage once Kingster jumps in with the Tsunami Slam. He's gonna hop in with the Minoan Fury, and then again with Vlados and Say, you have the poke, you have that constant chain CC with the curtain call as well. So I'm not quite sure if King would be able to dodge around or dash around that freely. But man, Jackpots need to win this one.
They definitely need to win. Not that they they have to win this, Scared, because if they don't win this, you don't have bragging rights going into the playoff placements. Because of course, ladies and gentlemen, thanks to our production team to make this beautiful visual for us. Of course, you're watching the MEC Fall 2025. Get ready for game number 2.
It's gonna be a big one play out here, happening yet again in the mid. Constantly want to see that brawl and at least the river control by Jackpots. I mentioned that whenever it's a dangerous grass, you would potentially see the Kalia being brought out from Kingster, because he's just so good at that, and they know every nook and cranny out here. Looking at the emblems, alright, you've got a good cooldown reduction on your spell as well, thanks to Kingster. And on the back of it, going into the Vitality along with the Concussive Blast, extra bit of HP to work around with. Everything else seems fair. No difference. No surprises whatsoever. Most important focus in this game would definitely be on both of these mid laners, man.
Oh, look at Kingsta. He wants to play aggressive, but knowing that Guadzi can play aggressive as well, he does have a slight bit of a heal, right? They both are kind of like, they're not exactly walking fountains, but they can definitely provide a lot of heal against each other. Oh, look at that. Trying to get a poke down. Kingsta a little too aggressive.
Fine.
Yeah, again, it's going to come down to Say and Malfurion, is it not?
Yeah, exactly. They both are going to brawl it out, fight it out, and they're going to make sure they punch each other out there in mid lane. But ladies and gentlemen, if you would want to make sure that you are fit to do all of these things, make sure to quickly scan that QR code and challenge yourself to win out the in-game rewards. Join the Surge Fit Club right now. Now coming back onto this one.
You know what, Scared? Let's not go back yet. If you remember game number 1, folks, Jackpots, they look like... Oh, never mind. Jackpots look like they were in the Fit Club. They lost because they didn't join the Fit Club yet. So make sure you join the Fit Club.
That did not make any sense, but all right.
You know what makes sense? Oh, this RWM goes in last Insanity. Gabri gets the kill. Say gets the turtle. Minoan Fury comes in as well. They get a knock-up on a 2. Laito able to use the final slash, but makes sure he gets out of there. Gabri goes in. Laito taken down low. And I think Glitch Code wants to invade with the help of Vlados coming through. 5-man in the turtle pit just to take away a purple buff as well.
And that's a big one out here hopping in. Kingstar did not really have his level 4 yet, and until and unless you've got a level 4 Kalia, yeah, that composition is not going to work out in the early game. Again, that was a very nice pick off from Glitch Code, and on the back of it now, they've got a bit of a goal lead coming in. The only good thing is the fact that King was able to get a bit of that goal from the top lane turret, so maybe that's going to help him out a little bit. Let's see what the audience have got to say. 57% still think that it's going to be Jackpots who will close out this game and potentially the series.
Well, for the series, we might get another one if they end up winning this, right? If they end up winning this. So far, Glitch Code look a little more dominant. They look like they're getting control of the river, and they're able to bait out ultimates like that Tsunami Slam thanks to the help of a Purify.
But here's the thing, right? Kingster can eventually use out his Tsunami Slam to bait out the Purify, but then Tsunami Slam will come back earlier than the spell. So that's something Glitch Code would need to focus down on, as the next turtle is in 25 seconds and that Purify will be on the cooldown for the next 60. So I think that is kind of macro which Jackpots could eventually focus on. Vorax being built up by both Vlados as well as Throwboy. They're going to have a lot more damage once that's completed. And if that happens before the first items of Jackpots, yeah, good luck trying to win that first turtle. There we go.
No, the turtle's already up. Oh, look at that. Tsunami Slam, making sure the Purify is not there. You can see Manon Fury comes out as well. Last and Static coming in. Laito goes into the back line. Say, take it out low, but he's going to go down indeed. Laito had to wait for a longest of times for that one. And now Walkie makes his way out of there at the same time. Goes in. Kingsta, I think he's trying to survive. Will he be able to? Yes, he does. Oh my god, there's too much. Oh wait, never mind. They come in. Gabri and Throwaway walked into that bush and got caught Malfurion. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster.
I agree. That could have been a big surprise out there. But then again, now the Louis ultimate shows up whenever you're using the diversion, right? It shows up on the map. So it's understandable that they'd go in and check out all of that. Hold on, look at top.
Oh no, King.
Rados? It's going to be safe. It's going to be okay. All right, fair. They saw Godzi out, so they knew they can't really go in for the engage because the Minoan Fury could be up there. We just saw the comparison between Gabri and Laito. Not a big difference out there, but again, we saw early on how Laito was eventually forced to use up the Purify. Without that level 4, the Alert is not that good. Hold on, the Kalia.
Oh wait, what's Guadzi doing? Minoan Fury comes in as well, but the bait out the flicker from Malfurion. You can see right now, Laito goes in, vengeance after vengeance, but Throwboy is so tanky, he has so much lifesteal, so much spell vamp. He's able to make sure he gets out of that. Gabri to the back line as well. What a landshaker. Catches 3 members, but on the top side, King is able to get a 1v1 against Vlados. Kingstar right now, he does have the Tsunami Slam, doesn't want to go for it, finds the knock-up with the title. Strike and walk, he gets the kill, but look at Laito, sweeps 2. Guadzi and Say doesn't have a Purify, and I think there should be an opening, but they don't have anything to follow up with Jackpots.
That's the big thing, right? Without Malfurion, without King, they will not have enough damage. So even though they're making these sets, hold on, conceal top. What a pick! What a pick! And guess what? They eventually take down Throwboy as well on that Xbox. A massive play coming in from Glitch Code, or rather, Jackpots yet again in this early game. And guess what? They're not really ending it early. They still want to go in for a bit more brawl out there. The heal coming in though, but the wave is going to be cleared up easily.
Oh,
another pull out here.
Oh, you can see they're going as well. Minoan Fury coming in. He catches 4 members, but he gets taken out himself. You can see the duality doing a lot of damage. Vlados has to make his way out of there. RWM to drop it down. As Gabri able to slow down Walkie as Vlados picks up the kill. 2 members for the price of 1. And Jackpots have been biting the bait of this Minotaur. And every single time they go in a little too deep, they get caught out. Laito, I think, missing the final shot. Actually catches Say, but he's so low. And Say's able to do so much damage. And now able to get that kill, completely outplayed. Jackpots are too aggressive.
Way too aggressive out here just to try and save that mid-tier 1. Not quite sure if that was the best decision. As look at the brawl again.
Oh wait, Kingsta taking on super low. Throwboy. Scared. It was the draft. I called it. It's gonna be an X-Borg. And X-Borg cooks this entire composition. What are Jackpots gonna be able to do against Throwboy? He's farming up, man. He's building that brute force breastplate right now as well. It's gonna be too much for them to deal with. And you know what's too much for everybody to deal with? Venom tournament that's coming down your way, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you scan the QR code so you can play in that as well. Show everyone that you can make it out alive, like Vlados Cutie is trying to as well. Kurt already used up, but King, no! He's able to do it! This is too much! This is abuse! Jackpots don't know what to do! They're trying to survive, able to make it out of there with the diversion. And this is Glitch Code. They have found the opening. They found the glitch in this matrix. And now they're bringing the hammer down onto Jackpots.
It's a big one out there for all the non-believers who thought that Jackpots would close out this series. And that is including me as well. Glitch Code, my man. That's a big W in the draft. And look at the dead push. Oh, hold on, hold on. They're still going in for more. Again, the final slash was there, but it wasn't able to use it perfectly out of the real world manipulation. Quite low on the HP as Malfurion picks up 1. But guess what? He could eventually be taken down. Vlados answers back. It's a 2 for Malfurion. Walkie runs back as well. It's a 2 for 3 trade in favor of Glitch Code right now, yet again. But they've lost out on a couple of big players now. So a few shutdowns going in the way of Jackpots. That could be pretty big for them, right?
But Lord, hopping up in the next 8 seconds, losing out on your tier 2s up top and mid, it's going to give so much map control to Glitch Code.
Kingsta able to get the knockup onto Guadzi. We can see Lito goes in as well. A lot of damage being done. They get the sweep onto him. They're looking to take him down, but there comes the Minoan Fury. Knocks off more. Vlados doing a lot of damage, but you can see at the same time, they're getting everything done. Vlados and Gabri able to tank so much damage, but here comes Saiyan Throwboy. King goes in with his Zaman Forge, but there's Throwboy. Oh my god, and everything goes boom.
Every single time you're seeing them going for the engage on the Minotaur, alright, fine, you're able to burst him down by using every single resource in your arsenal. But then following up with Vlad or CQT, I don't think so that's the best possible decision. I understand that you've got Malfurion and King, but there's a Radiant Armor on the other side. He cannot die.
Oh no, you can see again. Oh, what a sweep with 3! Lito's been making plays, but they don't have the damage. And now look at Say, what an RWM. Lito's taken out low. He's able to make it out of there, but here comes the stomp from the Minotaur.
Wow.
He's going to get taken out as well. He flickers forward, and Malfurion's going to get caught, and he gets shut down by Gabri. King's Zaman Force just to go back into the base crystal. He can barely stand. He's the only one alive with Kingsta. They do have the holy defense. That's enough to try and protect the inhibitor, but not enough to try and survive the game. He goes in. Kingsta, what are you doing? Forced to use the Tsunami Slam, but into a Purify. Glitch Code have one by one dismantled what Jackpot's bringing to the table.
But here's the thing, Malfurion has got the diversion available, so they can still try and contest for the slot fight. He's using it. The bush has been checked, and they go for it again.
Oh my god, they walk into a play, and Glitch Code make them pay. And Lito, he's trying and trying, but my guy, you don't have enough seasoning to cook. You've been cooking and cooking, but to what? For nothing. And Say's able to get that kill. Tsunami Slam onto Vlados QT, but you can see they get a nice Minoan Fury into the back line. Malfurion is trying to survive. Kingston, him left standing tall, but the Lord is marching down the mid lane. Only one left, but Throwboy wants a kill. King comes in, but a little late to the party, as Glitch Code will celebrate that they hit the jackpot to make it 2-0.
Every single prediction down and drain for everyone who did not believe. Glitch Code just utterly destroying the Kings of Thunder division to claim that throne, make way for the Emperors, man. This is just maniac from them. And you called out for it, Kronos. You mentioned in the draft itself, the Xbox just cooks the entire lineup up. And man, oh man, they absolutely did. It was just mind-blowing to watch. And just with the way how they were also able to counter out the low E on the other side, I'd have to say, they knew the nooks and crannies of both the compositions, they knew the strengths as well, and then utilized it to perfection.
Well, not just that, I think Jackpot's kind of tunnel vision into their draft. They really wanted to pick this Louis in the last pick, even after the X-Borg showed up. If there was an X-Borg showing up in the draft before the last pick is picked up, I think that kind of throws a wrench into the plans that you had. And then all of a sudden, you're looking for answers. And not to forget, this Minotaur was the second last pick as well. So you have a Minotaur that can provide AoE crowd control, and you have a hero that kind of has 4 lifelines with this X-Borg, and add the heal that comes in from the Minotaur. It's like topping up your recharge, man. Try and get some diamonds in. Guess what? I got a weekly pass. That's what Glitch Code said. And Jackpots just didn't really see through the plans of Glitch Code. They were locked into what they wanted to do, tunnel visioning, not realizing that they have to adapt. And when you're playing the MEC Fall 2025, you got to make sure you're able to adapt. Otherwise, you'll be out like the ones that are already relegated, the ones that didn't even make it. They failed to adapt. And now realizing that, Jackpots, ooh, they might have hit a turn in their plans. They need to find a way to make things work. Otherwise, this could haunt them for a couple of weeks to come from now.
I agree, man. And that's one of the big things out here for this entire lineup. It's not just once now. They've stumbled twice. And let's be brutally honest about it. It just feels like they were heavily disconnected out there in the second game. If anything, yeah, look at the itemizations. King doesn't even have the Divine Glaive. Second item of Vlados was Radiant Armor. Malfurion going in for his own Divine Glaive as the third item, understandable. You've got to go for the Enchanted and the Glowing on the low E for the first two. But then again, going in for those chases, trying to initiate on Godzi when you know he's the roamer. I do understand the idea, right? Burst down the Minotaur before he can hop into his own Minoan Fury. Fair enough, that's a pretty good plan. To be honest, it works out against a Gato as well. All the way back when Jackpots were playing in the regular season, they utilized the same strategy, but it was a Kalia Farsa. That made a lot more sense. And this is one of the big reasons, right, why I was saying that maybe going in for a Lunox would have been a better choice. Because Malfurion on the Louis does an insane amount of burst damage onto the backline of the squishies, but when it comes to those tanky heroes, Louis kind of drops the ball, and that too by a humongous margin. So eventually it all fell down to the draft as well, but looking at the amount of damage being tanked out here, Gabri, my goodness, 94,000 for his own team, 83, 86 for Godzi and Vladosi. They were making sure that they were frontlining for both Throwboy and Zay.
And you know what, Scared? It just felt like Glitch Code were in the market shopping. They went to store after store, but the only ones that were selling were jackpots. They sold so hard that Glitch Code bought everything. It just went to a 2-0. They didn't even try to bargain. The price was so low, they just bought it at MRP.
It's to one man, and 3 turtles, all of them taken by Glitch Code in this one. You mentioned about that early game power spike that, yeah, you can hold on to the late game. You know what, let's win out the early game and then end this one early. That's what Glitch Code decided. First slot, the game was absolutely over. And I think so it was a bit of an overcommitment as well from Jackpots, right? Realizing that Say has the information of everyone in that bush. And that is literally the most common bush to use up the ultimate of a Louis. Following up on that was a bit of a problem coming in. Big goal differences between every single individual, right? 1,000 or 1,500 ahead of every other person. Apart from just Malfurion, who was on 7,700. Because again, that dude is going 6-1 and 4 on the Louis in a composition where there's a Lapu, Xbox, and a CC. I'd have to say, he played that one hero to perfection. But on the other side of the spectrum, with the way how things kicked off as we had a look at these highlights, a bit of a brawl out there in the early game, but we knew that Glitch Code would win in those brawls.
And Scared, I like the fact that you mentioned, you know, it's a CC, a Lapu Lapu, and an X-Borg, and you still pick a Louis. Don't forget, Louis was the last pick, and before the Louis was picked, so was a Minotaur. What's a Louis gonna do if not dominating the early game? Right? You want to dominate early. If it was against the Farsa, okay, you could have won. But the Eve picked up. Hard to try and win lanes against Eve, especially when you're playing a Louis. And when you have a Minotaur standing in front of you, that guy's beefy, man. No pun intended, but, you know, how are you going to get through that? And every time, all Throwboy had to do was come, spin, and boom. And next thing you know, that's a kill in his pocket. And after the boom, usually people try and jump the X-Borg. Jackpots just couldn't. They didn't have the damage. They didn't have the HP. They were going against true damage. It didn't look good. So at the end of the day, it just became a little difficult for them to deal with. And after a while, problems started racking up. Then they started seeing the big hole that they left in their draft, that they locked down this Louis a little too early, right? They locked down the Louis even after the picks of X-Borg and the Minotaur. And, I mean, I think Malfurion could have had a better time with a Lunox. Although it would have been a little more difficult. It would have been a little more difficult because they have so many frontliners and Lunox is a single target hero, right? I don't know. What else could they have gone off? The Kimi was banned out. The Farsa was taken off the table. Maybe I definitely don't think Xavier was the best choice. Even after receiving a buff, right? No chance that Xavier could have made anything happen. They, I mean, go unconventional a little bit in the mid lane. I'll be honest, I don't know if you agree with me. Sicilian would have been really great. Faramis would have been great. right?
Yeah.
Kadita would have been all right. I'm just looking. Lilia would have cooked. Odette would have been good apart from the Minotaur, right?
Lilia would have gone pretty hard in that competition, right? So
Valentina would have absolutely been insane.
I don't think about a Valentina being that good, right? Because again, you can, or rather, you know what? In a Renegade sense, yes, that could have been pretty good. But guess what? There's another man who was absolutely cooking out there, and that was Say. Man, how are you doing? The evening, the man who was bursting everyone with the poke. How are you feeling, Say, after winning against Jackpots?
I can't explain my feelings right now. So I'm so proud of my team, so proud of myself that we have achieved this thing today.
Hey, not just a regular win, 2-0, right?
Yeah.
And you just didn't win the game. You guys won the draft in second game. Game number 1, I could say kind of 50-50. You guys were playing for the late game. And apart from that, like when you're locking into your draft and you're going into the game, what was the call? Who are you looking to target down? Because I know on the other side, you were looking, some guys are, you guys would have thought, hey, this guy's a weaker player. We can apply pressure on him. Or was there like a consensus, like everybody wanted to apply pressure on one singular player?
The target was the front. As you know, I play Eve, we have Harris, so we target the front. But if Malfurion or King have out of position, we should focus them after this. So it was like we focus everyone, but the main target was the front. We have Eve already.
Alright, understandable. Say there's gonna be a few things out here. I want to know, you mentioned one time that Malfurion is probably the best mid laner of EU. Now after this series win, alright, after this series win, do you think you are the best mid laner, or would you still stand with your statement?
Well, let's say Malfurion, my friend, and he will stay the GOAT of EU, so he will stay best mid laner.
Oh my god, that's so sweet out here. Talk to me about the first game. What was going through the mind of the team, considering how you lost the entire early game and even in the mid game? What were you guys discussing and talking to make that massive comeback possible?
After the early game, we lost it. We missed a play in the Lisu area. After this, we said, okay, we're gonna play on the late game. We will try to cover our farm, our objective to stick to the late game. Eve and Harris late game, they can't lose. So as we did, we won the game easily at the late game. They wasn't have any chance to face us.
You know what, Say? I have a question. It's not from me. It seems to be a confusion going around the community, right? Everyone in the chat as well. Kind of bit of a confusion. I don't know if it's true or not. I don't know if I'm supposed to ask this. I might get into trouble, but I'll ask it anyway. Okay?
Go ahead.
Sorry, Serge, if I'm asking too many questions, and don't fire me for this one. What MS is Throwboy playing on?
It's like 18 or 19.
Okay. Folks, I've seen in the chat a little too much, and I think you have your answer. So let's not get it confused. He's been playing on some good MS. That's why he's able to make those plays. He's quite aggressive.
It's like my Bing too. I play on 18 or 19 too.
Okay. Yeah. So it makes sense. It makes sense. People are saying he's playing on 100 MS. People saying you're playing on 100 MS. And I was like, you can't make plays like that on a Yi Sun-shin or on a Eve like playing like that, right? But then again, one more question. Why do you yourself, why do you prioritize Eve over a Farsa?
Okay, because Eve
and a Jushin.
Because Eve is so powerful here, so I'm mono Farsa, but one track Farsa but Eve is still good at every game, so I wasn't want to take Farsa over these games. Eve is still comfortable at the late games, early games, so she is good with every draft. She can focus everyone and have a good book. So why shouldn't I take her?
Yeah, well said.
That kind of makes sense, my man. That kind of makes sense. And I know we're about to reach the end of that interview, Say. So just a couple of more things. What are your predictions for the next game? Who do you think is getting that win? Is it Meta Shift or
Spicy.
is it Arcade? And by what score?
What was the next game?
Meta Shift versus Arcade.
I don't know. It's gonna be a hard game. So let's see.
You gotta pick one, man. You gotta pick one.
Let's say Memento Mori.
Okay, no problem. They want to face them. They want to face them later on. But then say, you know what? It's been a pleasure. It's been an absolute pleasure having you here. But at the same time, don't forget, the rapid fire questions that you had before, they're coming out tomorrow. So folks, if you want to get to know Say a little bit more, we're going to upload a video of the rapid fire questions that we asked him earlier. And make sure, Say, you got to promote that, my guy. You got to share it. You got to share Discord, WhatsApp, Telegram, Instagram, TikTok. You got to share it. You got to let people know that there's a mid laner that is equal or could be better than Malfurion, even though you're so humble, you're saying you're not. So, hey.
All right. So, Say, before we let you go as well, the stage is all yours. Talk about that rapid fire questions or any message that you would want to give out to your fans as well. The stage is all yours.
Stay encouraged, guys. We're gonna win this tournament, as I said before.
All right. Quite a statement out there, my man. And again, ladies and gentlemen, this is Say, the mid laner out here coming from Glitch Code, now making in their way in the top or the upper bracket. Say, thank you so much for hopping here. It was a pleasure to have this word with you. And I really hope we get to have more of these interviews in the future. Good luck.
Thank you.
Guy, such a sweet person he is, man. And here we go. He simply says that, yes, we won, but I still feel Malfurion, he's my friend. He's still the best mid laner in EU. As much as he's humble, I think so that he actually is probably feeling a little bit more confident now.
Hey, you could see the fact that he answered questions in a very simple manner. He wasn't being cocky. He wasn't being overconfident. It's just simply the truth, right? Is the fact that it's simply the truth makes a big difference. You don't got to show off. You don't got to do much. Just quick, simple answers. If you don't like it, unfortunate. It sucks to be you. It's just the truth.
That's the main thing, ladies and gentlemen. But guess what? There's one thing that's everyone going to be loving out here, and that is going to be the next best of 3 series. It's going to be Meta Shift taking on RK by D. I really hope that I get to cast that one. But guess what? Maybe there's going to be a lot more surprises up in front of you. All of that after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Nice use of the push, but gets taken back, and now that's going to be another kill. Make that 3. Good going to give him 4. Triple kill in the hands of Malfurion. It's going to be the early one, and I think it's going to be a maniac. Less than 3 minutes in the game. Clear out the wave. You can get some sort of macro pressure going in. You can see they secure the turtle. Throwboy goes into the traceless. I think it's caught out. Nice use of the starting charge, but without the damage dealers present, Guadzi trying to make the most of it. AOG coming through as well. Safe flickers out of harm's way.
Anything. He had 2,000 more. Hold on to conceal.
Oh my god, King should be able to go down. Yes, nice use of that Mountain Shocker, but now I think Throwboy, he understands he's gonna go down. Nice use of the traction pulse, gets taken away. Gabri even made sure to use the Brave's Fighter, but just walks into a chain CC that they get the Land Shaker down. Gabri's gonna go down. Retribution being used as well. Walkie able to make sure he slows them down. Vlados comes in. Zaman Force used up now after the Tectonic Charge. RWM, AOG out of there. Walkie trying to create a sandwich, but I don't think they want to go for it. He's aggressive. He wants more. He wants to try and dominate the river, and that's what they're doing as well. Nice use of the taunt. AOG into the back line, and they find it. Nice use of the taunt charge as well. Try to get 2. But Zaman Force dropped down. Vlados is on his own, but he can see the back line. King's still going in on top of Throwboy. This Lord, 13,000 HP. I don't think Jackboss will be able to contest. Nice use of the taunt as well. Mount Chakra being used. He wants to go in. Retribution gonna be down, and he's able to get Vlados, but Say gets the Lord. But look at King. He's getting them one at a time. He gets Throwboy, and now they get Malfurion. Gabri's gonna go.
But this mid fight could be important.
Oh no, King's out of position as well because he's taking on low. Immortality's there. It's already popped in. Lord's going to be up for grabs. Walkie goes in deep. Oh, nice. You got the stunning charge. Gets 2. RWM dropped down as well. You can see AOG to the back line, but they get. And now the Lord is marching on the mid lane. AOG to the back line. Catch Vlados as well. They already dropped down Zaman Force. RWM dropped down. Malfurion is able to make it out of there. They have one cannon minion. That's enough. Throwboy goes in with a Mount Shocker as well. Walkie taken down. Melted in an instant. Lighto's the only one left standing. He's trying to make sure the minion doesn't go in. AOG comes in as well. Kingsta finds the angle, but Throwboy gets the kill. King makes his way. They go in. Malfurion able to kite as well at the same time. Lord, 35,000 HP. I think they didn't recall. They have another set of weight to block the base, but you can see Lighto take it out low. Nice use of the tectonic charge. RWM flickers out, but I don't think they're able to get the Lord in yet. But Portal's already up. Oh, look at that. Tsunami Slam, making sure the Purify is not there. You can see Manon Fury comes out as well. Last Synthetic coming in. Lighto goes into the back line. Say, take it out low, but it's gonna go down indeed. Lighto.
Out that level 4. Yalit is not that good. Hold on, the Kalia.
Oh wait, what's Guadzi doing? Manon Fury comes in as well, but the bait out the flicker from Malfurion. You can see right now, Lighto goes in, vengeance after vengeance, but Throwboy is so tanky, he has so much lifesteal, so much spellvamp. He's able to make sure he gets out of that Gabri to the back.
Oh, hold on. They're still going in for more. Again, the final slash was there, but it wasn't able to use it perfectly out of the real world manipulation. Quite low on the HP as Malfurion picks up one. But guess what? You could eventually be taken down. Vlado sounds.
Lighto goes in as well. A lot of damage being done. They get the sweep onto him. They're looking to take him down, but there comes the Manon Fury. Knocks up more. Vlado's doing a lot of damage, but you can see at the same time, they're getting everything done. Vlados and Gabri able to tank so much damage, but here comes Saiyan Throwboy. King goes in with his Zaman Forge, but there's...
And just like that, we are back in the fray, or at least for me, it will be back in the fray. For Zakota, it's his first time today. How are you feeling, Zakota? How is it with you? How excited are you about this one that we will be having in front of us very soon? Meta shift against Sake. I hyped it up as supposed to be, at least in my eyes, the peak BO3 of today.
I mean, it had so many great games today. The first series was amazing. Second series, I mean, blew, me out of proportions. I think only a few people expected the Glitch Code to win. But in this one, it's gonna be a really spicy one. Meta Shift versus Ake by D. So it's gonna be a really spicy matchup. Two strong teams. I mean, one of course stronger than the other, but we're gonna have to see it later in the draft. But Warren, you have been casting. How are the waters feeling today?
I mean, it's a bloodbath, I would even say. It's not really water, it's more so like mostly blood and a little bit of water there. So that's at least how it feels today, especially after what Glitch Code has shown us, and they overcame the obstacle in a form of jackpots. That truly was an obstacle to overcome. I was honestly surprised, but maybe we will keep being surprised, because right now we will be having Meta Shift, right? Pemetronio, Leave Me, God Believer, Babalaba Dab Dab, and Bobber Rusi. I mean, Pemetronio and Bobber, not a surprise if when they perform. The rest of the team is also performing very well, but definitely the two highlights of the squad would be Bobber and Pemetronio. But I'm thinking of a surprise in form of Ake. I have high hopes for them, so let's see if I will eat my words. You will see my prediction pretty soon, and I went very crazy with the prediction.
And I'd have to agree with you. Ake did turn it around a little bit. I mean, they were almost eliminated by the other Ukrainian team. and they turn it around. So who knows, maybe they're the kryptonite to the Ukrainians. I mean, here we have Bob Barussi, we have Permetronio, two of the best players from Europe. And of course, Leave Me, who played for Falcon Neos. So there's a good jungler right there, they have experience, and it's gonna be a bloodbath out here.
It truly will be, the blood will keep flowing. But the question is, from who will it flow? Because it can either be from corpses of Mana Shift lying on the ground, or it will be right now we can see the lineup that will be, of course, fighting. No changes there. Astra, Cyrus, Nandeo, Toby, and Kiyusen. Do they have what it takes to take down the big beast that is Meta Shift? Because they were definitely shifting the meta, I have to say. Especially with their newest addition that they had. I believe if they were still in this roster that they had before, they probably would make it into playoffs, but I don't know how deep their run would be. But this roster is definitely looking like a roster that could be aiming to win the whole tournament as a whole. Look at the stats. 4 maps played, 4 victories. Like the cleanest slate there is. We had Memento Mori and they played 5 maps and won only 4. So this is the cleanest you can be. Of course, not as many lords, but that's obvious because you have 5 less games, you have less than half of games of Ake, so of course that's what will happen in the stats. But turtle control, this is where you should look out for meta shift. Just 4 maps, as I said, less than half towards Ake, but still 10 turtles.
Also, we have to keep in mind the average time to win. 5 more minutes or along that, just for Ake to try to get down Metashift's level. They have been fast enders, and Ake likes to take it slow, you know, like a slow roast. They're getting that mid juicy and ready, and you know, when it's time to strike, they just go at it. But Metashift doesn't leave any time for prey to keep walking, so they just execute it on the ground. They go and they try to force as much as possible. They don't fight without a reason to fight. And Ake sometimes does it as well, but they keep going back to their old ways.
Yeah, but at the same time, Ake fixing the late game, that was a big question, that was a big F. And at least from what I saw last time, it looked like they kinda got knack for that, they kinda fixed it, they resolved it. The question is, was it really them resolving the issue, or was it more so that they were a little bit lucky and they had a little bit of a weaker opponent? Because I think I could even use this phrasing right now when we are looking at Meta Shift as their respective opponent in this case. Because compared to the team that they beat for them to qualify into the playoffs, this is a different monster altogether.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's luck, as other teams who made it this far, they proved their worth. Of course, some are weaker, some are stronger. But still, Meta Shift was one of the first 2 teams that qualified in 3 games. 3 wins straight. They qualified. Them and Memento Mori, but still the map selection is going to be broken walls. That's going to be a pretty big impact, pretty huge rotation changer for most junglers. But we have to keep in mind, the draft is one of the most important aspects of the game. I mean, if you win in the draft, you're gonna have an easier time, you're gonna have just a better understanding of how the enemies are gonna play. Because you can just tell by the draft. The mid duo control, you can tell by the draft. You can tell the jungler control by the draft. So it's gonna be really different. Of course, Pelmetronia and Boba Rusik, they are considered the best in their roles. But man, it's gonna be a really nice matchup. I wanna see Sirius and Houston match up against their counterparts. Of course, Astra on the jungle against Lim is gonna be a pretty nice show. However, what I'm looking most forward to is Wabba Dub Dub and Toby. It's gonna be a pretty niche matchup because they both have these uncommon heroes on their own positioning. We saw that Toby really likes the Badang, and it's such an unexpected pick sometimes, but it works so well.
It did indeed. When he pulled it off, it worked marvelous. But if we are talking about the individual matchups, yes, we definitely need to speak about Pelmetronia and Bulber as being those super strong pillars for meta shift. Of course, Leave Me is another powerhouse, so you have to give that guy respect as well. But if we look over to Ake and we compare, because the comparison has to be made, I feel like in the gold lane and in the XP lane department, they will be trying more so to survive than to thrive. but that will put a lot more pressure on the rest of the team, because I believe Toby, I believe Right Houston will be fighting for his life, but I believe Cyrus, Toby, Nandeo, they should be the ones trying to make stuff happen, because I believe that's where cracks can start to show for MetaShift, even though we didn't see any. But at the same time, it could have just been because they both flew past so fast that you couldn't even see.
I mean, right now, still, it's a little bit early to tell what's going to happen in the game, but a quick look at the draft that tells us that MetaShift either wants to go for the CC first pick or the Yuzhong. On the other side, the Baxia and the Lancers will burn out, two junglers. But man, Lapu Lapu getting banned out. We saw him in the previous two games, picked up by Gabri. He got that solo kill on Laito in game number 1, if I'm not mistaken, 38 seconds in. I mean, it was just a really, really fast game. And a smart decision coming from Gabri, just attacking the cutter, but even though they're gonna ban out the Hayabusa, pretty good response. This already tells us a little bit about the plan of MetaShift. But this is up on the table. The Yuzhong, Juxin, Harit, Granger, so many great picks. Even the Yisun Shin is open. And it can work in so many wonderful combinations. And of course, let's not forget about Akimi, one of the oppressive mid laners, one of the best right now. We saw Malfurion just completely slay out there with that pick. But what do you think, Warren?
Well, I have to say he did slay, but in the end it wasn't just quite enough. So let's see if whoever picks up Kimi, if one of the teams decide to go for her, that it will be more successful for them than it was for Malfurion. Well, at one glance, it was successful in a sense where he got a lot of kills, but he wasn't able to translate it into winning the games and winning the series as a whole. Harit will be off the board, so this means that Granger could be a possibility for MetaShift, though it would be burning up the first pick. I don't know if you want to go this path. Maybe you're thinking about Juxin. No, you're actually thinking about Yuzhong, because as we have said, you are rightfully putting your hands like that, because this will be a cinema. I can feel it already, since Bober on Yuzhong is always a lot of fun, not really for his opponents.
There's a thing I want to say. Yuzhong can work on the gun as well, so if you really want to spice things up, you can really put him there. He's gonna do okay. He's one of the best fighters right now. He has the best rotation capabilities. But still, Chichi, Gatot, Grok are open for the second pick. And we know that Toby really likes the Grok, and we've seen a lot of Chichi coming in from Ake. So it's probably one of the picks, or two of the picks are gonna go for this early. I mean, the Gato, of course, is a really great pick. It's a really good guy to do river control and mid early control, but they're gonna go and look in the Granger, not even caring about the CC.
I mean, it kind of makes sense, because right now, yes, they could take it away, but they would be locking CC into a composition where they are not really sure how tanky it will be. So just straight up going for CC would be dangerous, even though Kronos hyped her up, and I agree with that point that that she is very, very strong. At the same time, you kind of want to know what you are going to lane into, what you are going to play into. Hilda locked in, so that means that there will be a lot of harass coming from MetaShift, and the jungler, whoever that will be, whichever hero that will be for Ake, he will have a rough time in early game.
Man, it's gonna be a bloodbath for the mid laner. I mean, Hilda can go and cut with the Yuzhong at level 1 and then maybe invade the red buff, depending if they have a squishy jungler or not. But it's such an oppressive roamer, you can't really go unpunished sometimes. You go with a healer, you can get the kill sometimes. But already with the Frederick, you're gonna be locked in on the CC, so you're gonna have to go really solid damage. The Lunox is a great choice for MetaShift right here. They're gonna go for the Chichi on the XP. I mean, versus a Yuzhong, I would not lock in assist, because a great Yuzhong player can beat any good Chichi player. But still, it's gonna be really hard, because they have, as we said, the Frederick and the Hilda, which can completely destroy the early game of CC. The advantage she can get from her movement, she can get stunned, she can get taunted, and you know, with a passive of Hilda, you can get your defense a little bit down. But man, Warren, it's looking like an even Stevens draft so far. They have a tank, and basically you could go Hilda XP, and as I said, you can go the Yuzhong gold. So it's pretty even Stevens. But what do you think the next choice are gonna be?
Well, I have to say, firstly, I believe that Vabalabadabda will be the one locking in Hilda. I don't really think she will be going XP. And also from what we know about Bober and his performance on his own, I think it should go in his hands. I see the vision, I see your way of thinking about it, like that it's still a flex pick. It could be, but thinking about the players, I feel like it's really kind of given where they will land. Though at the other side, if you look at the heroes, I'm a little bit worried because we have Granger, and Granger has been locked in very, very early on because that's how the cookie crumbled since Harid was off the board. So of course you want to go for Granger early on because other way the other way around they could steal it away. But this way that you approached it, you put yourself in a very dangerous spot, and Metashift utilized that to maximum. They locked in two very beefy frontliners, and together with Yuzong, it will be very tough to shoot through this big wall of muscles and power.
But even so, we got a little bit of an update on the slow draft. There are some issues, you know, but still, we're gonna spice things up. We're gonna just try to get down to business, just see what they can pick, what will work, what won't work. Of course, sometimes they're speaking a little bit out of pocket, as they say, but still, it's a pretty great draft coming from both sides. The only thing I don't like is the Granger getting this earlier, and of course, a Hilda into a Granger pick isn't that, you know, satisfying to play, because with Granger, you are really vulnerable if you get dived early on. I mean, usually you play against anti-dive, but here you have the Fredrin, the Yuzhong, and the Hilda. Just imagine the pressure going into the Granger on the top. Just one gank in the early can just change the game.
It could be, and not really that you are just vulnerable towards the ganks, but even later into the game it won't become easier for you suddenly because you have no tank shredding capabilities. If you get going and if you get fed early, then it will be fine because this Skypiece will help you a lot, since after certain threshold you will just pop them through the true damage execution. But if you don't get thrown in and you are even or maybe a little bit behind, it will be super hard for you if Yuzong, Fredwin and Hilda get going, because there is nothing in your arsenal that's gonna help you get through them. We saw Grangers built in the past, sometimes Vorex as a last item to kind of help with dealing with those beefy frontliners, but that's not an item that he will be able to acquire early on. That's an item that probably he wants to swap for his shoes very, very deep into the late game. So that's not really gonna help you for most of the game. So it will be purely in the hands of CC and the rest of the composition. So if I'm looking for Ake, they need to start locking in heroes that can deal with tanks. Because if they don't lock it in and it's all up to CC, I think their whole composition will crumble. Yes, there will be so much damage coming from Granger and he will probably be very high in the damage charts, but it won't matter because those frontliners, they can take a beating.
I mean, speaking of, you know, the draft needing to go on, we are starting it back up again, the clock are gonna start turning, but still, they had a little bit more time to think about the draft in just this little short break they had. Of course, as you said, the Ludox is banned out, however. What could they go? I mean, they have already a marksman, they have to go a really great, even a Lilia could work here. A Lilia into a Hilda isn't that bad, and she deals a really good damage in the early. What else? The Kimi is open, but she needs a lot to scale, and you already have a marksman, you already have CC, you don't have that many stuns. So you need to go for something that has a little bit of both worlds, you know, you need damage and you need a bit of crowd control. Maybe a Farsa could work here. Zhuxin is open on the table, but you're gonna be so easy to pick out. You have the Fredrin who's gonna bait, you have the healer, you have the Yuzhong who's gonna chase you. What is there left for them?
Not much. That's all I can tell you. There's not much left on the board. They will have it really hard to try to lock in some hero that will really suit their composition. And usually mid laners are not the ones that are supposed to be exceeding dealing with tanks and dealing with beefy frontliners. So you are kind of putting yourself in a very, very rough spot with that Granger takeaway. It almost looks like it was all planned by Metashift, even though they were not the ones to ban Harid. So it's really interesting how well this is working out for them so far. Of course, we will see what Metashift will finish it off with. Ooh, Kimi being banned, so that means even less options. I feel like the only option is Farsa, but she is not really that good. Actually, I have to say, like, if we are looking complete late game, I think Cecilian would be very, very good. He could deal a lot of damage into those tanks just because he could spam his first spell. So that could be an option, but he comes online very, very late into the game, and until then you would be struggling. And also you have Gato. Gato, decent roamer, but really not that aggressive as Hilda can be, not that oppressive as Hilda can be. So if you pair him up with something like Cecilian that really has non-existent early game, I think you're basically forfeiting the whole mid lane prio.
I mean, Cecilian wouldn't be a bad choice just because it's early game. So, I mean, he's just gonna lack a little bit of mobility, and they have, as I said, the Yu Zhong, the Fredrin, and the Alpha pick. It's good into times, but into Fredrin, Hilda, Yu Zhong, I don't know how to feel about it, but still, it's Astra. He got 100% win rate on it. And there's gonna be a Juxin for meta shift, and they're gonna need a really good marksman. Maybe they're gonna go for an Irritel here because they're lacking that damage. And it's gonna be the Bruno, of course, from Metronio, one of the best Brunos in Europe. But still, we saw with the other day when he's taken in Urek's hands, and it didn't go as planned. But still, who knows? Maybe Metronio is gonna show us a new trick. Maybe he's gonna do a few hat tricks over here. He's gonna score some goals, you know. But still, Warren, what do you think the last pick is gonna be? What do you think they're... Hey, they're needing the mage still. What is it? Farsa is good, could work here, but still you have the heal that worry about of Fred and Yizhong. Lilia would be a great choice, or maybe even the Valentina to try to get the Butterfly Goddess, or even the Black Dragon form. It's really hard to pick a mage right here. You've just been basically struggled out of your comforts. But the Xavier is gonna get ready. Oh, Nish is in the chat. Shout out to Nish.
Yeah, Nish got summoned, or maybe Xavier summoned Nish, or Nish summoned Xavier. Like, it could go both ways. Yeah, I don't know if I like it, because if I'm looking at their comp, I feel like they don't have enough shred to get through those three big boys. I mean, two big boys and one big girl. Because yes, you have Alpha through damage, you have CC that has percentage HP damage, and you have Xavier's poke. But poke, it's not really the best into very tanky heroes, because yes, you can poke them, but usually what ends up happening is you will poke them once or twice, but still, it's a tanky hero, so he can work the team fight around even with like 60-70% HP bar. It's not that big of a deal. If you are playing a poke hero into someone very squishy, into very squishy composition, then it makes a lot of sense. You can utilize that to maximum, you can really harp down on them, and if you hit 1-2 pokes, that basically means they cannot team fight anymore. But this team comp, I don't think they really care. Yes, if it will hit Bruno, that will be good. If it will hit Juxin, that will be good as well. But anyone else than that, I mean, it's as good as wasted.
I mean, personally, I was thinking of a Vexana showing up. You know, she gets a little bit more damage with the Lord she summons. It deals HP-based damage. It could melt Lords, but still you have the Alpha, you have the CC, as you said. Xavier, I think, is just another crowd control unit they really need, because they are lacking that momentum of the crowd control, because for as long as the game has been, you know, playable, crowd control was always king in the meta. They have Yuzhong, they have Hila, they have Fredrin, they have Juxin. 4 really oppressive heroes. I mean, if they went with the Badang, maybe on the roam, with the Grok to just immune the stands, I think would have been a little bit different. But still, this is only game number 1. They have 2 more chances after this, so who knows? The draft is looking in favor in meta shift, for my opinion. But what do you think, Warren?
Yeah, I think I will stick to what I said before, and that is I believe they don't really have that much burst.
Okay.
But maybe they do, but not really the ones that we thought will have the burst, because meta shift are the ones showing up with very immediate damage right on Nandeo, 40 seconds, and he already has to recall.
That's not bad, he still got the wave cleared, he got out, he had to burn the flicker, but still, that's just going into the process of playing Hilda. Being oppressive, but still, Toby is there, Balabdab is close enough, so Sirius is gonna get that freeze going. But still, look at the poke damage coming in on the mid lane. He is just forcing the Xavier into the tower. Of course, the Fredrin is going to try to take the jungle of Alpha a little bit away. He got that double green crab, as we like to call it here. But still, this is going to be a really hard mid lane game. Toby and Andai are getting forced out a ton. Bobalabdab is coming closely, getting ready to do some small stuns. But still, it's an early game. It could go any other way. Sirius has the Vengeance, was a little bit more tankier in fights. And
Let's
of course,
talk about predictions, Dakota. Like, what do you think about those predictions? If you look at that, what do you think about my 2-0 for Ake? Let's talk that.
Who knows? It could go both ways still. Personally, I think I said 2-0 for Metashift, but still, look at Bobber Rustic.
Bobber picks it up, but can he fly away in time? There are 3 members zooming in on him. It looks like he will be fine. Just running by. Astra with a first kill though.
We got the Vengeance out, the Petrify also out still. God Believer, Damsky, he died in the mid lane. He died early on. He's still not level 4. The Xavier, however, is, and he used the Dawning Light. Astra is close, and with Rock and Roll. Sirius is going to try to give some vision, but still look at that pickup coming from Toby. Leave Me is going to get the execution. Ooh,
and maybe
unlucky.
The one to be executed will be Toby as well. He is really dancing on Knife's Edge, barely staying alive. More poke coming from Nandao, trying to push them away. Astra, can he live? He gets pulled in and he gets slain. Bober with another for his team. First for him though.
I don't know if you noticed that, but God Believer picked up Toby, threw it behind the Fredrin Appraiser's Wrath, and the damage was not there. They couldn't finish him off. So Toby went out, walked away scot-free basically, but still, he did use the Revitalize, and Boborusik is about to get his best right back, allowing him to possibly gank in mid-lane. But look at the oppressiveness coming from the Jukshin. Yes, you have better clear, with the Xavier you have more area damage, you have better area control, but the oppressiveness of a Jukshin, you have vision, you have mobility, the only thing you're lacking is a built-in Purifier. It would be the perfect mage. But still, Wabbalabadabdab is in the triple bush, waiting for someone to pass through, maybe to catch the Alpha lacking, maybe giving even vision on the Lizard. But we can already see the oppressiveness of Bruno. He's just forcing that Granger into the tower as fast as possible, trying to get the smell of Hilda a little bit away. The Huntress is hunting, and she's ready to prowl and jump, but look at Astra. He has the Alpha charge ready to rock and roll.
He is rolling into Wabbalabadabdab. Maybe he overstepped a little bit. AOG finishes them off, and there is a big scuffle happening on the river. Leave Me tries to run away, and his name spells it for him. He wanted to be left alone.
I mean, Appraiser's Wrath was not available. He did use it to clear the jungle creeps, but still, the oppressiveness of the Hilda is showing. She got the Alpha to half HP on her own. If she had a little bit of a follow-up, it could have been a different story. But again, charging down, Toby is there. Getting saved by that field of light. Still, Toby is tanky.
Is he tanky enough though? There is like Dragon Form flying through. Oh, that was big damage that he got. But still, he got the kill that he wanted.
One of the best fusion players from Europe is just showing off his skill. And the Petrified goes through.
It went through, but at the same time, not only they get Astra, but they get Turtle too, and maybe they are looking at another one. Kios, and you are in big trouble. You try to dance away, dash away, but Dab is right on his tail.
Man, I mean, it's just showing Metashift's lane control is different. The sides are on another level. Toby is gonna get in there just in time to not give any more plating to the Bruno, but still, that's an AOG gone. Hilda got taunted a little bit, stoned by the field of light. And the audience prediction, 60 to 40%. Man. Oh, Leave Me.
Yusan getting taunted up. Airborne, Leave Me might be a little bit too deep, but he doesn't think so. He continues pushing onwards, and there is Bubba trying to save his friend. Leave Me will be fine.
I mean, still, it's 1,400 gold, not a big lead. The Fredrin is gonna go for the Dominance Ice Fredrin build, just getting that maximum defense in the early game. With your skill tree, of course, you get a little bit more defense. But man, the Hilda should really go. I've seen a lot go for the Fury Hammer just to get that extra penetration early in the game, allowing her to just shut down more heroes. But Tsukashiru is petrified.
Bober doesn't even care. He immediately starts it up. God Believer is making the follow up. Cyrus, he gets slain.
Man, still, he sustained a lot of bit, and he got the Petrify out, the Black Dragon Form, but in the mid lane,
Big CC coming his way. Barely surviving, but not anymore. He gets picked off. AOG is there to pop it all up. Leave Me. He's in the thick of battle. Barely surviving. Not anymore. He is 10 feet under, and there is only one standing. Not standing anymore. God Believer has to believe a little bit more, because those gods don't seem to be helping him out at all.
5-5, 1000 gold favor for MetaShift. However, the mid lane dirt is gonna go and almost fall down at hands of Kusen, but Bruno is there. The turtle dance has started and it's controlled by Ake. However, if you take a quick look at the map, in the top lane they won a turret, in the bot lane they almost won one as well. So it's looking like a bright day for MetaShift still, but they're really lacking in those pickups because Bobarusik goes in, God Believer was there, they forced out Sirius, but the Black Dragon Force was gone. They couldn't go and rotate towards the mid lane. If the Yuzhong still had it, he could have maybe went and tried to get that help they deserved, but not enough, not enough.
Not enough is probably what is leaving me thinking about that range on Taunt. Houston almost getting ahead. But right now we have a little bit of breathing room. So talk me through, what are the compositions really doing? Like, who wins late game?
In the late game, of course, it's going to be MetaShift because they have the Bruno. He has one of the best late games. He does, I believe, 2000 damage per basic attack. But still, Ake has the Xavier. They can play tower defense simulator all they want. They can clear. They have the Granger for the range and the damage. And of course, they have Toby, the mid shield. The wall is right there, and Astra to melt down any marching lord. I mean, it's a really well-rounded off draft for both sides. But still, I think MetaShift has the better range. They have the better teamfight potential with the Yuzhong going for the backline. And of course, Zobalabadabdam joining him. Leave Me is there is the front. Oh, Rusik.
Bober trying to dance around, petrifies, and he immediately goes right into them. He doesn't care. He is the Wrathful Dragon, and he lands on their head. Forces Nandeo to use his flicker. Now he tries to retaliate with some damage backwards. Don't going through Toby AOG on top of their heads to force them away. Astra is chasing furthermore. There is Cyrus, and he will slay. He will slay. Leave Me. But in the meantime, Pamatroni was able to sneak away the tower on bot side.
I was gonna mention that as well, but still, they won the trade in my opinion. A turret for a Fredrin, and a flicker from a mage, Retribution, Revitalize, and Vengeance for a Petrify and a Fredrin. Not a bad trade-off. Lord is up, however. Yuzhong in the top lane. He could win that trade. No Vengeance for the CZ, but she has the yo-yo. She has the damage, the capabilities to melt him down. Still, they need to go for God Believer. Ake needs to try to get a shutdown on someone before the Lord starts, because they could have the advantage with the Xavier. And of course, the Alpha melting everything. It could work, but Bobarusik is doing a pretty good job at zoning. Their Petrify is about up. Still, 7 seconds left. Metronia is in the bottom. He is slow. He is forcing the dead wave to be in their favor. And of course, it's going to be a really close call. Someone is going to have to answer that bot wave soon. Xavier doing a little bit of vision poking still. It's gonna be a 5 versus 5. Oh! The taunt is there.
Leave Me wanted to make it 4v5 because he almost got bursted, right?
I mean, it could go both ways. The Fredrin is so tanky, he's level 12, he has the Praise Rat, he has the taunt coming through. So they couldn't do skill, it's just basics, and they have really weak basic attacks on the side of Ake. Oh, God Believer. Looking for Toby. Lord is a 9,000 HP.
Is getting sniped and the fight is getting started. There is Black Dragon 4 flying around trying to push them away. Taunted Cyrus, AOG separates the fight, flips, Leave Me on top of his head. Astra is getting very dangerously low, but Pamatronio gets picked up. Beautiful snipe, but even more beautiful Petrify. Bober is there to destroy, and he got a triple kill. Astra, can he change the tide of battle? I don't think he can. Yes, he can. Shuts down Bober himself, the man, the myth, the legend. Okay, are still in the game.
I wouldn't call him a mid because we're seeing him in person. He did an amazing job with the Petrify, getting 3 people down before they managed to shut down the Raging Dragon. Still, I believe he was gonna be a Maniac or maybe even a Savage for Bober. Of course, he is gonna have the Hunter Strike to get that extra penetration on the Gatotkacha and the Chichi, allowing him to deal a ton more damage with his passive, but still, Leave Me is leaving much to be desired. He is getting melted down completely in the top lane. We are gonna see the waves starting to crash. The Lord, of course, is countering a bot. Still, they have a possibility of getting a kill on top because we're gonna see Astra and Sirius trying to answer. But man, the Dawning Light is gonna provide so much vision and so much poke. Pelmetronia is never gonna be hidden.
Metronio should be trying to hide, because last time those snipes, they found him better. He was sleeping.
I mean, it's still 90 seconds to Lord. They have a minute and a half of time to think about what they're gonna do. Still, Ake is losing on the waves and on the rotation. They have the faster heroes, they have the Xavier to do rotation control. But is it enough to actually answer to the healer, to answer to the Bruno? Or maybe even the Vision. Vision can be anywhere on the map. You pop that black dragon from you on the other side in a few seconds. But it's just so menacing, seeing a black dragon rotating around you and then going down and starting to kill every single one of your teammates. But still, only 1,300 gold difference between these two teams. 8-8. Only one Lord advantage and one turtle advantage, but the turrets are in favor of meta shift.
Bober has so much damage. It's a little bit of his classic, always going much more damage-wise than what usually we see on Yuzong's. He really loves his Hunter Strike. I don't know if he has it finished already, but he is one of the most aggressive Yuzongs that we have here on MEC, and probably the best Yuzong that we have here on MEC. So if you are practicing Yuzong, this game should be something to behold. Keep writing notes, keep checking what Bober does, because this man, you always need to look out for him.
We're seeing already the position of Ake. They are all cored up because they don't have a big AoE stun beside of the Yuzhong. And of course, meta shift is a little bit split up. They're gonna clear the dead wave just so they can build a little bit more momentum for their team to get the positioning on the Lord. Just getting ready for the future. And I like this aspect of meta shift. They don't give away what they cannot take back. And we're gonna see already the Yuzhong poking the Lord. Frederick is in the mid bush, waiting for people to rotate. We're gonna see God Believer on the right side, just poking, baiting them out. Dawning Light comes through, giving a little bit of vision on the Lord itself. But the Metronio is always joined by Wabbalabadabdab, never alone. You can never leave this guy alone. He's gonna get picked off so easily. Astra is gonna go and check the bushes. 3 people in the bot. This is gonna be the perfect time for Metashift to burst down the Lord. 30k HP, 28 more to go. And there's no one to answer.
No one is picking up the call. It's being left alone, and this means free Lord for meta shift. But we got a little bit of a glance for a sec over the items, and yes, Bober is having his Hunter Strike completed, so that's the reason why he is doing so much damage. Of course, he will be a little bit squishier, but if you're looking at their comp, they definitely don't worry if they have a little bit less tankiness. They are still quite tanky. 612, this Yuzong, level 15, very big beast that you need to consider every time you team fight. And this is exactly how I was saying it will go, other than Pelmetronio. Pelmetronio is kind of being very silent. He's not really doing something crazy as what we know from him, what we are used from him, because he is just scaling up. He is waiting for that moment that you spoke about before. You were saying Bruno will be a death machine in the late game. He's waiting for that moment, but Bober, he is shining, and unfortunately for Ake, he destroyed Cyrus.
I mean, Pelmetronia is doing the perfect job. He is taking down the turret objectives, and that's what a marksman should do. He doesn't need to do the damage, doesn't need to do the killing. You have the other people to do that. He is taking care of the most tedious part. Taking turrets one by one. All of the outer turrets of Ake are gone. Nothing is left, only the inhibitors. And the Lord is up in 100 seconds. So they need to really look for a trade-off. They need to start doing these things right. They need to take the waves advantage. But still, remember, you're gonna see me, you're gonna see Warren, the streamer versus caster. Me and him are gonna be on enemy teams. A little bit of a spoiler, November 28th, Friday. So get ready for that spectacular show. Right now, Metashift is gonna be trying to bait out Toby.
Toby, will he get baited? It looks like he will be forced to use the OG defensively, but at the same time, God Believer had to escape. Cyrus maybe a little bit to the vengeance. There is Black Dragon 4 flying for the backline. Can he heal it up? He is very much fine. Petrified, he goes for the kills. Tries to get Kyusen. He should be getting him. That's a first on the chopping block. Can he get more? He got stopped in his tracks for a bit. Astra could be dying. Yes, he gets put down. Shut down, double kill. And they go for more gold. God Believer got traded, but this doesn't matter because still 4 members are standing strong, and this means MetaChef will take the first game of this BO3 and already ruin my prediction.
Already ruined your prediction indeed, but still, really great game coming in from Ake. They just lacked them wave clears. They didn't have anyone to really go out there. They didn't have an assassin. They didn't have nothing to go and try to challenge the waves. However, Pelmetronia was always joined by Healet. Healet has an escort, and he has the flicker. He's Bruno. He can just go away. He can heal away. But still, Boba Rustic is deserving MVP in my opinion of this game. He was doing an amazing job.
He was doing an amazing job. He was doing 2 jobs basically. Like it was like having 2 XP laners. He engaged, he defended, and he attacked. He killed them all. He tanked them all. He didn't care. He didn't take no for an answer. When the opponents were screaming, "No, please let me go," he didn't let them go and finished them off one by one until there was no man standing. And unfortunately for him, he was the one to fall as well. Yeah, absolutely deserved MVP. The only death that happened was in that last fight where he got killed off. But other than that, flawless. And even that last fight, like you cannot even give him heat for that. It was exactly how it was supposed to be played. He knew that now they want to turn it to the max. They want to go in and they want to do the last strike and destroy the next person.
But a quick look at the player achievement. Which guy is gonna be Pelmetronia? He, as I said, was the lane management guy. All the time he was going for the offlane, taking the gold, pushing the turrets. Most damage, the carry, the MVP of this game, Boba Rustic, and of course, amazing job by Dobby, the most assists and the most damage tanked during the game. He got baited out in that last fight and he was forced to use that AOG. He was gonna die nonetheless. He had to use the AOG to just go and maybe try to get a breathing chance, but still, his team went in after he bailed out, so it's gonna be a pretty messy call. Who knows what the shot call was there, but amazing gameplay coming from Toby. I was expecting more of the Grok because you saw how aggressive the draft from MetaChef was. It was so stun heavy, you couldn't do anything with the Gatot. You were just getting stunned out left and right. But man, what a close game. It could have gone both ways. Just one fight would have made a difference.
I have to say, I think it falls down on 2 specific picks, and that will be Xavier for me and Kius's Granger. Not really, I don't know why I felt the sense to call his name. He wasn't the reason why it wasn't working, he was trying his best. But picking up Granger was really a bait. Like, of course, it's easy to say that when you see it afterwards and you're like, yeah, it was so obvious. Maybe if you would have asked me before they locked in those 2 beefy frontliners, Hilda and Fredrin, I would be like, yeah, Granger was decent, but afterwards, not really that much, so he couldn't ever get through those frontliners, and when Bobber jumped on him, there was no saving him. If there was something like Kari, she could shred Bobber in late game, you know? Of course, she would fare a little bit better into those big HP targets, but at the same time she could have been having different problems, so maybe it wasn't really the reason why it fell apart. Maybe Granger was the pick to go for, but I just really have this feeling in my belly. I feel like they didn't have enough tanks.
I think the carry would have been a really bad pick here because they have actually too many tanks. The carry cannot deal with every single one, and they have the Yuzhong, who can go individually for the carry, and of course the Bruno, which is a really good laner against the carry herself. But still, I think the mid laners to win, maybe a Vexana, maybe a Lilia, to just deal that extra early game damage that they really lacked. Of course, Xavier was there as a safety, just to try to maybe snipe out the lanes, try to do wave management. I saw the idea, I got it, but still, I don't think it worked really well with an alpha, with a fighter jungle. Maybe if they went for an assassin, but still, that was game number 1. We're gonna go straight into game number 2, expanding rivers. Who's gonna take this one, Warren?
Yeah, that's hard to say, but I still think Ake can come back from the BO3. I'm feeling like they can have it. I'm not saying after what MetaChef has shown us that they can take it home. I have to a little bit backpedal on my call 2-0. Well, obviously, because now it cannot be 2-0. Well, maybe for MetaChef, but it cannot be 2-0 anymore for Ake. But I'm feeling like they have what it takes for this not season but for the series to be equalized. I think they could do it. I think they just need to kind of fix a little bit of those issues in the draft. I think, as we always say, 60% of the game is made or broken in the draft pick. So if you are putting yourself as Ake in a position where you have it kind of rough against a strong, very strong opponent like Metashift, you aren't making it easier for yourself.
Warren, I have to say something a little bit out of context. You joined the Surge giveaway, you won it, but you weren't there in time to claim it. Man, must feel a little bit bad. I mean, that's
Actually,
what you get. You were not paying attention to the chat. You had a chance to get free skin or free diamonds, Warren.
Zakota, actually, I gave it away. I gave it away to one guy that was the first to join the stream today, so I felt like he deserves
nice
it more.
Guy, nice guy, Warren.
He was camping since 16:30. He was right there for the pre-show. He stayed until now, so I gave it over to him. But a little bit less of an off-topic. Yuzong being banned, actually from the side of Metashift. That's quite interesting. Do you feel like Ake would have fanned for it? This feels like a 6D chess that no one's playing. What are they doing? Yuzong ban?
Yuzong ban, they're the second pick. So Yuzong being one of the best XP laners, you roll the dice. You either give him what you're taking. You have to choose to both. Of course, they're gonna ban out the Sis as well because she is gonna be a big troublesome hero. They're gonna have to answer with the Lapu first pick. Or maybe even the Alice, I'm thinking for Ake. The hardest pick is gonna be the first pick. If you don't have Yuzong, he's an oppressive hero, he's so strong. You can't really go wrong with a pick like him. But if you want to give him away for free, you have to get a trade in return. And I don't think Metashift wants to give him for a trade because you're gonna trade a hero for a hero like Yuzong. We saw in game number 1, Paparusik was doing so much with just one hero. He was, I think, the best killer there. He had the most kills, he had the most impact in the game, I think everyone can agree. But Ake is gonna ban out the Hilda and Lancelot Baxia. I mean, Hilda is a new ban, Baxia, Lancelot was old. What are they gonna first pick? Are they gonna go for a Grok or are they gonna go again for maybe a Juxin?
I feel like they should prioritize their mid lane picks a little bit more because I feel like they were really pushed to their limits in the last game, and we can already see Metashift are already taking hits on this mid lane champ pool and they know it. I don't think they are the only ones that know it. People are speaking about Nando as a decent player, but there are definitely some flaws in his style, and one of them has to be that his champ pool is not really that deep. It's more so a little pond, not really a pool.
Magic is my life.
It's, you know, the Harriet going in the hands of Houston, a really good trade-off hero. Are they gonna go for the Granger in the side of Metashift to answer for that with Pelmetronia? But again, they could go for the Lunox, go lane, if they're really feeling it. Or they could go for the Granger on the gold. But still, of course, the Hayabusa, a pick not to be left out. They're gonna go maybe for the Yusunshin on the side of Ake. But what did Pelmetronia pick? What did they pick on the right side? The Lapu. Bober, Rusik, I mean, there is the Alice available. The Tamus as well could technically work. I know you like Tamus. I mean, I've seen your Martis gameplay. Do you think Martis would work here?
Damn, they can shout at me like that. Damn, Zakota, don't do me like this just before the start of the new week. Like there is three hours left for until midnight, until Monday, and you just taking shots at me. I thought I'm safe. Yeah, I don't know if Martis could be the answer. From my experience, Martis could be a little bit tricky to play if you are playing Lapu. It can be a little bit troublesome because usually when you play Lapu, you are thriving on the brink, especially with Queen's Wings. You love to make those clutches when you are low HP, but Martis of course cancels that out by executing you around like 30-20% HP of yours. But of course, that will not be the case, at least not in the XP, maybe in the jungle, but I don't really think that's something that floats Astra's boat. I think his champ pool lies elsewhere.
I mean, let's speak from experience. You saw the other day Tini Bambuse having the Esmeralda jungle, and it didn't really work out for them as it should, but still. They went out again for the Gatotkacha. I mean, they had the Grok, and Grok is really great in Hayabusa. They could have went for the Kalea pick, but they really like the Katakacha. He's so tanky, he has so much visibility. And maybe if you went for the Alice instead of the Esmeralda, different story, but you have to get mid lane prioritization. So you need to get a Farsight, and I think Metashift is gonna ban it out next because Farsight is one of the counters to Kimi. You have that big aerial strike, you have such a big range to feather A strike. You can also just make a bit of a presence play that Farsight. You can just pop the ultimate and just zone with it. You don't have to nearly kill, you don't have to force anything. You just have to be a scary mage. That's the only reason. Same with the Atakacha, you can play a presence roamer. He has a really strong presence because if you see a Atakacha, you know he's joined by maybe a mid laner, maybe he's joined by a jungler. So there could be something cooking up. So you never know what's gonna happen next. But with a Grok, you have a better and faster way to engage. Atakacha has a little bit of a wind up, of course. But with Grok, you can flicker forward. You can have the S1, you can have the wall to just freeze the waves. But it's gonna be really skip as the Farsight gets banned away. Granger, really great call coming from Ake. And what is gonna be the last one? What do you think, Warren?
I don't know, maybe, I don't know what is the matchup, but I would say Moscow, like we saw Pametronio perform on that, maybe.
Moscow here into a Harit, Gacha, and an Esmeralda. I don't know. We've seen the first game, the Memento game, where they had the Esmeralda on the goal lane, but here they can't really push it there. They have already the Harif. So it's gonna be really hard. Maybe if they're gonna flex the Lapu Lapu on the gold and go something else for XP, it's really hard to say because Harit is a really strong goal laner. He has great marksman, he has a lot of magical damage, and with the remove of, if I'm not mistaken, it was, I forgot the name of it. Wow, I mean the item is gone for a week and I already forgot it. But still, the item dampened the damage over 800, so it's a really big buff towards Harif's damage.
Twilight armor?
Yeah, Twilight armor. I forgot about it. I was like, damn, what's the name of that item? Then I remember, Twilight. I thought it was something with a B for some reason. I don't know. But still, Twilight armor's removal is a really great thing for Harit player because he can be more aggressive now. He does more damage. You can't really take the damage away from you. Only if you build Guardian Helmet, and most people don't do it because Guardian Helmet is a 60-second cooldown, if I'm not mistaken. 1 minute per activation. Considering the old Twilight, you had so much time.
Also, you could go for Justice. Justice has the second passive. It's not just attack speed, right? It has the second passive that kind of blocks out the damage. Wait, what are you disagreeing with?
Please. We saw Laito in the first game with the Uranus going Twilight against the Harit, and it didn't really, not Twilight, Justice against the Harit, and it didn't really pan out that well for him. But still, Pametronio again with Bruno, just single-handedly boosting up that win rate. 30%, 1 of 3 games won, 1 was won by him. And of course, I was thinking about the Hylos, it's a really great pick, and there's the Vexana I was talking about last game, joined by a Yisun Shin. A great jungler. He can immune the Hayabusa ultimate. He can just go and walk away from most of the Hylos stans here. But I think in this draft, if I be honest, Ake won. They have more stans. They have a better teamfight composition compared to one of Metashift. They have only 3 stans on the team. If you take in consideration the Lapu Lapu Land Shaker, of course, it's such a big stand. It's so unexpected sometimes. But man, what a draft.
It's definitely an interesting draft, and I feel like I have to agree with you on a point where Ake definitely built for themselves something better than in the last game. In the last game there were 2 outliers, it was Granger and it was Avery. I didn't quite like it, whereas this time it feels nice. It feels they shouldn't be lacking damage, they should be able to take care of Hylos, Lapu, all of those heroes. The only problem will be if Bober is able to CC immune through Lane Shaker or through Raging Slash, the most important CC. That important CC will probably be either Taunt from Toby or the Fear from Nandeo. If he can do that, then it will be bad news for Ake, but if he cannot, then it's the other way around.
Talking about bad news for Ake, look at Toby, he's already below half HP. A quick look at the emblem says nothing out of the ordinary except maybe for the mystery shop on the Vexana. You'd usually go for the rotation speed because she's a pretty slow walker, but look at Toby, big taunt on the Hylos, a lot of poke coming through with the Terrify as well. The early skirmishes are always one of the best to watch in my opinion because that's gonna tell you how aggressive the enemy is gonna play during the game. And the draft coming from MetaShift is a bit on the lower CC side, I would say. So they have mid lane control. We're gonna see Hayabusa going for his jungle, just taking it in one by one, of course. The Yisun Shin outfarms him a little bit because of the passive. He gets the critical passive. So it's gonna be a really even Stevens game. Of course, the Hylos is gonna help clear the lane, and the Vexana just completely melts down in the passive. I mean, Concussive Blast, the skill one, it's gone. The Terrify as well, just on top of that, elimination completed. Still, look at Sirius. He is in the lead so far. He is poking out Babarusik. But guys, don't forget, there isn't a Saber during day, but there is a Saber giveaway on Instagram. Join it. Make sure you follow Surge on Instagram because we had a lot of people who won and they weren't following us. But Leave
Me is forcing himself on towards Cyrus. Cyrus had to use his ult defensively. That will be lacking in the next upcoming teamfight.
I mean, if Leave Me had maybe followed the search page on Instagram, he could have gotten the kill, but still, let's look at Bobarussi going into the Landshaker.
Bober going with the Landshaker Flicker combination, immediately bursting Astra, and he continues the fight on, maybe a little bit too deep. No, he's still alive, he's still standing, and he is able to make it out of harm's way. Yugi Shiroki will finish off Nandao, and MetaShift are starting with a bang, going for Turtle and picking 2 kills on top of that.
It was nothing, just a follow-up coming in from God Believer. The traction pulls really showed them who's boss. And Toby is really squished right now. He's really vulnerable. Leave Me is there. Maybe he's gonna try to go for a fight, but Sirius there denied them the entrance. Toby goes back to base, unscathed, unharmed, and ready to rock and roll yet again. Still, Wabalabazab needs to go maybe for a base recall, get his mana back, just to have that extra HP and not use his own passive for it.
But if you look at gold, what is super important for Ake is that Kyusen is still holding the same gold as Pelmetronio, even though Pelmetronio has the turtle advantage. So that spells very nice things for Ake, at least on the top side.
It's 19 gold, Warren. I don't think it's that big of a difference.
But he's even. He's not behind, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying he's ahead, but he's even, you know?
I mean, still, it's 19 gold, not that far behind, of course, but it's the goal lane. It could go both ways. I think in the early game, the Harriet froze a bit of the wave. 71%. Warren, how do you feel?
Yeah, that's so crushing. But it looks like I'm not the only one getting his soul crushed, because Bober might be a little bit overestimating himself. He felt too good about the first game performance, and Cyrus got him right where he wanted. Ooh, maybe a little bit more action as Babalabadabdab gets picked off, and they go for more down going through on God Believer. He needs to flicker away out of harm's way. Leave Me there to fight. Yugi Shadow Kill finishes off Astra, and looked like it might have been more. Zamon's Force used. Pelmetronio will be fine.
Pelmetronio will be fine, but his tower planting will be not. Leave Me is there to try to give some support, but the Yugi Shadow Kill has been used. And the damage coming in from the skill 1. Oh, the Worldy doesn't connect that well. Gets the passive used up. God Believer has attraction pulls. Uses it on Nandayo. Force the flicker out. The horse runs away.
First buff of a initiating horse is running in. That looks like it will just be a warning shot.
A warning run maybe, but still. Yeah. Right now, the goal on the gold is in favor of MetaShift. 32 gold, 67 now. But Boba Rustic has an arch nemesis. Esmeralda is doing a mighty fine job, mighty dandy. Got that plating down to half, but Leave Me is there. AOG is popped up.
AOG, I believe, stole away the purple buff, so that's good for Ake. At least MetaShift are not running away with that.
I mean, better Toby than Leave Me. Babalabadabdab is there, God Believer is there, Sirius is there, Toby and Nandayo are falling short behind.
Toby missing the down, unfortunately not really connecting. Babalabadabdab initiating with that glorious path away. He is leading the charge, and Toby is left alone to fend for himself. Why is no one going in there to help him? Babalabadabdab actually falls down first, and Bober might be looking for Toby, because there is still a lot of damage that he's packing. Yes, he finishes him off. Raging Slash on Nandale, who has no flicker available. Oh, Bober is just frying. He is the chef in the kitchen, but maybe there's a new chef on the block. It's Astra saving the fight.
With a bow and string and with a sword as well, he was chopping up the enemies, but Sirius was doing some serious tanking right there. Pelmetronio, on the other hand, got Kyusen down, and I think by the help of Leave Me, they got a turret up, but Leave Me I mean, Pelmetroni got a taunt, but AOG Astra is close behind. He's not gonna have his bolt ready to rock and roll, but the taunt is there.
Taunt connected, and Toby is finally paying off with this Gato pick. Before, he missed the taunt, but this time he hit. Forces Flicker away.
Leave me. Uses Ugi Shadow Kill, not enough to take down Sirius' health bar by a slight shiver. Still, 20 seconds to the turtle. 2 turtles for the side of Metashift. Sirius is there, and he's doing some serious tanking. I mean, what can you do? It's an Esmeralda. Right now, she is unchallenged, of course. Leave me. He's gonna try to get that turret down. The minion is gonna die, however, Sirius is still there. God Believer, Rusik, and Leave me. 1v3, 2v3
maybe
now.
a little bit too deep. Landshaker connects on top of his face as he gets popped like that. And this means Turtle could be in the hands of Metashift.
I mean, what can he do? Sirius just got melted down left and right. Still, the mid is gonna get some pressure. Kyusen and Andayo are there. Turtle is gonna get taken out by Metashift. No retribution used, maybe leading towards an invade or even an early fight. Kyusen, Toby, and Astra.
Leave me going in for that AOG strike, forcing AOG away. Bobber unfortunately missing Landshaker, but luckily for Aka, the game is kind of crumbling apart, and in the meantime, Pelmetroni is just farming on the side lane. All those fights were made 5v4.
What can they do right now? Toby and Kyusen are trying to catch Pelmetroni, but he is so far ahead. He has the Huskarls, the Berserker's Fury. He is ready to rock and roll and just kick those balls to break skulls open. Bobarusik forcing out Zaman's force just as a safety, you know, just in case they go in. But look at the
he goes in. Landshaker connects, forces Nandeo's Flicker, but he is the one to die first, and maybe they will retaliate. There is all members of Ake. Maybe they go for the chase. Pelmetroni gets picked off, immobilized for a bit, but he is still alive, dancing around. He is dancing, flying. No, it's not enough because Cyrus was there, and just when I want to talk about him, Cyrus, what a step up from the first game. He is leaving Bobber in his dust.
Still, right now in the grand scheme of things, it's looking still in favor of Metashift. There are 4 turrets and none of Ake, no objectives, no turtles taken, and a 3000 gold gap still. Toby got that blue buff yet again. I think he likes it. I think the color matches his skin, you know. He gets that extra 10% cooldown on his AOG. He gets that taunt a little bit faster, and he heals if he clears some minions or maybe gets a kill. But taking a quick look at the gold, Ake is not that far behind. The only big difference is how far behind the Kimi is. She is only 5000 gold. Man.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Like, Kimi has 5,000 gold compared to Vexana, so it's not really a big deal. So if we are looking at the separate gold difference, it's not really that big of a deal for Ake. It's still super playable, and the 3,000 is really deceiving.
Kyusen
with a 1v1, but Yugi Shidoki, luckily for him, misses everything. I mean, hits all the minions, but doesn't hit him at all. But leave me, he is not letting this be. Oh, he didn't go through.
The cut shadows were not available still. Toby is charging up his stun. The Lord is getting started already. Pelmetronio gets it down to 20,000 HP. God Believer, everyone is there. See, Astra has the retribution available.
Event and Q's, Cyrus is the charge. AOG on two members. Landshaker connects, so that means there is the CC immunity. Bobber is leading the charge now, and Toby will be the first to die. Leave me immediately jumping in, but he gets stunned up by the Mountain Shocker. But this is just enough gold for Bobber to finish up his Queen Wings.
And they force Astra to use that retribution up, giving Metashift their Lord. I mean, Sirius is in serious trouble.
Cyrus is getting caught. I don't know if he can stay alive. Anandel gets picked off as well. Kyosen is the only one that tries to defend the tower. 1v5. In the meantime, Astaros finishing off the clear of the bot side.
Almost a complete wipeout by the side of Metashift. Still, they didn't make that much of an impact. Not even a dent on that bot side turret. Look at Astra though. About to take down God Believer.
To make some dents in the armor of Metashift. Babalabadabdab, almost not really dying though. There is Bobber, and he is there ready to rumble. Unfortunately, his Raging Slice doesn't quite connect, but there is Landshaker, and he wants to go for more. He is ready to fight. He is ready to scuffle. He tries to go for Toby. Maybe a little bit too deep.
Man, what a complete turnaround from Metashift. Sometimes they felt like struggling, but right now, only guy holding them back is Sirius. I mean, what can they do? I mean, right now Houston is down. They cannot really defend. They have to play Tower Defense Simulator. They have to use the Vexana's ult perfectly. Because, of course, it does HP-based damage. Lord is going to be up in about a minute or so, almost 2. But still. Oh!
Believe me, Josen, he tries to pop them down by their HP. He makes them a little bit lower. Bober has to use the Bravest Fighter defensively, though.
I mean, Boba Rusick is still doing a splendid job. He's 5-3-2. And he was losing his lane. I mean, on paper, he was losing. He was not doing a great job, but still. The gold is showing the favorites right now. Metashift are so far ahead. And Toby, man.
Toby almost getting bursted, but Bober has something to say about it. Though, luckily for him, luckily for Toby, he was able to push the AOG button.
It's a Polish team versus a Ukrainian team. Both of these teams have better communication. Still Nandayo.
Oh, Nandayo could be going down. Bober unfortunately misses the blade throw. So Nando is still alive. His flicker will be up soon, but this is still a 4v5, but they are losing Ake and Hard.
50 seconds to Lord. Right now, Metashift, they know they have the possibility to do something. However, Houston got that Holy Crystal on Harit, allowing him to do a ton more damage and maybe even clear a bit faster, but Bobarusik forcing out the retribution from Astra. The second the Lord is gonna be up, so will Astra's retribution, but still.
Glorious buff away, Babala maybe overfelt himself, gets mountain shocked, he's still alive, barely. His sliver of health is still remaining. Cyrus tries to chase away Leave Me.
He had that Oogie Shadow kill available, he had the quad shadows marked, but he didn't go in. I mean, that's the difference. You have to take in consideration the risks. But look at God Believer, a bit of a recall spam right there, just a few seconds of taunting before the minions went down. But it's gonna be a pretty close lore fight. Both of the junglers are nearly the same level. So the AOG goes through.
But Bober dashes from that. Nando is the first target of Bober's wrath. He finishes up Wave Landshaker. He finishes off Nando, but he is super low. But two members are already almost dead for Ake. Yeah, it's Toby. Yeah, it's Nando. Now Houston needs to fight with his back against the wall, and he cannot fight furthermore. He's lying on the floor himself, and it's just Astra trying to defend the base, trying to defend the dream of Ake. Might have been possible to take down Metashift, but it's not possible because the base crystal of the second game of Ake's base will explode again. And even worse than in the first one, it looks like they burned themselves out in the first game.
Still, I think it's down to draft. They were playing it extremely passively. Only the bot lane was something getting forced. Esmeralda was forcing that Lapu Lapu so far back. But still, no one was there to try to help Esmeralda push her lane to make her rotate a little bit faster. I mean, it's not over for Ake. They are gonna go to the bottom brackets. I mean, still, it's gonna be a pretty nice game. Next, we're gonna see people, I believe, on the other side. Because right now, it's only the decider who's gonna go up in the top brackets, who's gonna go down in the bottom brackets. We already have the answers for 3 teams, if I'm not mistaken. Only 1 left to go, but still, Warren, how did you feel about these games? They were really nice. They were really, I would say, average time. You said that they're gonna be a bit longer. But we had other casters here, and they said they're gonna be shorter. What do you think? Was it a little bit in between?
It was a little bit in between, right? Because the first one went a little bit longer than what I expected. Even though I went with my heart and I believed in Ake, I kinda knew that Metashift will be a strong beast to tame. They were not able to do that, really. But there were glimpses of greatness, honestly. You have to give it to Ake in the first game, and especially with such a weird draft, at least in my opinion, where they kind of made it hard. They really had no shred into those tanks, and they were trying to save it later into the draft. They still kind of made it almost work. Yes, Bober was a highlight. He was destroying left, right, and center. He was jumping on everyone that was in his range and destroying them with Shard Residue and all those passive procs. The second game, I had really high hopes for Cyrus. Cyrus was doing very, very well. Of course, that was very matchup dependent because Esmeralda does very, very well into Lapu. Lapu has hard time playing into her. That was very visible. But still, I had high hopes for Cyrus. He really stepped up. He really showed us what he is made of. in the first part of the second game, but then Bober prevailed. He kind of woken up and was like, wait, I'm the best XP laner, what am I doing? And he started carrying his team again. Leave me 5-0-4. Yes, MVP is deserved to him because he had the performance put on from the start to finish, where Bober just kind of locked in later into the series, into the game. But well-deserved victory for Metashift, and I'm surprised, honestly. I feel like this was not the form. I feel like this was not the peak form of Ake that we could see. I feel like they were a little bit shaky today.
Maybe they didn't get their practicing correctly. Maybe they had a few bad screens, but still, they did an amazing job today. They played it out fully. They almost got the better of Metashift, one of the best teams of the tournament. So still, huge props to Ake for getting this far. But they're not out. They have a few more chances next week. But still, Warren, were you impressed or were you not by how far Ake got? Because they had a big issue, which they still have. Lane management, I believe, is one of their weakest points. But man, they have improved so much. I mean, we've seen complete monsters the other day. It was night and day difference between Ake from today and Ake from the other day.
I agree, but at the same time, you need to take into consideration the scaling of the team that they were playing into today. That was a definitely stronger team than what they matched yesterday, right? So you need to take this into consideration. But as I have said before, I share the same sentiment as you do, because I think this was not the Ake that we saw yesterday. Yes, of course, if they would stomp Metashift, that would be crazy. I think that's not really, that wasn't even in realm of possibilities. I wasn't expecting that. But I just feel like the form that they had yesterday, they had like 70% of that, and not even the whole series. Like it was like 50-70 dependent on the moment of the game, but it didn't feel like they were as locked in as the day before.
Personally, as I said, I feel it was mostly the draft that made a big difference. The gameplay was there, the micro macro, everything was there. Only the drafts really lacked from the side of Ake. The other days I really liked their draft, they were so unique. But still, it doesn't work against every single member. They didn't have that much, maybe scrims against Metashift, they didn't know how they played exactly. Maybe they had a different view of how this would go. But still, they did amazing today. I hope they're gonna improve better on, I mean, who knows, next week maybe they're gonna be completely different animals. Maybe they're gonna reach another huge power spike.
I agree. If someone can learn from their mistakes and improve upon that, upon the realization where they were lacking, it definitely has to be some teams, but one of them is Ake.
Yeah, I mean, Toby is such a strict, I would say, roamer. He writes everything down in his notebook, gets everything, you know, he did the mistakes, just to reflect on them. That's the best way to improve. You need to go and look back on your mistakes to say, hey, I did this mistake. It could work, maybe if the enemies were a bit different, but against enemy it won't work. But still, soon I think we're gonna have our guests coming. I believe 2 of them actually, Warren. Are you excited to ask some questions?
True, it will be double trouble, of course, right? Who knows then? They know, but we still have a little bit of time. I'm thinking, I'm not even thinking about the questions. I know what I want to ask. Yes, and just as I was saying, we will be having those 2 guys that you are used to seeing, right? Well, actually, you won't see Dazai. He will just be here. But of course, what is important that you see Pelmetronio, the Bruno from those 2 games. Congratulations, Pelmetronio. Nice performance, even though you were a little bit on that farming side. You were on that farming duty, but you were there when your team needed you. What a game this was. Did you expect Ake to be beaten by you, I would even say, that easily after yesterday's performance?
Чи ти думав, що буде їх так легко виграти, особливо після того, як вони зіграли вчора?
Нет, не думал, что так будет легко, если честно.
He didn't think it's gonna be that easy.
I mean, Pelmetronio, you guys were getting a lot of, you know, pushback in game number 2 from Sirius. Was there a mistake in shot calls that happened, just giving Sirius a few more, you know, kills that he deserved? Or was that part of the plan all along to just get you farmed, just get you out of the radar.
Oh, okay, can you repeat question, please?
So basically, were they ignoring Sirius on purpose just to get Permetronio a little bit fed? Or is that something they didn't take in account?
So you mean did they ignore like killing someone?
Exactly, yeah.
Чи ви з піцом так ігнорували кіли і грали чисто по об'єктам, щоб чисто нафідити тебе? Чи це така ваша тактика, чи як?
Нет, мы поставим по объектам, ну, типа дисциплины. Поставим от объекта до объекта, не заливаемся и все.
So they just play from objective to another objective. They didn't want to die, and that was not a tactic. It's just how the things go when you play objectives. So you just get your marksman fed. That's all.
I mean, another question: why the Bruno 2 times in a row? Was there something special about him, or you just wanted to go with a comfort pick?
Ну чому Бруно 2 рази? Це якийсь спецдрафт? Може Бруно дуже сильний, чи просто ви так хотіли, бо це комфорт пік?
Бруно подходил в этот драфт идеально, и мы открыли с этим драфтом. Под Феды на Бруно супер идеальный пик.
А ви типу грали раніше з таким драфтом?
Да.
So they already like played with this draft with Bruno, and they knew 100% that Bruno gonna work in those games. So they remembered what they trained before, and they just picked Bruno. That was like probably that was like comfort pick, I guess, because they knew how to play with Bruno.
Warren, do you have some questions?
Yeah, I would love to ask, why did you feel the urge to ban Yuzong, even though we know that Bobber is the best Yuzong player, and usually we don't really see teams first picking Yuzong. I feel like you are one of the fewer teams that first pick him. Usually teams will go for Yuzong on the red side, not on the blue. So what was the thought behind that?
Чому ви забанили Чонга? При тому, що Русік дуже добре грає на Чонгу, один із найкращих Чонгів. А яка причина?
Ну, в первой игре мы его не банили, мы взяли его на ФП, потому что знали, что там очень сильный Чонг. А во второй игре мы его забанили, потому что так у нас дабл пик, и не хотели отдавать им просто Чонга. Ну, можно так сказать. Потому что знаем, что там очень сильный Чонг.
So they literally just think that Yuzhong is really strong hero, and because they had second pick, they didn't want to give even a chance to for Team Ake to take the Yuzhong for first pick.
Right, understandable. Well, back to you, Zako, now.
Just a question about who is the team you're looking forward to play against the most? We saw how strong Memento Mori is, we saw how strong Glitch Code is. Which one of these two teams are looking forward to play against?
Ким ви хочете реально зіграти, враховуючи те, як відіграли Memento Mori, Glitch Code? Кого ви вважаєте достойним суперником?
Memento Mori, мне кажется, достойный соперник на этом турнире.
So he thinks that Memento Mori is worth their attention. They are looking forward to play with them. They think they are strong.
I mean, in a previous interview, Fushi stated that they really want to beat this team. They really want to beat Metashift. Fushi said that in a previous interview. How do you feel about that?
Що ти думаєш про те, що Фуші сказав, що він якби хоче вас виграти? Хоче вас розмазати?
Не знаю насчет Фуши, но мы готовы победить его команду. В принципе, он, может, лучше хочет. В принципе, мы только победить его команду.
He can think whatever he wants. They will anyway win him, so they don't care.
All right, shots fired. Damn, Belmedrone, okay. Well, before we let you off the hook, we saw Bruno from you. That's not something that people usually go for. I would say you are a little bit unique in that. Are there some pocket picks that you still have in your arsenal and we didn't see it and we will see it in the playoffs?
Загалом вони побачили, що ти граєш на Бруно, при тому, що це не АДК, якого зазвичай пікають. Чи є у вас ще якісь піки, які ви отак дістанете, може якісь сюрприз-піки, знаєш, в майбутньому?
Да, есть пару пиков, мне кажется, нам придется их пикать. В том же самом было 7 или было 5.
So he says that yes, they have some pocket picks because there's gonna be like best of 7, best of 5 games that they will need to make new drafts. So yeah, there are some surprising picks for this tournament still.
Right, looking out for that. Well, Pelmetronio, thanks for answering our questions. And right now, if Zakota doesn't want to wrap up with something last, I may be looking at you. You have some question on your mind?
I just have one question.
All right,
it's just
go
a
for
really
it.
small one. I mean, the other day, or a couple, actually, I think last week, Minerva Fury lost. Another Ukrainian team. And Fake Time as well didn't do as well, but still, we haven't seen it on stream. How do you feel about these two Ukrainian teams making it this far into the tournament? Do you feel proud of them? Because I assume you guys scrimmed a little bit against each other, you played against each other for a long time. So how are you guys feeling?
Що ти думаєш про Fake Time і Minerva Fury? Оскільки вони теж далеко дуже дійшли в цьому туріку. І чи ти гордий за них, чи може якісь маєш інші почуття на рахунок них?
Насчет всех трех украинских команд, я думал, все трое будут в плей-оффе. Я очень удивился, когда меня Фьюри вылетели. А насчет фейктаймов, у них достаточно нестабильная игра, но они идут неплохо, в принципе. А меня Фьюри немного подвели.
So he says that he expected all three Ukrainian teams, to be in playoffs. Like he's kind of surprised that Minerva Fury didn't make it, and he thinks that Fake Time gameplay is not stable, but they are doing good right now. So he expects them to go further in tournament. But yeah, I guess he was proud of Ukrainian teams that they made this far.
Well, before we wrap things up, I will actually throw one more question towards you, Pelmetronio. You have a very interesting win rate. You actually have 100% win rate. Do you think that is something that you can keep up until the finals?
Ти думаєш, що ти зможеш далі мати 100% вінрейт до кінця турніру?
Я думаю, да, если не споткнемся где-то, то да, будем иметь до конца 100% вины.
А какие шансы, что вы споткнетесь?
Шансов мало. Но в этом турике очень мало шансов споткнуться. Только если кто-то заруинит или прикольнется.
So he thinks that they have really high chances to keep up that win rate of 100%. Yeah, he kind of assuming that they can do one mistake and lose that, but it's really small chance. And can I ask Pelmetronio one more question just for you?
Sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Хотів тебе спитати, Pelmetronio, яку команду ви найбільше всього боїтесь? Зі всіх, хто в плей-оффі зараз.
Наверное, мы не скажем, кого-то боимся, но больше всего осторожны против меня, против момента мой.
So I asked Pelmetronio what team they are like the most scared of on this tournament, and he said that it's Memento Mori. Like they literally think that they are the strongest on this tournament.
Damn. Okay. That will be exciting. Like even though he shot the shots, like he still puts the respect on their names. I like that. That's the right way to go about it. Well, Pelmetronio, thanks for answering our questions. Now, if Zakota has nothing else on his mind, he might have, right? He
Nothing
doesn't.
left.
So now we will let you off the hook. But before that, you have space to say whatever you wish to the viewers, to the people watching, to family, friends, whoever who are watching, and kind of hyping you up.
Расскажи всем своим фанам знов, что хочешь.
У нас есть один вопрос от Усика, Вайникс. Он спросил, почему он поставил против нас 2-0. Вот это единственный вопрос.
А що він поставив проти вас 2-0?
Що Аки победят 2-0.
Okay. So the only thing that he wants to say that thanks Varenix that you put 2-0 that they gonna lose.
Yeah, I guess I did that. You really proved me wrong. Like, I look like a fool, Pelmetronio. I thank you for that. All right. Thanks for joining for the interview. Thanks for taking your time to join in. And thanks, Dazai, for beautiful translation as always. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Bye.
What nice guys. I mean, Warren, we got a few headers. I mean, we already had the Memento Mori versus Meta Shift Time. I'm cooking up. We already saw some Bullet Storm from Hushi. And we saw them being repelled by Permetronio, he wasn't really. I mean, I have to agree with him. Memento Mori is one of the strongest, if not the strongest team in the entire tournament, but still, right now, they're gonna have to deal with two teams. I mean, the biggest threats for me, I would say, are meta shift on glitch code. But Warren, what do you think?
What do I think in a sense? Who is the biggest threat on the Vault tournament, or who is the biggest threat for meta shift? Can you like...
Biggest threat in general?
Biggest threat in general? Yeah, I have to... I would say Ake before this BO3, well, but apparently that's not the case, even though Toby and I would apparently love that for them. Yeah, that's not the case. So yeah, we have to go with facts, and facts are that Memento Mori look very deadly, Metashift look very deadly, and Glitch Code, they look very decent themselves, as they had proven to us. I believe it was 2-0 against Jackpots.
It was indeed. All games today, 2-0. I mean, a quick look at the placements right now. We're already seeing the bottom bracket. Jackpot is going to be against Misa Esports. Memento Mori against Glitch Code. And right now we're going to see Meta Shift moving up, and their enemy is going to be decided next game. Warren, we're going to see your predictions on the next game, of course, and of the next caster, but still, who do you feel is going to march up, Oblivion or Fake Time?
I think it will be a very close battle, but I think in the end, Fake Time can take it. That's what I believe.
It's a hard call. I'd have to agree with you, but still, Oblivion has OG players, really strong players. However, Fake Time, as Metronia said, they're too unstable. One day they play good, one day they play really bad. But still, I think we upped enough, Warren. We're gonna go on a short little break, give a little bit of time for the casters to change, to bring an amazing game number 4. Allowing her to just shut down more heroes, but Tsukasiro's petrified.
Bulber doesn't even care, he immediately starts it up. God Believer is making the follow up. To dance around, petrifies, and he immediately goes right into them. He doesn't care, he is the Wrathful Dragon, and he lands on their ass. Forces Nandeo to use his Flicker. Now he tries to retaliate with some damage backwards. Down, going through Toby AOG on top of their heads to force them away. Astra is chasing through it. There is Black Dragon 4 flying around, trying to push them away. Taunted Cyrus, AOG separates the fight, flips, leave me on top of his hand. Astra is getting very dangerously low, but Permetronio gets picked up. Beautiful snipe, but even more beautiful petrify. Bulber is there to destroy, and he got a triple kill. Astra, can he change the tide of battle? I don't think he can. Yes, he's forced to use the OG defensively, but at the same time, God Believer had to escape. Cyrus maybe a little bit to the vengeance. There is Black Dragon 4 flying for the back line. Can he heal it up? He is very much fine. Petrify, he goes for the kills, tries to get Kius, and he should be getting him. That's a first on the chopping block. Can he get more?
He followed the search page on Instagram. He could have gotten the kill, but still, let's look at Bob Rossi going into the Landshaker.
Bulber going with the Landshaker Flicker combination, immediately bursting Astra, and he continues the fight on. Maybe a little bit too deep. No, he's still alive. He's still standing, and he is able to make it out of harm. Felt too good about the first game performance, and Cyrus got him right where he wanted. Ooh, maybe a little bit more action as Babadabadabdab gets picked off, and they go for more down through going through on God Believer. He needs to flicker away out of harm's way. Leave me there.
Everyone is there. See, Astra has the retribution available.
Event and Qs, I mean, Cyrus is the charge. AOG on two members. Landshaker connects, so that means there is the CC immunity. Bulber is leading the charge now.
So the AOG goes through.
But Bulber dashes from that. Nando is the first target of Bulber's wrath. He finishes up with Landshaker. He finishes off Nando, but he is super low. But two members are...
man, and the train of 2-0s. I really hope we finally see a 2-1, as this is the last best of 3 of the evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's the day 1 of the playoffs. You're watching the MEC Fall 2025. It's your boy Kronos on the other side with a new hairstyle. While it's me, the same yet again, scared yet out here, man. Yeah, finally, he's adjusting his hair. Look at this dude. How was your meal, by the way?
I mean, I had a good meal. I took a nice shower. I was watching the games. Kind of shocked that Ake lost, but at the same time, the 2-0 train has been running. But the question is, will the 2-0 train continue for this night? And you know what, Scared? Just because of some people have OCD, I think we should go 2-0, 0-2, 2-0, 0-2. What do you think?
If you're really thinking about that, then yes, for sure, right? It should be a 0-2, but hey, let's be brutally honest out there, dude. I, for one person, predicted every single game to be a 2-1. Regardless of who I was picking. I thought all of these games are in that potential where they would go for the third game. But none of that has happened yet till now. But this is that one matchup where I personally feel that Eternal Oblivion, if they're not able to close it out, should be able to win at least one of those games. But fun fact is, we've got the boys from Fake Time, we've got the people like Garmadon and Gorinich, and you cannot mess up with them.
You know what? Just because of the fact that Gorinich is in Fit Club, I think I might be a little biased in this one. Just because folks, I'm telling you again, man, you gotta join the Fit Club. Look at how handsome he looks as well at the same time. Bro's buffed. He's handsome. He looks absolutely stacked. And look at ZL at the same time, you know? So if you want to get MLBB skins for free, all you need to do is join the Surge Fit Club, work out IRL, upload your sessions, and Surge rewards you. Apart from that, we also have experienced ambassadors both in the game and the gym. Of course, one being ZL and the other being Gorinich. That will set special challenges for you. So scan the QR code or join the Discord to get more information. Sweat for some skins.
I mean, what better thing than keeping yourself fit in the real life and also earning rewards for that, right? I'm pretty sure most of you people would be eventually easily getting those scans and those rewards as well at the same time. But now coming back onto this game, Kronos, out of those two ambassadors, one of their journey was eventually stopped out all the way back in the previous one, but this time around, we've got the big beefy boys out here for Eternal Oblivion, Hanjis, Sheehan, Origami, Paxi, and Professor, who are up against the lineup of Fake Time. And if anything, I think so a lot is going to fall onto the shoulders of Professor to sustain in that EXP lane and also make those plays.
I mean, it always has been, right? And he's not shy to actually take the backseat in terms of KDA. We've seen him actually taking a lot of damage, getting the worst out of the KDA, but making sure his team comes out on top. He knows when to make those individual plays, right? The individual brilliance is what kind of shines for Professor Black. But I think that should be a tool that they need to use how to understand as they go throughout the game. Because if I'm looking at the stats, right, Fake Time have a considerable advantage when it comes to most of these objectives, and the one that I'm looking for most, Scared, is that average time to win. 15 minutes and 26 seconds. These guys can close out games early, and they know how to drag it to the late game as well, whereas Eternal Oblivion, no late game, no party.
They just eventually like to slow down that game for as long as possible out here. And one of the big differences you can also see is in the amount of matches that they've played. Fake Time till now have played 9 games. And that shows that they had to take that very long journey of the 2-2 scoreline and then win the last best of 3. While on the other side of Eternal Oblivion, they had a shorter route. They won their few early games and then eventually were able to close things out as well. And as you rightly mentioned, the average time to win for Fake Time, it's a lot better if you compare it to Eternal Oblivion. But with the way how Eternal Oblivion like to play, if they're allowed to prolongate that or elongate that game, if they're allowed to take it towards the later stages, then it becomes super hard to stop them there. It seems like they feel comfortable in those scenarios.
Yeah, I think it all comes down to how comfortable they'll be. Hey, another flying cloud for us, Scared. We're going to see some fast games again. Early game, once more, going to be prioritized. And as soon as we say early game, you can tell that Fake Time have a considerable amount of advantage just because of that fact.
True. I agree. Out here right now, Fake Time on the blue side, Eternal Oblivion on the red side. It's been a lot of times where we've seen Eternal Oblivion at this part. And let's be honest, if you're Fake Time, you must have done your homework. You cannot allow Professor to pick up the Yuzhong. Even if he is losing out in the early game, you know that he'll pull himself back up in that mid game and give those setups to his team that eventually enables Paxi as well as the rest of the players, right? Even Hanji on that goal lane. So those are the few things which Fake Time need to figure out as we move into the draft. The first two bans, Eve along with the Lancelot.
Yeah, I think Eve and the Lancelot definitely good bans coming through. We've seen how these heroes kind of change the pace of the game, especially that Eve today we've seen quite a lot. Gato Kacha again, one of the prominent roamers ever since he got buffed, what, a couple of years ago. He's been in the scene constant. Baxia, bro's been in the meta ever since, like, what, M2 if I'm not wrong? Even before that. Lancelot comes and goes, so... You know what's scared? I want to see some new hero in the meta sometimes. Why can't we have like a Eudora in the meta? I mean, there was a point where Eudora could have been picked, if I'm not wrong. But like, you know, in the meta, bro. In the meta. Layla was played at M6, but in the meta. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can see my action. Folks, tell me, what do you think you want to see in the meta? Get the developers talking, you know? The power is with us. You just got to make sure you get something viral. They might just do it.
To be honest, there was a time we even saw Hanabi being picked up as well, along with the Lolitas, right?
Yeah, that was
some fun times.
And then they got banned.
I kind of wished. Yeah, exactly. And after that, they got nerfed out so bad, or the rest just got so much better that we never really saw that happen. Out here, though, Jushin has been left open, and I'm pretty sure you would not want to let it go as the
Black Dragon has arrived. I mean, come on, you don't want to give the Black Dragon in the hands of Professor Black. It's gonna be absolutely insane. He plays the Yuzhong really well.
I agree, but then again, the trade-off is for the Jushin, which hasn't really been picked up at Eternal Oblivion. They lock in the Kimi along with the Grog, so that's a pretty nice opening coming in already. I think so. Out in the mid lane, you banned out the Eve, you've let the Grog and the Kimi go through. This should be a Jushin pick right here. Otherwise, it's definitely getting bad from the side of Eternal Oblivion. Jungle lock in early.
I think the Jushin's actually okay here. Jushin Yi Sun-shin makes so much sense. Oh, never mind. They don't need no Yi Sun-shin. They're gonna go Granger and Fredrin. That 29% doesn't look so strong, man. That doesn't look so strong.
One of the big things is that you answer back Fredrin with the constant poke with a specific range, right? And Kimi has the exact util to deal with a Fred in that scenario. And if in case you try and get close, then you have got the Grog in front of you. With the power of nature as well as the tectonic charge, you cannot get close to Origami on the Kimi. So just...
Definitely not the hell.
I don't know, man. I don't really like the Fred pick there, and yes, I agree. If it's a Harith pickup, then there's a win in the lane against Granger too. But they're locking the Lapu Lapu early on. Alright. Understandable.
It's alright. I mean, it doesn't do much. It's not bad. It's okay. But what else could be well in this particular time for Fake Time or Oblivion? They're lacking gold laners. The other side's lacking mid. So you can see the respective bands coming through. Farsa, Harith. Well, we're probably going to see a Jushin band out. And then maybe... What, a carry? No. Can't go for a carry here, can they? I mean, scared, look at it. They got a Fredrin. You got a Yuzhong. You know there's another tank coming. Why risk it? You have the protection of the Bruno. Bruno is good. But, I mean, yeah, Bruno is great, I would say. But Ruby... They're forcing the Yi Sun-shin on Oblivion, aren't they? They're forcing Yi Sun-shin on Xian. And I think he's going to pick it up.
I think so. They had a kind of read where Oblivion would want to play hyper carry with the Kimi. So, banning out a Ruby is understandable too. They've already got the Yuzhong and a Fredrin who want to dive. And with an anti-dive in the form of Grok, they do not want to give them more tools. So Ruby ban kind of makes sense. But then Hanji, What does he want to go for?
I think they funnel the Ascension.
Individually as well. If you pick up the Ascension, then your mid becomes pretty squishy with the Ascension Kim. But yes, you got the Grok to try and pair that up with. But with that, you need to go for a fighter in the gold lane too.
Kai.
Under jungle. Yeah, I thought so. Makes
Yeah,
sense. Kind of makes sense.
100%, it does make sense because you're right. If you pick the Ascension, it becomes too weak of a mid. Oh, no. You want a Beyblade? I can Beyblade alongside that. They go for the Valentina in the mid lane. Yeah, no. Let's find the right time to cast that. Let's say it like that as well. And you get the Hilda picked up in Flying Clouds. A lot of aggression coming through. Whichever gold laners here is going to have a tough time. Esmeralda. That's a good shout just to make sure you don't put a marksman because you have the Hilda locking you down. But then again, now you're lacking damage on Eternal.
Where's the damage? Yeah.
So much damage. You need to snowball the early game super hard. And at the same time, like Fake Time, they have damage for days, man. You got the Yuzhong, you got the Hilda, the Valentina. I mean, the Granger does so much from afar as well. And if you kind of, you know, hit the Fredrin too much, he might just drop down that longsword. And next thing you know, you'll be in trouble.
Oh my god, the way you make it sound right. But yeah, I kind of agree. At this point, you just do not have enough damage. If anything, you'd need at least 2 damage items on both Hanji as well as Professor to make sure you're taking down at least Garmadon or even Hinokami in those situations, which seem pretty tough considering there's the full-fledged dive lineup on the other side. You've got the Hilda, you've got the Fredrin, you've got the Yu Zhong who will jump on your face. And guess what? If you try and use the heavy spins to run away, Hinokami can copy that and do the exact same thing to you. At this point, I just feel Fake Time are looking so much better here.
Fake Time definitely looking strong, and so is our production team to make everything happen. Of course, shout out to the people behind the scenes. You know, well, you guys don't know, but there's someone called Sokol and Cardinal. They do a fantastic job. You better appreciate them in the chat.
Don't miss out on Hoeshida as well, man. All of these people are making sure all of this comes out here like that. Hinokami!
Oh, clutch flicker. But look at that. They might be able to get something. Gorinich making sure he gets something down on Origami. They're trading flicker. He would have wanted a flicker from Origami, but didn't get it. Now trying to get something out of Super Paxi. But Kinshishian goes in, gets a knock-up, but trades a flicker of his own. He's able to survive thanks to the extra bit of shield that comes in. The Wilderness Blessing just helping him out here.
Yeah, again, a bit of a change coming in onto that Hilda. You don't really get the shield now hopping in the bush, but you can manually activate it whenever you want by pressing your skill 1. Out here, though, having a look at those emblems against Tenacity for Origami. He wants to go blow for blow against Hinokami. While on the other side, a Wilderness Blessing for Hinokami himself to have that extra bit of mobility in the river. So it's clear that Fake Time want to clear out the way fast and then maintain the river control to help out with those early rotations.
Oh yeah, that's what's gonna happen. You gotta control the river to make sure you get the game in your favor already. Super Paxi doing so much. Hinokami, no flicker present. Origami, I think they really want that flicker from him, don't they? They really want that flicker for Origami to make sure they secured the turtle. Just not able to get it. They burnt 2 down already.
That's a big thing out here, and to be honest, they kind of have to force this issue on Eternal Oblivion, Hanji.
Oh, level 4 already. You should be able to get out. Falling Star Moon, able to get something. Flickers that harms you as well. Note that Sonata, so you should be able to walk out of there. And guess what? Walks into get a couple more minions, so that's about double laning right there. Now gets into the turtle pit. You're going to have a 5v4, and they should be able to secure the turtle. Really well played Eternal Oblivion, but here comes the Black Dragon looking to get Origami. Still has the flicker available, but Hanji here might get petrified. Yes, he does. Knocked up, still able to survive, gets caught in the traction poles, and that's first blood in the hands of the Lapu Lapu as Super Paxi gets taken down as well. Turtle's been reset. Xian doing a lot of damage, taking down Gorinich, but at the same time, you can see Lagger trying to lock somebody down. Coming through, Hinokami gets that land shaker on Origami. And now here comes the heavy spin, just trying to disengage, but they catch somebody off guard. Hinokami gets taken out. That flicker, I don't know what that was.
That was a bit of a mistake out here, and yes, it was a flicker though, but the fight still continues.
Yeah, Professor Black goes in, but eats a face full of bullets. Garbo unable to pick up that kill. Turtle still being contested. Retribution from both misses, but Hangi gets caught out right now as Lager gets the turtle for himself, and now they're trying to go through. This Esmeralda has been a nuisance for Fake Time to deal with.
I am so sorry for you, Kronos, out here, because this is how these fights are going to continue throughout the game. Constant back and forth with the sustain along with the kite, the disengage, and then the re-engage. You can keep on going on, but these fights will never end. A big turtle play coming in with a 2-for-2, turtle going for Fake Time. It ends up being a favorable trade to Fake Time for themselves. Gory?
Yeah, I don't know. They go. Oh no, he gets knocked out with the tonic charge, gets pulled back, and gets to see the black screen. 10 seconds of a timer on him. We're just 4 minutes into the game. It's been brawly, all right, Scared. It's been brawly.
A lot out here. Gordy's been taken down once along with Hinokami and Jungly too, but hold on.
Oh, wait, they catch Professor Black off guard, gets taken down, but look at Jungly here trying to go on top of Origami. Here comes the Black Dragon form. He doesn't have the Petrify, so I'm not sure what he's trying to do. He eats a lot of damage from the turrets themselves and just walks away. That's a Petrify and a Black Dragon form wasted, and now they're just trying to be nuisance in the jungle of the opposition against an Akai. I don't understand the game plan of Fake Time so far.
I don't even understand it for Eternal Oblivion at the same time. But having a look at the items out here, you've got an early Sky Piercer for Garmadon. Now that's an interesting take on this one. Dominance Ice now being forced to get top.
He gets caught up. A heavy spin just trying to make it out of harm's way. Hangi as well trying to do something. Here comes the traction pulse looking to catch Hinokami. Oh, from them. Super Pax. He finds the opening, but so does Hinokami with the IMU. Stealing it away. Reflecting what the Grok can do just a little better.
At this point, I just feel that the Valentina pick wasn't half bad. If anything, it's actually working out pretty well for them. You can not only steal away the heavy spins, but can also go for the tectonic charge to reset your team and force out an engage on Eternal Oblivion's fight which they wanted to take. Another turtle going in for Laga. The spread drain looks beefy.
Oh, look at the damage coming through from Origami. Gets petrified by Jungly as well. Right now, look at that longsword dropping in. Appraises Wrath. And Jungly able to get that kill. He should be going down soon, but Black goes down instead. Now they go for the re-engage Black Dragon for him onto Origami. It's a lot of damage coming through. Xian trying to protect him, playing bodyguard, but this big fat panda might just be going down. Heavy spin just to be able to survive. But Origami finally flickers forward. Should be able to get Garbodon. Will he get outplayed? Oh! Yes, he does. It's the mega kill. Something that they did not foresee. And now Hangi trying to pick up the pieces that's left on the floor. He wants to get some crumbs, but the pie's already eaten. Fake Time. They're doing this back to back, and now the kill score is 7-3, and the bot side Garbodon gets shut down by Black to get something back.
Finally, at the end of the day, we have a brawl ender. And that too with Garmadon being picked up down in the bottom lane. And the fun fact is, they were also able to save their turret. But guess what? Maybe it's not over.
Hangi trying to go in, already used up the Falling Star Moon. Able to make it out, and you know it's been so crucial for them to go in. What a tectonic charge. Jungly in the mid lane gets caught up, gets taken down. And just like the audience's prediction, I think Lager looks at it, tries to go for Eternal Oblivion, but it's just not working. Scared, they're just brawling for nothing. There's no objective. There's nothing to fight for. They don't get a lot of spells. They just want to be in the face of the opposition. And now Hinokami, falling Stormborn of his own, but just terrifies Hangi just to make it out.
Hey, yo, man, it's not for nothing. They're farming the aura out here. All of them. They're looking like the fans of Song Jinwoo here, wanting to level up each other. However, look on the other side, and a few of those brawls which we've been talking about will keep on happening. But Fake Time need to focus on not giving the kills to Origami. Origami has got a decent amount of poke and damage, so they've got to be careful.
Yeah, Black Dragon already going to the back line. Origami gets petrified as well. Lager able to get that turtle. Origami looking to take a lot of shot. Residue Jungly gets caught up. Here's the heavy spin at the same time. Meanwhile, the bot side Super Praxi flickers out of harm's way. Jungly still able to survive. Falling Starborn onto Professor Black from Hinokami. But you can see Professor Black goes in with a land shaker. Bravest fighter. That's Sonata trying to connect from Garbodor, but not able to get anyone. As Hangi's able to make it out after the Appraiser's Rats used as well. Lager, he thought he could get a couple more, but everybody made it out alive. So they trade 2 for 1, and Eternal Oblivion still want to press the advantage, and they might just go for the mid lane as well.
Yeah, you don't really have that much of wave clearance with Hinokami on that Valentina, though. It'd still be able to save down that mid tower now that Lager is also here. But the top one should fall. Again, a very nice flicker at the very last second by Hanji. He was able to run out of the Appraiser's Wrath range in the opposite direction. And that's why Lager wasn't even to chase him down as well. On the back of it again, this fight doesn't seem to end.
Axie takes a little too much damage, has to use a tectonic charge to get out of harm's way. Origami should be able to clear the way. Professor Black comes in. Bravest fighter, Landshaker, gets knocked up by Hinokami's own. And now the Appraiser's Rat, too much damage. But look at Jungly, tries to go to the back line, but has to get out. The damage coming in is too much, and Xian's present as well. So the CC has to be respected. And Hangi here, now just making sure it's not a 5v4, but a 5v5, and Fake Time know their time and disperse.
The big thing happening here for Eternal Oblivion is the fact that they're playing for objectives. The tier 1 down, bottom and top has been taken, so that means that one turret ahead. And with the constant poke coming in from Origami as everyone is trying to save this man, it just feels like they might just be able to do it. But I want to have a look at the items as well, right? Because I'm pretty sure with how Garmadon, since he's second on the block in terms of the damage being dealt, he should be able to reach up top as well pretty soon with his item builds.
Oh wait, you can see at the same time, Xian goes in, gets a knock-up on the Gorinish, able to try and make it out of harm's way as well. Jungly goes in, the shower. You can see what a taunt coming in from Lager. Pulls 2 or 3 members, but still Eternal Oblivion able to make it out alive. Now they're trying to go from the side, flank it in with the conceal, but what a tectonic charge! Gets 5 members! What a set! But they can't capitalize. Everyone's back into the base. The Lord is up. Jungly's already used the Black Dragon. This is clear signal for Eternal Oblivion trying to go in. But they've already used up the charge. They've already used up everything that they can. The Flying Cloud making sure everybody's back into the fight sooner than later. Falling Starborn already being used. Professor Black going as well. Hinokami trying to go to the back line, but you can see they try and go in. Gordich gets caught out as well. Pulled underneath the turret, but the taunt coming in from Lager. Finally able to get Hangi. Now they're on a killing spree. They drop the Appraiser's Wrath, but it's not enough. Xian just trying to flank in from the side, but the damage healers are too low, and now they have to protect their mid lane tier 1.
That's a big play coming in from Fake Time again. Hangi did everything that he could to try and sustain for longer, but he could not for any more seconds. But guess what? This fight is far from over.
Yeah, the tango continues. Still, it's for the Lord. 20,000 HP. It's being reset. Jungly, no Black Dragon. Guardian's Barrier used by Paxi as well. But look at it, catch somebody off guard. Hinokami has been on the forefront of this team fight. Look at the Valentina, folks. Always trying to go in and find the right timing to use the right ultimate. And that's something Origami's not able to do. That's why the difference in EXP, you can see they're abusing that. Fact as well, able to use a traction pulse, or rather that Sonata, and now able to take away that tectonic charge. Now they come in, try to catch somebody off guard. They look to catch Hangi. Here comes the Black Dragon as well. Looking to go on top of Xian. All 4 or 5 members are there. It's split now, but Fake Time have to come back. They get the taunt onto Professor Black. Lager goes in. Hangi looking to flank from the side. Bravest fighter already used up. Jungly's Black Dragon already used up as well. Hinokami finished using the tectonic charge. A lot of ultimates baited out, but gets nothing in return.
Oh my god, that was so funny to watch. Everyone just throwing their skills on no one. It was super funny, but hold on.
Oh wait, Goran is trying to get some damage onto somebody. Hinokami looking to poke somebody now. He's so aggressive on this Valentina. Goes in, pokes, and comes back out. And does not get punished whatsoever.
Yeah, right now though, it seems like all because of that poking coming in from Fake Time, Eternal Oblivion might be forced to take a fight they don't want to.
Second of a couple of tectonic charge, a Blaze's rat dropped as well. Origami's able to pick up Chun-Li. The Lord is 5,000 HP. Nobody's going for it. Laggers will get the retribution. Shun gets bursted down from behind. Garmadon. Unfortunate that they're able to get that kill. Eternal Oblivion had it right in front of their eyes. Just a lapse moment of judgment. Just a lapse of judgment. And they let the Lord go.
A preemptive retribution from Sheehan, eventually leading Fake Time to take that Lord away. My, oh my. Just a 1,000 goal lead in this game, Kronos, in 12 minutes, or you could say the 13th-minute mark that we are reaching soon. It shows you the back and forth way this game has been going. Finally, the anti-heals are made up as well, so Hangi is not going to have his own fun time that he was having previously, and that would mean that the shield is not going to stack up that well.
Oh, yes,
on the back of it, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, Goran is just too deep. Here comes the Black Dragon. Nice bit of a knock-up come through as well. Hinokami might be looking for a play. Yes, he does. Gets 3 members knocked up, but you can see the heavy spin catches 2 right in the middle of the jungle. Lager doing the best that he can on top of Hangi, but the damage is too much. Origami gets taken out. Xian able to get 2. Now looking for more. Hangi's trying to go in. Garmadon flickers out of harm's way. Goranich is there as well. And now he flickers forward. Gets 1. Falling Storm were able to pick up 1. Now Goranich should be there, but Lager gets the taunt on him. Back and forth. These fights go, but Eternal Oblivion are not giving away free kills, not giving away control.
The inhibitor's been taken down in the far lane though. So I'm not quite sure if that fight was really worth the risk that is posing now. 80,000 damage being dealt out here from Fake Time, and this fight again goes on.
Oh, Appraiser's Rat. Nice push coming in from Paxi as well. The mid lanes are standing tall, scared. They're waiting. They're doing everything that they can. They do not want to give any towers away.
Big things coming in. Hold on. There goes the chase.
Oh, you can see Paxi gets chain CC'd. Black Dragon already coming out. What a Landshaker catching 3 members. Jungly doing a lot of damage, but there's a traction pulse. Only pulls lag and gets pushed back as well. Appraiser Rat drops in. A lot of damage being done. Goran is trying to play bodyguard, and so is Jungly, but look at Hangi and Xian just bypassing them quite easily. Going to the back line as well. Immortality purchase from Origami. Hangi doing a lot of damage. Goranich gets blocked in, but you can see nice Petrify combo coming through from Jungly as well. Heavy Spin able to catch 1. Garmadon gets a kill, and Origami picks up another. Super Pax in the back line, left alone. Lager doing a lot on the shot as well. Hangi able to pick up Goranich at the same time as Garmadon finds himself a triple kill amidst the chaos.
No flicker yet available for Hangi to eventually jump on that Granger like previously. And man, with that, the minions out on every single end are going to pose a big threat to Eternal Oblivion. Let's have a look at that replay and see how things went. A good isolation on the back of the Guardian's barrier, but Professor Black fell first thanks to that damage coming in. And then Super Paxi was forced to make a play just to push away both the main damage dealers. But guess what? Origami being picked off by Lager again. That changed the entire tide of that fight. And then you had Hinokami and Garmadon standing up in front of the entire tankiness, but no one to deal that damage, and that's why Eternal Oblivion eventually lost that fight.
And now Professor Black trying to go into the Flying Cloud. Oh, wait, they didn't even get the orange buff. He even used...
They did not.
No, he didn't use the retribution for it.
It's fine. It's understandable right now, but they're going to seize those tier 2s, right? No outer turret standing. You don't have the mid inhibitor. You don't have the bottom lane inhibitor. If anything, now Origami needs to do overtime, and he needs to dodge the Appraiser's Wrath. That's the only ultimate that can actually get onto him apart from the Black Dragon form. So that's one thing that you have to dodge, man. Those side steps are necessary.
Hey, speaking of sidestep, the Lord might be sidestepping himself coming through the Guardian's barrier, but here's the Black Dragon form going into the back line. Jungly looking to catch Origami, flickers out of harm's way. What a Petrify coming through. They catch Hinokami, Hangi with the falling starboard as well in the back line. Jungly able to pick up that kill. They lose 1-for-1 mid laner for mid laner, but the inhibitors are falling down. Garbodon sniping in from behind. This Grey just too much for them to deal with. The Lord is still at 20,000 HP. They might as well call it an end. Super Paxi flickers out of harm's way as well. Try to go in. The Lord is still left standing. They're brawling it out a little too much. Garbodon is unstoppable. That's fake time. Able to get the base crystal. Lockdown game number 1 in this best of 3.
Big one coming in specifically from Garbodon and then Hinokami. These two main damage dealers made sure that regardless of how many people are jumping on them, they will kite all of them out and will survive. And that sustained battle is what turned this entire game around. And man, I was skeptical about the Yu Zhong first pick back when Jushin was open and everything else was up on board. But with the way how you made that last play happen, yeah, Origami stood no chance with that Petrify combination, right? I think so he should have stayed back for just half a second longer so that the Yu Zhong could eventually just land down on his feet. He did not do that. He wanted to go for the fight, and right on top of him drops down the Black Dragon like Kaido dropping in from Sky Island. And man, this guy just instantly deleted the Kimi on the other end. But guess what? The MVP goes in to the Chad. Fredrin in the hands of Lager. 4-0-12 on this. And I just absolutely love the item build for him.
Yeah, and not just the build scared. There is a reason. Bro's built like a Chad. Fredrin was in the Fit Club before the Fit Club wasn't even there. That's the buff. That's a secret buff, folks. Right. So make sure you join it.
All right.
But but look at the stats though. Garmadon's gold. He's the rich guy. He's the carry with a lot of damage from behind. Assist King Lager. Hangi was great on this Esmeralda. Really good. But they were just lacking the damage. They just didn't have that extra bit of oomph that they needed.
I agree. And that's what I also wanted to point out as well, right? Yes, it is understandable that you're going in for a pretty beefy front line. But then in the gold lane, you needed someone who could dish out that damage, right? I told you that you need at least 2 damage items. And only then would you be able to burst down that backline in an instant. But none of that was happening out here. And I love the addition of Garmadon with the endless battle, man. He understood the assignment. There's just too much tankiness on the other side. Granger isn't really the kind of guy to make a Demon Hunter sword. So he just adds in an endless battle with that true damage from the passive to constantly chip down Eternal Oblivion in those elongated fights. And guess what? He did it phenomenally well. And on the back of it, Jungly as well. Look at that. On top of a Vorax, he also has a Fury Hammer. That is something I kind of wanted to see from either Professor or even Hangi or both of them, to be very honest, right? Even an Ice Queen wand in the hands of Hangi could have probably worked out pretty well. But yeah, I think so. We have got to let the bygones be bygones out here. Let's have a look at the damage being dealt from both of these sides again. Garmadon being on top. But then the closest person next to him was Hangi.
You know what, Scared? Looking at the items, I think Eternal Oblivion might have had a better chance if Hangi built the Starlium Scythe and took the basic common emblem instead of the support emblem, just to make sure you're able to get that mana regen back up. Not just mana regen, you have a slight bit of a hybrid regen, right? And I understand why you go for the support emblem as well, but then you're lacking a bit of damage, right? Instead of going for the Enchanted Talisman, if you could have gone for the Starlium Scythe that has slight bit of mana necklace, and along with that you get the basic common emblem that gives you extra regen in terms of your mana, so you wouldn't have a mana problem. Right? At least that's what you wouldn't have the mana problem, and then you'd have that extra bit of damage that you were lacking. But opting to go for, these are the small bit of intricacies that kind of makes a big difference when it comes to these games. And I think that alone could have been the very reason that Eternal Oblivion might have, you know, got the short end of the stick.
Yeah, I kind of agree in that sense. This is one of the big reasons why I was also mentioning about having that one extra item with yourself. But on the other end of the side, it's absolutely fine. Now we've got to let bygones be bygones, learn from the mistake, and focus on the next one, as this one's going to be the dangerous grass. It seems like the previous series that we both casted, Chronos, between Jackpots and Glitch Code, where the first one was Flying Clouds, but then we saw Dangerous Cross being pulled up. Now, I personally feel this should impact the draft yet again. Maybe go for a bit more pick-off composition out here, considering both of these teams just love to brawl. Might as well go and pick something up that can start those fights. So I'd be really looking forward to some Kalias.
You really like the Dangerous Grass, don't you? You like the Dangerous Grass quite a lot. But again, it's just like the previous series. I think Dangerous Grass means that Fake Time have a slight bit of an advantage. Why? They can close out games a bit earlier. That's the advantage that I'm still looking for. Dangerous Grass, yes, you have that element of surprise, but one thing that you can tell Eternal Oblivion will have going for themselves is the fact that Xian and Hangi have versatility in their hero pool, right? That's going to be important because I think Fake Time Laggard doesn't really like to play assassins quite a lot. He is more of a tanky jungler. So I think that gives Eternal Oblivion slight bit of an edge in terms of the map selection. But overall, if you're going to let Fake Time play their own game with tank jungles and let them walk onto you like that. And another thing to talk about, Scared, is the fact that they go for the Yu Zhang as the first pick. They don't care about anything else. They prioritize. They understand the power of this Black Dragon. And they understand what Professor Black can do with this Black Dragon as well. So just don't give it to him.
And I really like that idea as well. Yes, I said I was a bit skeptical about it as to why the Yu Zhong in the first pick, considering the Jushin was left open as well and the amount of utility that would provide you. But on the other side, if you really look at it in a way where, yes, you were able to shut down the Kimi instantly, ignore the entire chaos in the front line and jump in towards that back line, it makes sense. And we were discussing Professor Black on the Yu Zhong, regardless of how tough he has in the early game, he always pulls himself back up in the mid and the late game. So I like the idea of even denying this pick to the other side. I would have to say that it doesn't really matter for Professor Black if he's on Yu Zhong or not, because even on Lapu Lapu, he landed some nice land shakers. You could clearly see the amount of damage output he was dishing out while sustaining throughout all of that. But at the end of the day, it's just the amount of utility that you have with the Yu Zhong, and specifically this biter meta per se, right? Ignoring everything and jumping directly in the back line. Even if you're not picking them off, you're putting them in such a dangerously low HP that they cannot join the fight. And that technically gives your team the advantage. So there's quite a lot on table, and if you're a Yu Zhong player like that, might as well just go for it.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's definitely that definitely comes down to preference and what they know. Knowing your own strengths is going to be the crucial factor here. And I think here finally we are going to go into the draft phase, ladies and gentlemen, for this game. It's going to be game number 2, Eternal Oblivion and Fake Time. What do you call it, Scared? 2-0? 2-1?
With what's happening, yeah, I'm pretty sure it looks like a 2-0 though, but Eternal Oblivion would need to cook something up in the draft, man. I was liking that draft until the last pick. It was just that Esmeralda which kind of threw me off. But on the other side of the spectrum, what a respect. You ban out the Granger. You don't give it to Gamradon. And then you ban him with a Grok as well.
I don't think Granger was I don't think Granger was the problem though, Scare. I genuinely don't think Granger was the problem. It was the game plan from the start.
True, but that is what we know, right? We're seeing it from a third person's perspective. For all the people in Eternal Oblivion, they were not able to catch Gammadon. He was kiting around really well, even though Hanji on the Esmeralda was trying to chase him down, and it always took a flicker out of him to try and reach him and deal that finishing blow. So I feel like They just want to push Camadon on an uncomfortable hero, or at least something that is not well versed like Granger is. Gato, Eve, Jushin is still left open. Now, Yuzhong.
Yuzhong. No way. CC is still open. No way they're gonna let like prioritize Yuzhong all of a sudden. Like just because CC is not available. You pick up the Yuzhong, CC goes on the other side. You go CC, Yuzhong goes on the other side. Anyway, Fake Time are winning the draft right from the get-go.
Pick your poison. There's also the Jushin available right now. So even if you go CC, the Jushin and Yuzhong would be picked up. That's tough, man.
I like the Gatot ban. I like the Gatot ban for that reason also, because you can straight up can counter if they go for a Farsa, for example. If you don't pick up the Yuzhong, they go for the Yuzhong Eternal Oblivion. So now we're gonna see Professor Black get one of his comfort heroes. But on the other side, for Fake Time, Jushin and CC straight away.
Yeah. I don't see any other pick out here. Jushin CC instant pickup. Or maybe they want to go a CC Hayabusa.
Okay.
Alright, the Catboy picked up early. Understandable.
I mean, not many gold laners left after that as well. So, Fredrin. Oh.
Interesting. In the very least.
It could be a CC Sun Shin on the other side right away. Hayabusa
It's a
from Xian.
Hayabusa CC? Put CC in the gold lane? You go for the Kimmy. Alright, kinda understandable. If Fake Time don't pick up the mage, then they can ban out the Farsa and the Eve. But I think so there should be either a Jushin or the Eve has been banned out already. Farsa doesn't really make sense. There's already a Yuzhong on the other side along with a Hayabusa. I'm pretty sure if they don't pick up either one of those two, they will be banned out in the next phase.
The Hayabusa is really good pick here.
You pick up a CC and Hayabusa gets countered instantly.
I know. That's what I'm saying. If they don't go, I was gonna say, if they don't go for the CC or Hayabusa, is such a good pick. Just because of Hayabusa just countering the Harriet, not being able to do anything. And Hayabusa is so good against the Jushin. Just the only problem he's got to deal with is this Fredrin walking up into his jungle. So Fake Time, clear plan to try and get the early game secured as fast as possible. For that, they need to make sure they secure the CC themselves. So they shouldn't ban the CC out. And if they go for the CC and the Hilda, ooh, that's what they need to cook. Ban out the, what else? Esmeralda is a great ban just because of how Hangi played it now. It's got to be CC and Hilda on the other side, right? Apu still? Oof.
What? That's my whole point, right? That's the reason why I mentioned it as well about the Hilda.
Fake Time are cooking, man. We can see it.
Nice.
I can smell it.
That's a nice ban. You ban it with a Ruby, you don't give him any possibility of going the double fighter. Though there's still an opportunity of an Alice.
Xborg.
So that yeah, there's also the Xborg, which you rightly mentioned too. You can eventually just put him in the gold lane. If you don't want to put him in the gold lane, put him in the EXP. It's a Hilda ban. We both were talking about that.
Hilda's a good.
It's a CC pick, man. It's a CC pick.
Don't let it go. If they let it go on the other side, it's gonna be a one. They're gonna go 1-3-1 again, double fighter, and it's gonna be funneled into the Kimmy for the late game, early game for the Hayabusa, or rather the mid game. So yeah, I think the CC has to come through here for Fake Time. Just to deny that.
And to be honest, it's kind of a counter as well to Yuzhong in the lane. You win that one out, and then you also add the curtain call, the Hayabusa, just to catch him, so that he can't teleport away into his shadows. It's a straight up counter, and you bully the heck out of Origami in those team fights with the Yo-Yo Blitz. Everything works out.
Oh, Matilda's. This is a lot. It's a CC on the other side. Yeah, they were praying. Eternal Oblivion were praying. Have you seen that meme where that guy's just looking up like, no. That's how they're like, please don't take the CC the entire time.
But now here's the thing, right? Even though Gori has picked up the Mathilda, CC going onto the other side kind of changes the dynamic of this entire game with the Khalid. I love this pick. It's a triple fighter frontline coming in for you, and you are super aggressive and heavy dive onto the line of a fake time. I like it.
Fake time just like to kite, man. Look at that. They got a Matilda, they got a Jushin, they have the Harriet just to Zaman Force for the zone. They need an EXP laner that can do the same, maybe absorb a little more damage than they'd like to.
Uranus?
Not a lot of options. Phoveus, Alice, Arlott still
Uranus.
open. Who?
I'm thinking of Uranus.
Yeah, Uranus is really good as well. But you know what I was thinking of? Maybe Belleric would be absolutely crazy, but don't mind me, folks. I just like the hero. It's just so annoying, such a troll. But Terizla. Ooh, this guy can take more damage than they can count. They have an engage tool as well with him. Oh, I think Fake Time. I have a feeling Fake Time have a much better win conditions. Mind you.
I agree.
So Oblivion, they need to play early, man. They need to get aggressive with their early game, especially the Yuzhong and the CC and the Khalid. The three fighters need to kind of put out. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult for them later on in the mid game. You're really relying on Origami to do the heavy lifting for the rest of the team.
It just feels difficult for Eternal Oblivion, man. The only thing that could eventually work for them is the fact that maybe Jungli would not be able to rotate that quickly as compared to either a Yuzhong or even Hanji in that gold lane. So that's one part of it which I could see. But apart from that, yeah, Fake Time have got easy win conditions to close this one out. But guess what, man? If Eternal Oblivion want to stay in the upper bracket, they need to win this one and force it to a game 3.
Well, force is the word for Eternal Oblivion, whereas Fake Time, they just need to buy time. They can play late, they can play early, they can play the mid game. Because guess what, folks? It's game number 2 in this best of 3. Match point for Fake Time.
Early presence being shown by Super Paxi. I like the idea as well. With that Mathilda pick, you want to try and make those early game plays, but the Khalid entirely denies you of that. And if anything, Laga would not be able to go for any kind of invades onto the jungle of Hayabusa. So I'm really loving the kind of brawl that Eternal Oblivion are ready to offer on the other side.
Oh, look at jungle.
3 people. I like it. He's trying to go for the wave freeze in his favor. But I was looking at the emblems and I saw 3 thrills coming in from Origami, Paxi, and Professor. So Paxi is going to be a little bit more annoying on this Khalid whenever he goes in for the Crescent Scimitar.
Yeah, not just that. Same thing with the, concussive blast as well. Just to add that extra bit of oomph to the damage that comes in. Gorinich already purified beta early on, right?
The extra bit of what?
Oomph. OOMPH. It's an expression, Scared.
I know that. I know that. I just wanted you to make that sound one more time. That's all.
Oh my god, no way. This guy, bro. This guy.
You fell for it. You fell for it.
This guy. You know what? Look at Gorinich, though. Taking a lot of damage. Oh, Professor Black goes in quite deep. Gorinich might be going down. Sure, residue. Just able to survive. Super Paxi already going in quite deep. Jungli still able to get a lot done. But hey, folks, take a look at that. We got a streamers versus casters match with special guests from Pagu, from Aurora. That's right, you heard it.
Oh.
We got a big player in the house as well, gonna come through. And I think it's gonna be an exciting one. So make sure you join us on the 28th of November to see some of those gameplays come through.
No one would want to miss out on that action, but guess what? What's happening in front?
Penalty zone coming through already, and look at that. They pick him up and put him down. Jungli able to get the double. Petrify combo from Black, but Hinokami still able to survive, but gets taken out. You get a double, I get 3, but Garmadon able to get the shutdown that matters the most. The EXP laners are shining beyond anyone in this game.
But oh, finally the turtle going in for Eternal Oblivion will give them a bit of a breathing room, finally. But this is the kind of brawl which we talked about, right? Yes, you know that Fake Time want that early and not go for these brawls. And that is one of the big things which I believe Eternal Oblivion has also realized. And that is why they're going in for these early few skirmishes. First few items being picked up,
40 more seconds for the turtle to hop about here. Hinokami.
Hinokami spotted that coming in, but guess what? So did the rest of Eternal Oblivion. The quad shadow on point from Sean, making sure he doesn't use it, knowing Hinokami still has a flicker available, and made sure he paid the price. And I think Fake Time right now are starting to crumble. Gorinich already used up... Wait, I thought he used to Purify. Did he not? Oh,
Yeah,
no.
he did not.
Oh, Jungly with that penalty zone as well. Oh, my God. I really thought he used the Purify. Oh, he did.
Yeah,
but that was for
it went on the cooldown out here. Went on a cooldown out. It's fine. But here we go again. You've kind of lost the river control as well. You do not have anything to help you out there. And let's be honest, with Lager on the Fredrin, you would want to be aggressive in the early game. You cannot be aggressive now.
Oh, Paxi's doing quite a lot as well, making sure he brings the fight to Fake Time. And I think Fake Time have only one option. Never mind on the top side. Oh, he just goes in, finds the opening. Professor Black, he's left, right, and center. And now he's able to get Garmadon as well. Circling Eel coming in onto Hangi, but gets a knock-up onto Professor Black. Laggers there, and so are the rest of Fake Time. They really want Professor Black. They want to punish this Black Dragon more than anything, but he's still able to survive.
Oh!
Not just survive, he thrives. He's able to pick up one kill. But still, Hinokami able to pick up the pieces, but he can see Super Paxi goes in, able to get a lot more done, but Hinokami comes in with the beacon. Purify already used for Origami as well.
Crimson Beacon, Lantern Flare, yes, they're there, but it doesn't matter. You pick Professor up close to you, and he delivers the blow with the Dragon Tail.
Oh my God, Lagger goes out. Super Paxi has been completely annoying. This Khalid has been on the forefront of every single fight at Eternal Oblivion. And speaking of fight, Gorinich goes in quite deep as well with the Circling Eagle, but able to make it out alive.
Yeah, finally. Oh, Hanji barely surviving out there up in top as well. And guess what, Garmadon? He knew what fate had for the previous one, but it's same right now.
Nah, man, the Super Paxi is going in quite deep every single time with those raging sandstorms, and now finds Garmadon as well, while Shan was able to pick up Hinokami earlier. And this Terizla pick, now you can see the difference maker. They have so much mobility around the map. Eternal Oblivion just making sure Fake Time don't have any answer whatsoever.
And it's not just in terms of the EXP pick as well. You look at Sheehan, as soon as the 5-minute marker hit the clock, he went down towards the bottom lane to clear that wave, took the first tier tower. If you expect the same thing from Lager, he just cannot do it. He's not mobile enough. And Fake Time are losing the entire game in terms of the macro that Eternal Oblivion is playing on. For the 4.5k goal lead right now, 3 turtles, this seems like over.
Feels like it is as well. Lagger goes in, gets a taunt onto the Hayabusa, able to go into the quad shadow, make it out alive as well. Ogi shadow kill, pick up the pieces. My God, Origami able to get that kill. Gorinich as well, trying to run away, but Professor Black emotes on him at the same time with the Black Dragon form already being spended, but he can see Jungly goes in with that penalty zone, and they die with a beacon, but he can see Paxi from the side with the raging sandstorm, trying to do a lot more, but Paxi has to flicker out of harm's way. Fake Time saying they won't be bullied, but already behind in terms of goal with 6k goal lead in the face of Eternal Oblivion. Sean finds a flank, comes in, taunts the opposition, and goes away.
Gory on the Mathilda is not having a good time at all. At least the mid-tier 1 is going to stand, that's one good thing. Having a look at these items out here. Elegant gem being made by Hinokami, just so with every single level he gets a bit of HP and mana back. But it doesn't even matter at this point, right? Are those mana boots that I'm watching on a Jushin?
I mean, yeah, I guess. Yeah, Hinokami is having troubles with mana, but guess what? Now the Black Dragon's already going in. Jungly trying to clear the way. Professor Black gonna get caught there, but Lagger's the first one to fall, and so is Jungly. Garmadon trying to do everything that he can, but too much to deal with. Shot is a monster this time. Hangi survives with the help of the Vengeance. Shot able to pick up a triple in the process, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is a full 5-man wipeout. Eternal Oblivion making sure they stake their claim, and Fake Time will be left scratching their heads on what they gotta do to try and make it out alive this game.
The fight prior to this one, the only reason Fake Time had advantage was because Hanji was not in those fights. He was all the way down bottom, clearing a big chunk of wave that stacked up for at least, what, 1.5 to 2 minutes. And that was the only reason it was a 4v5 where Fake Time had the advantage. And this time, when Hanji joined the fight, you could clearly see the impact as well. Not just in terms of damage, but in terms of control as well with... Hold on. Alright, Hinokami's safe. With the curtains call. All of those utilities now being brought into that fight changed the entire flow. And Eternal Oblivion now with the 9,000 goal lead, I'm pretty sure they can knock up a couple of inhibitors after this one.
Nice use of the penalty zone coming through as well. Super Paxi has to use Raging Sandstorm to get on harm's way. Beacon comes in forward as well. They're looking to catch somebody off guard, but Gornish is the first one to fall. Hangi able to get that kill. You can see Ogi Shadow comes out. Shot is too fed. He gets himself a double, and now here comes the Black Dragon. Goes on to Garbodon straight away. Jungly able to survive as well, but Garbodon will be going down soon enough, and yes, he does. Sean gets himself a triple. Jungly's the only one left standing. But what can a lonely Terizla do when he doesn't have the support of the damage dealers, as Professor Black stands tall in the base of Fake Time, and he's standing there menacingly.
Oh my god, this man is a Uranus in the form of Yu Jong. We don't really see a lot of that happen out here, and look at that. Just one Oogie Shadow kill from Shein, and a couple of ultimates being popped in from the side of Fake Time to just try and survive. This is the big level difference coming in, a 14 level Hayabusa against a level 9, 10 and 11 roamer, gold laner and jungler. Good luck surviving through that, man. This is just out of this world. And it's also going in for the Blade of Despair.
Oh my god.
Wow.
You know what? They're bringing despair upon Fake Time, but look at the goal lead as well at the same time. We're talking 10,000 plus. 10,000 is a lot of gold. It takes a lot of time, and we're talking 10,000 in 11 minutes. So that's almost 1,000 per minute in terms of gold. We're not even 12 minutes into the game. It feels like this is an 18-minute game if you're looking at it from the lenses of Fake Time, because by God, are they praying for this game to be over or Eternal Oblivion to make some sort of a fatal mistake?
The only thing that they could make right now is the fact that if Shein gives out his bounty and Origami gives out his bounty, I don't really see any other way for them to pull this through. And Garmadon now going in for the Holy Crystal. I remember, Kronos, that we normally would discuss, right? Whenever you're losing, you'd rather go for the cheap items and have those passives up in the fight than for the expensive one. Look at the Dead Bush.
But one thing is for sure, Scared. Fake Time, if they can buy themselves time, if they can. You know, it's a big if, it's a big ask. We're looking at a 25+ minute game here. If that's going to happen, then they might have a chance. Then they might be able to do something. They're waiting for Garma Timer here. But Jungling right now goes in, swings the hammer, tries to catch Professor Black off guard, but Origami, he's just too easy, too mobile, can kite in and out whenever he wants, and Fake Time do not have the crowd control to do anything about it, especially that he has a Purify, and they go into the penalty zone. They try and dive. I think Fake Time are biting more than they can chew, but you can see the Black Dragon coming in the sky as well. Origami's unstoppable. They get a petrify with 3 members in the back line. Professor Black doing the best that he can, and now Gornich goes through with the help of the Guiding Wind, trying to make sure everybody makes it out alive, but Super Paxi, the roamer, is on a killing spree himself. What can Fake Time do when Eternal Oblivion are staring them down through the barrel of a shotgun? They have to give up. And now Eternal Oblivion will secure the Lord, and they'll be looking to march down the bot side and secure the base crystal soon enough.
The Desert Tornado to catch the last one there, man. If I'm not wrong, it was Hinokami. But on the back of all of that, now you've got a lot to worry about down from the bottom lane. Every single wave will be brought up perfectly, but they want to brawl again. Not quite sure if that's the best decision out here. 13,000 gold lead almost. And look at the big stack down bottom lane, man. This Lord is going to take his sweet time to hop up.
Gonna take a sweet time, and Eternal Oblivion are gonna maximize it to the max. Xian already used a quad shadow, looking to catch somebody off guard, but I think they get the clear on the mid lane, on the top side as well. They're looking to get more super minion waves coming in, that they're poking down these towers one hit at a time. And here comes the next set, and the Lord soon enough. And I think Eternal Oblivion are not looking for the base, but they're looking for a wipeout at the same time.
Yep, and guess what? This fight seems to go on.
Quad Shadow connected onto Garbodon. They got that kill, and now looking for more. But Jungli with a nice bit of a penalty zone catches them as Xian goes down. He's the first one to fall, but in the back line, Professor Black doing too much, and Origami has a lot of damage for them to deal with. Make that 2, make that 3, and at the same time, make it the base crystal to make this series 1-1.
Big one coming in from Eternal Oblivion out here. Again, you get one shutdown away in the form of Hayabusa. But he did his job. He made sure that Gavardon was not there to defend the game. And on the back of that, Origami on the skimmy finally was able to close out that game too. If anything, I'm pretty sure that dude had 80 stacks of Sky Piercer. And I love the build path, right? You go for the Glowing Wand, you add in the Sky Piercer, and then you immediately go for the Blood Wings, giving you that extra bit of movement speed as well and that shield. So even if there's a flicker penalty zone coming in from Jungli, you're able to sustain through all of that and then create that gap to keep on kiting, keep on giving out that damage. I absolutely enjoy the heck out of his gameplay. But the one who stole my heart was definitely Xian with the Hayabusa.
Clean, crisp.
Very
the
clean.
way that he played this Hayabusa, understanding the win condition, really relied on him snowballing after all the pressure that Paxi put on. But hey, when you have Origami sitting pretty in the back line with his Kimmy and just dishing out the damage, you don't got anything to worry about. And look at that scared. Even built tough boots just in case. Just in case he gets caught up in some CC.
Bro is smirking just like the Kimmy, bro. Just look at that. It's kind of matching out here. And yes, I agree. With those tough boots added into the mix as well, he just made sure that the CC is going to be reduced eventually. And that's why he's basically the carry of the team. 68,000 damage being dealt, while the richest goes to Xian. We've seen this man a lot out here, and this is one of the big reasons why Eternal Oblivion made it here before fake time. 788 gold per minute, while Hanji gets the assist king. 17 assists on that CC. The slim win condition was fulfilled to utmost perfection.
Well, it seems like Eternal's Oblivion's prayers were answered not just once, but twice. First time with the CC pick coming through for them, and the second time to make sure they don't get a 2-0. We're having the first 3-game series of the night, ladies and gentlemen, and we saved the best for last. So the next one, I think both teams are going to go all out. And scared?
Yep.
I'm thinking about how this game could have gone if they went for a CC as the 4th pick instead of that Matilda. Because by no means were Eternal Oblivion going to pick that Matilda, right? They could have gone for the CC and then picked up the Matilda later on because everything else is banned out. You force Eternal Oblivion into something else rather than giving them all these meta heroes to work with.
That's one of the big reasons why we both were constantly double diving on that CC. We were like, you've got to pick the CC. You cannot give this one away. You have to lock it in right here. Just to make sure you've got something to work with in that EXP lane after picking up an early goal. Well, that one going through in the hands of Eternal Oblivion, it gave so much more room for Hangi to work with against a Harith and then also lock in everyone with the Curtain score. Those few utils that you eventually let through from your hand also gave so much more room for Professor to work with in the EXP lane. He was just easily able to win out not just in lane battle, but also in the rotation battle against Jungle. Or rather, Jungly. So a lot of those things working out just because of that one pick. And you could clearly see the impact. All 3 turtles, couple of lords, and then what? All the towers being taken away barring one. Everything worked out well for Eternal Oblivion. And now they've got the momentum. So they can close out the series.
Well, momentum's the right word, right? Momentum is the right thing that you need to have. You have the momentum, everything's gonna look right, especially with the draft as well. Not just coming in their favor, but Fake Time fumbling the draft. Yeah, that's something you don't want to see, man. You don't want to lose just because you made the mistake. Expect a brilliant play from the opposition. Yeah, sure. All right, no problem. We couldn't do anything about it, but if you fumble, then it's just something that you really need to work on. Need to see where you've gone back, where things have gone wrong. Go back to the drawing board, and you got to make sure you get the bounce back, because Gornic played really well on a hero when he could single target someone. Put him on a support. The idea was right. The order was wrong. Just the order of the picks were kind of wrong in the end.
And to be honest, I kind of really like the Khalid pick too, because pairing every single thing up with that aggressive roamer to counter the Methilda on the other side, I just really love that answer too. But on the back of it now, finally we're going to have an expanding reverse up for grabs as well. After the flying clouds and dangerous cross, we're going to see a lot more rotations. We're going to see a lot more, you could say, aggressive plays out there and towards that river, right? And on the back of it now, since we'll be moving into the draft again for the third one, it will be Fake Time on the blue side again, right? Eternal Oblivion finally moving over towards the red once more. Oh man, how to look at the bans early on. Are they going to be same, or will we see some changes?
Power of the blue side, maybe? I don't know. Both teams won when they were on the blue side. Eternal Oblivion need to make something work on the red. Maybe in terms of the draft, the Yves being banned out again by Fake Time. Do not want to deal with Origami's, orchestra. Lancelot coming through. Well, I think we're going to see the usual suspects go out this time again. The Boxia on the other side. The Grok as well. Gato Kacha maybe. Yu Zhong, definitely a pick that has to come through, man. I don't think Eternal Oblivion are going to risk it. Just ban out the Yu Zhong.
Correct me if I'm wrong out here. There's one thing which was on my mind for quite a while, right? I believe it was Eternal Oblivion who won against Ake in that long 25-minute game, right?
Probably.
That's why I was wondering why the game time was actually pretty long, right? And I believe that is because of that one big game. So now if you're actually letting that one game pass away, you forget about that 25-minute game and then refocus their stats, I'm pretty sure most of them would eventually fall in their favor. Even the time to end that game. Because we clearly saw in the previous one, they ended that entire game in under 15-minute mark. And that too with a composition where you've got the Kimi. Yes, good early game, but you also have a Hayabusa with yourself. So he requires a bit of scaling. Not really the best pick for the early game out here. But just so it doesn't fall in the hands of Eternal Oblivion, this time Fake Time decide to lock it in for themselves. With a 72% win rate. It is nasty.
First pick, my guy. First pick. What are you going to go? Jushin in the backline? Sure. Food for me. Harriet? Sure. Food for me. Fredrin? No problem. We can play something early. This looking nice. I didn't know Hayabusa would be the first pick to come through. It's looking spicy.
Jushin Yu Zhong is banned out, so Jushin Fred makes a lot more sense though, but I think so they're gonna lock in the Kimi. Yeah, I thought so. Grok Kimi. Just like in the first game where they went in with a Grok. But now the focus is how you're gonna lock down this Hayabusa. You've got the Kimi, that means the double fighter is probably gonna pop up. Maybe Fake Time would want to kind of deny that here. Can you lock in an early Ruby here?
What else? Ruby early? Nah, you're really like making trouble for yourself if you lock in Ruby early on. Valentina's great. Kami was great on that Valentina. So why not pick it up again? Well, we're going to see a repeat of game number 1, aren't we? Granger. I'm looking at repeat game number 1, except for the Hayabusa. On the other side, I think now they could go for a Fredrin or something. Yeah, Fredrin locked in. It's looking better for Eternal Oblivion. Why? Because Kami on this Valentina, we've seen, likes to play aggressive. You have that double dash. So when he dashes in, if the taunt hits at the right time, you're a sitting duck, my friend. So I think that makes a big difference here. So Eternal Oblivion might have slight bit of an advantage.
What are you gonna ban out now? In the terms of the rumors, Gato banned, maybe you go for the Hylos and then you go for the Minotaur. Don't really give them those engage tools, which probably Fake Time would want to pick. Considering you already have the Fredrin and the Croc for your side, you want to keep the Kimi safe. It's the Lapu Lapu though. They're trying to target the EXP lane though, but I personally feel that it's gonna hit on their nerves as well. They haven't really got their own EXP. And I don't particularly feel that Esmeralda would be good here.
Yeah, I agree. And I was looking at the R lot. I was looking at the Hilda can be locked on the EXP at the same time. Ruby's banned out, which is great. I think Alice,
what do you have?
they could go for an Alice, but that's too much magic damage. Minotaur being banned out, like you said, scared, kind of respected there from Eternal Oblivion. I think Fake Time, they could look for another EXP laner. Xborg? No, I think Xborg in the hands of Fake Time would be
Harith.
Hayabusa does so well against the Harith though. But Harith does do well against Garmadon.
Exactly. And we know Hangi really likes to play on that Harith too, so you might as well just deny that and let Garmadon have a fun lane where he's winning easily.
Man, what happened to the Phobius? It just fell off.
He just fell off, yeah. No one's really picking him up right. To be honest, there are a few things that I kind of want the EU teams to be bringing in their draft as well. We'll get back onto that. As good call by you, Kronos. The Arlet being banned out could have gone really well with the displacement too on one side.
Uranus?
But I personally feel, yeah, I was about to say the Uranus into the jungle as well. I'm pretty sure we are seeing that hop up in the Philippines, at least for now. So I'm not quite sure how well that works out, but I think so. Since we're looking at some of the tank jungles being brought back in with the Fredrin, with the Yakai, kind of want to see that too. It's a Harith lock-in, just like we were predicting.
It's a lot of magic damage. So it's not going to be Uranus on the EXP because that's too much magic damage again. It's got to be something physical. Probably... It can't be a Khalid. I don't know. Xborg looks really good for Fake Time. Hilda gets locked in. Gornich did well on the Hilda, so I would understand why you wanted him back on it. But they're looking squishy. They're looking really squishy. They need to find someone who can frontline quite a lot or do something a little more for the opposition to not be able to burst down quite easily. You know what?
Terizla probably.
No, Terizla was just absolute bad, like trash at this in the previous game. Not gonna lie. No, I'm not saying the jungler was bad, but like it just didn't work. No, stop it, scared. Just stop it. Xborg. I was gonna say Thom was in the hands of Professor Black would have made so much sense to put that physical damage in, but Thom was in the hands of Fake Time. Ooh. I don't know. I was just looking. And I was like, I was gonna say it till you started saying random heroes.
Xborg. Like pick up the Xborg at this point.
Like, who wants a Batang, man? But
I don't know, man. Sometimes it's been picked up a couple here and there, right? RK picked it up a couple of times, so I thought maybe someone's gonna take that page off of their book.
I think this throws a wrench into the plans of Oblivion because I think they were looking to go for the Thomas themselves because they needed the physical damage. So now thinking, don't tell me they want to lock in a D-Roth or something. No way.
Benedetta, I wanted to say her so bad. What if it's a Benedetta? Thanks to those recent buffs as well, you're gonna get some more sword in Tat 10. And guess what? It actually works pretty decently. If anything, apart from an eye for an eye, every other utility would be able to displace everyone on the other side. But here's the thing, right? I just feel that you need someone that can actually lock down the Hayabusa as well when he's trying to reach the Kimi. And that was one of the reasons why I was even suggesting Badang at a point, right? You go for the Thunder build, and then you just make sure that you're supporting Origami throughout the game. And anyone who hops in, you just stun them up with the wall. But now on that side, you've got a bit more damage with the Benedetta, but I'm not quite sure if you'll be able to protect Origami in this entire game against Lager's Hayabusa. So that is the main name If Hayabusa catches your Kimmy, it's done. If Origami survives through all of that, it's Jova for fake time. So that's the win condition.
I don't know, man. I'm just looking forward to the EXP lane fights. Jungli versus Professor. Gonna be so fun to watch. And I think this Tham was gonna be absolutely insane in a team fight if he pops in the Counter Inferno before the charge from the Grok. The fight's gonna go sideways for Eternal Oblivion. They're gonna be taking a lot of damage back. So the Thamos definitely has to put in a lot of work in these team fights, and if he doesn't, it's gonna look a little difficult for Fake Time. However, so far in the draft, if you ask me, it's got to be Eternal Oblivion that slightly takes it because of the Benedetta that you mentioned, the extra bit of damage, the extra bit of mobility, the straight dive into the back line, not to mention what the Wombo combo with the Tectonic Charge and the Electro Final Blow, the Petrify, looks so sweet.
On paper, it does. I agree. But the big question is if they'd be able to pull it off or not, right? Because there's a lot of kiting on the other side available as well. You already have the Hayabusa, you've also got the Valentina as well with the Flicker too. So I'm not quite sure if you'd be able to catch on all of them. And if Flams is there, he's fight tank with all of that. He just needs to pop the Gauntlet Inferno. I think so, yes, Benedetta could have thrown a wrench into the plans, but Fake Time, they've already prepared really well for it. So even though it looks like a good pick, I feel it's pretty difficult to utilize her to the perfection at this point. But you don't really have any other option apart from all of that. You can't really go for any kind of tank EXP laners as well that don't really work that good. You've got to go with some kind of fighter, some kind of physical damage dealer. If anything, I was thinking maybe a Uranus would have made a bit more sense, considering it kind of boosts your team's magic damage. So that could have eventually helped out Origami. But apart from that, I think so Fake Time are going to win this one.
Let's hope so. Let's hope so. Let's see. Let's hope we have a good game. Let's hope Fake Time or Eternal Oblivion win. We're not biased at all. Just saying, we're here to have a great game. We just want to watch great Mobile Legends. We just want to watch great games. We just want to have entertainment. We just want to make sure everything goes well. And at the same time, we want to make sure we don't have hiccups for the players. That's why a pause has been requested to make sure everything is all right. And I think when it comes down to the Wombo combos, it's quite clear on what's gonna be good. But I feel like the Harith and the Kimi with a Purify, I would have preferred a Flicker because there's not a lot of crowd control apart from Hinokami's IMU Tectonic Charge. But folks, we're gonna find out about that as we head into the Land of Dawn, the final game of the night. Who's gonna come out on top? Is it going to be Fake Time or is it going to be Eternal Oblivion?
Now with Gory on the Hilda, you want to take those early fights, but Origami is going to be super happy to deliver the blows back to you, and that's what you could see. Interesting to see Gory himself is running with the Flicker as well, right? Normally we would see players on Hilda running with the Revitalize just to have that extra bit of sustain and hop into those fights a little bit early. But it's absolutely fine. Both the junglers going to go in the opposite lanes out here. And no special things in those emblems too. Festival of Blood, Magic Worship, along with Thrill. Professor Black would want to go for at least a semi-damage build Benedetta. We're probably going to see either a Vorax coming in from him or something related to the similar lines. I like the idea of how you want to go with. Jungli is going to have a bit of a problem in that lane. But, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys enjoy working out here, make sure you join the Search Fit Club. Quickly scan that QR code. You've got some tasks to complete. If you do that, you can instantly win some in-game rewards as well. So you can buff your body up outside, and then you can buff your inventory up inside the game as well. Don't miss out on all of that action as we hop back into this game. A death push in the mid so early on. It's interesting.
I mean, not just to the death push, it's for the turtle to make sure they're able to get that one for themselves. But look at the Jungly and Goranich making their way. That Damos is looking strong, man. They don't want to pick a fight no matter what. Jungly already level 4. Connor and Inferno already being used. You can see now how everybody has to run away. Sean taking a little too much damage. Petrify Electro final blow with the help of the Appraiser's Wrath, able to get 1.
Wow.
And now they make it 2 after getting first blood. But here comes Garmadon, able to get out the Rhapsodies on the right time as well. But I think Eternal Oblivion definitely came out on top there. Oh, what a use of the skills from Pax. He's a Monforce drop down at the same time, but Hangi gets caught. Here's the Yogi Shadow kill. They split the damage, so nobody goes down. Just a bunch of skills traded, and Eternal Oblivion coming out on top.
The pocket pick of Benedetta is just insane. And that rotation was absolutely maddening now. With Jungly on the thumbs, you would not really have so much fun time dealing with all of that damage, at least until you build up the second item. On the back of that, yeah, things are they're gonna look rough, man. And I have to say, even the rotation from that gold lane, Harith will always rotate faster. And you've got Paxi constantly annoying the heck out of you.
Gori's taking too much damage, and I think that's a free kill in the hands of Origami. I don't know what Gori was doing, trying to play a little too aggressive. It feels like Eternal Oblivion have cracked the code. They've understood the assignment. They know how to break down fake time, and they had done that in the previous game, and now they're doing it again.
Just ban out the Yuzhong. Force out Jungly on a pick where he could not make those plays, and that is the name of the game. I like the map awareness coming in from Garmadon there, right? Understanding there could be someone hidden in those bushes, so just landing in that Rhapsody to try and catch. Have a look at the builds out here. Fury Hammer locked in already. Warrior Boots completed early on, just so he could soak up a bit more physical damage out in the lane while brawling against Jungly. I like the build paths coming in from all of them.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the crucial point. Oh, Sean tried to go knock up Gori. Flickers out of harm's way, able to make it out. But here comes Origami. Killing spree. 4-0. And I think slowly and steadily, the game's starting to slip away. The tempo on the side of Eternal Oblivion. The momentum on the side of Eternal Oblivion. And Fake Time need more time.
Oh.
Yeah, well, Jungly's trying. He's trying, scared, but they can't do anything. Oh my god, Hinokami makes a play again, but nobody present to help him out. They just don't have it. They don't have the X factor. They don't have that extra bit of oomph that they need. And Eternal Oblivion get the second turtle, and now are slowly moving to try and get this goal lead built up to 5K. After that, Fake Time are gonna be looking down the barrel of a shotgun.
Yeah, this seems a bit too tough out here. Topside Jungly.
Oh, he gets caught. The taunt from Xian Connor and Inferno used up as well. He's trying to survive, but look at Hang. He's just dancing around. This Harith is doing too much. Jungly even gave up. He realized he's down and out already. And with that 2v1 on the top side, on the bot side, it's a 4v3. And Fake Time are still not able to reply. They're not able to do anything. And Eternal Oblivion get another on the board. 8-0, almost 4K in terms of goal lead.
That's one of the points which we both subtly mentioned in the game, is that, oh, hold on.
Oh, wait, oh, oh my god! Professor Black with an eye for an eye to make sure he doesn't take the tower damage. Oh, please show a replay. That was so beautiful.
Phenomenal. Tell me you are a Benedetta main without telling me you're a Benedetta main. That is how Professor Black is bringing his pocket pick in. Holy smokes, that is just fantastic. And the fun fact about a Bene is that it doesn't even matter if there's Hayabusa clearing out the lane on the sides. You can instantly pop in with your skills. You've got that mobility around the map as well, and you can basically match up that clearing speed. So the problem in the previous game has been dealt with perfectly.
My god, that is so good. That play was so good. Somebody gotta clip that. Send it on the Discord. Make the life of the editors and production a little easier, folks. Make sure Professor Black gets highlighted as well at the same time. Eternal Oblivion are breaking down Fake Time, and Fake Time can't do anything about it. He's not having a good time with the Granger. That was a deny pick. It's not his best hero. And look at Professor Black demanding the attention of 4 members from Eternal Oblivion. And he's even able to make it out alive. I think he's trying to go away. Electrify, he clears the wave. And now all 5 members are chasing him. And he's still able to make it out alive. No, this is criminal. This is illegal. Professor Black put it on a masterclass and taking them back to school.
Oh my god, and now the minions are pushing from up top and also down bottom lane, and they can contest the orange.
No, this is too much. Fake Time can't see it. Have you heard? Oh my god, Hinokami tried to make a play, but to no avail. Now here comes the biggest play, and Hangi dancing around, gets the tankiest member of Fake Time melted immediately. And now they're looking to see what they can do. They can barely get a push down. They can barely dish damage out on Zapaxi. It's looking like he's just scratching. Oh my god, Professor Black doing it once again. This is a time for you to revise your syllabus, folks, because he is here to try and teach a lesson. Lagger comes in. They split the damage up, but here's a set of wave coming down the mid lane. And I think Eternal Oblivion are trying to blitz this game a little quick. And Gornich will get taken down. Origami gets a stack on the Sky Piercer.
Unstoppable already. Oh, Lagger.
Oh, my God.
Oh, Lagger. Oh. They don't even care about him if he stays alive or not, man. Just ignoring his entire existence at that point is just criminal. Look at the goal. All right.
Oh, wait, Hinokami take it down low, but at the same time, you can see Zaman Force drop down. There's too much. Hangi's just dancing around again, gets Garmadon. Gornich gets taken out. Appraises Rat drop down as well at the same time. The holy defense is gone. It's a 5-man wipeout. Lagger gets chain CC'd. All to clear a minion. They get wiped out again. It's too much. It's 19-0. It's 10K in less than 10 minutes. Oblivion are Eternal. Gonna take the base crystal, and Fake Time can't do anything about it.
A passive, and also the inhibit mid have been taken away. The tier 2 up top is still standing, man. Give them a break. Professor Black.
Oh, no way. Oh, this is too much. He was too greedy. He got a little too overconfident. He paid the price. He gave a shutdown, but they got themselves the Lord. And you know what? His teammates might be saying report him, but here comes the big re-engage. It's a 5v4. I think Fake Time understand they need to make the most out of this situation. But they lose out on Jungly. They lose out a little bit more. And yes, they do lose Gornich as well. Origami gets another stack. It's too much for them to look down. They don't have 2 members, and they're the frontliners. They got no wave clear. Laggers on the side. Quad Shadow already used. Hinokami trying. No ultimate. Garmadon doesn't have any stacks or any energy left. They're trying, but Eternal Oblivion will take the base crystal, and with that, they will secure a spot in the upper bracket.
I'm glad that one of my prediction came true, man. Everything else kept aside. I thought Eternal Oblivion will close this one out, and they absolutely did. What a performance in this last game. Benedetta in the EXP, and that with the first 2 damage items. Just a hats off, man. It's a salute. It's a chef's kiss. I don't think so they could have cooked it any better. Yes, I was a bit skeptical. I thought if it would be enough or not. But man, it works so well.
I'm looking at a couple of replays, scared. I'm looking at a couple of the replays. It's just too much, man. Fake Time just didn't know what they were doing. Headless chickens. They felt like headless chickens. So Eternal Oblivion were just chowing down upon the entire time. And I think Fake Time just had no idea what they wanted to do. They had nothing. genuinely, they felt like headless chickens. No answer. They don't even know what the question was. I'm surprised they even knew where they were. Cause
it's a surprise test.
Goodness. Yeah, a surprise test.
Yeah,
they were surprised
no
they
one
were in school or college or whatever. Hangy with the MVP, 706 on the Herod. If you ask me, Professor Black got the MVP. That guy was a monster on this Benedetta. Highlight plays after highlight plays.
But he died. That's the only reason why he's not the MVP is because
honestly,
he died.
I think so, yeah.
Only 2 people died in that one, right? First was Professor Black, and then while ending the game, it was Origami. Apart from that, yeah, everything else going in their hand. Hanji with 44,111 damage being dealt. Talk about some nice numbers there. And again, him being also the richest guy in the team with having the maximum goal for 842. Baxi gets the assist king, 13 for himself, while the wall, fair enough. It's got to be Gory. On that Hilda, he was just taking a lot, but a lot. 0-7-1, even though he had the Radiant armor, because by the time he had the Radiant armor, and he was building up to his second item, he was just getting obliterated by Hanji, Professor, even Origami. And that dude went in a wind of nature, bro. Literally. A wind of nature. Against a Hayabusa and a Granger. That is just salt on top of the wounds of everyone on Fake Time.
I don't know, bro. This is just too much. There's no way. How did this turn out to be a 21-2? I think game number 1, Eternal Oblivion. What were they eating with one hand? Was the other hand kind of busy? Were they playing with their toes? Because the way the second and the third game went about, it felt like they were playing with their toes.
If you think that all of that is surprising, have a look at the game duration and then the goal difference. It's almost an 11,000 goal difference coming in.
For sure. They were playing
at
game number
10
1
minutes,
with their
45 seconds. Yeah,
for sure. They were playing game number 1 with their toes.
Yeah, I heard it. I heard it the first time that you said it. But this is just crazy. You have 11,000 goal lead, more than 11,000 obviously, and under 11-minute mark. That's more than 1,000 gold per minute being gained by your team. That is just insane statistics. Baxi being the man, 73,505 damage being tanked. The man was in the front of everyone. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Professor is going to get reported later on. Along with Origami now. Those are the only 2 people who eventually fell in those team fights. And there's nothing to talk about in the post-game statistics of this game because there was nothing that Fake Time could have done to prepare themselves for this kind of Benedetta gameplay. If anything, probably pick something else apart from a Hilda. Maybe an Atlas. Maybe something that can pull people together. Maybe something that can give some crowd control. Apart from that, I don't see anything else.
Yeah, I think this is it was just a draft diff. It was inside in terms of micro, in terms of macro. They chased, they couldn't get him. Yeah. Not the way. Not how you do
Bring the Professor on the interview at this point, man. Just bring that man on the interview.
I want to ask him, what was today's class about? Because feels like, Fake Time, where they prepare for the wrong exam.
Yeah. They did not know there was an exam like that. That's all I'll say. This is just some next level cooking. And to be honest, I remember in one of the previous interviews, if I'm not wrong, Professor Black eventually mentioned that he also has a Benedetta in the pocket pick and he would want to use her in the future. I just did not know it would actually hop out in the playoffs, and that too at the very first day of the playoffs. And man, what better time now to focus on this, because every other team will have to focus on his Bene EXP lane pick. Because if this is the kind of way he plays, you do not want to mess up with this man. It's like in game number 1, they had very less damage. And now in game number 3, 3 out of the 5 people had a full damage build. And that is including Professor Black on the Benedetta.
Well, you know what? Scared. I think enough yapping. Who we have on guest.
Right. There we go, man. You know what? We don't waste any more time, ladies and gentlemen, as Kronos is asking out here. Let's welcome Professor Black here, and look at that smile. Look at that smile. Professor, welcome. You see that, man. You see that. You know what? The stage is yours. Tell us what you guys were cooking and how did you feel after winning the game like that?
Man, I ain't gonna lie, my whole squad hype. It's screaming and everything. From the first game that we lost, already saying, yeah, we're gonna reverse sweep. We're gonna reverse sweep. But no way we lose.
Oh my god.
You know what?
I was the man. Yeah, I was here who predicted you guys to win 2-1, but that was absolutely crazy. Yeah, Kronos, go ahead.
You know what, Professor? Did Fake Time pass the test or did they fail?
Man, not gonna lie, I think they might have to redo the assignments, you know? Nah, just joking. They played great. They played great.
They got to redo the assignment nonetheless. They came in prepared for the wrong test. You know, the way that you guys played, it felt like it. And you know what? I said I'll ask you guys. You got to be honest. Did you guys play game number 1 with your toes? Because with the way you play game number 2 and 3, man, it either felt like you were playing with your toes in game number 1 or with one hand. Because game number 2 and 3 was out of this world.
Low-key, I mean, I don't know about my team, but personally, I was still getting used to my new device because I have a new phone. So that was basically just a warm-up for us.
Bro is just aura farming. He dropped the bomb of him having a new device and then saying he took some time to adjust. Yeah, Fake Time got lucky with that game number 1 with the way you're saying it. But now what's the next step? What's ahead? How are you looking forward to the next few games of the tournament coming through? Because you guys have a solid squad, right? You have a solid squad. And I think, of course, you're aiming for first place. But do you think you'll be able to get there? Or are you still finding difficulties to try and get to that point where you can believe in yourself to get there?
Man, I think all of us believe in ourselves, right? I mean, for me, I think we're the best squad in this tournament. I mean, I think we have the most... I think we have the best ability to be, you know, great. Which is why I think we're going to be number 1 for sure. I think it's going to be a hard road because there are many good teams. There's... I can't read these names. One with Boba Ruzik. It's a great team. Memento Mori is also amazing.
Meta shift.
They basically outdraft everyone. Jackpots is so unpredictable. Their gameplay is so hard to, you know, study and things like that. So it's definitely going to be hard, but we're going to get there for sure.
Looking forward to it, my man. Looking absolutely forward to it. Now, before we send you off, just a last few questions, right? If I remember correctly, you mentioned in the interview that you had the Benedetta pick in your pocket as well, and you might want to show some kind of pocket picks in the future. Is Benedetta the only one, or do you have a few more in your pocket?
I have a few more, of course.
Right.
Maybe you might see Khalid. You might see some Joy XP, you know?
Ooh, bro, it's foreshadowing. Bro, you gotta flex, bro. You gotta show us your muscles. You gotta flex. Show us something. Come on, you got it, Professor.
Joe, I have no muscles, bro. Come on now.
Bro, see, that's why you gotta join the fit club, bro. Are you gonna join the fit club or what?
I should. Zadel's gonna teach me. He's gonna be my professor.
He's gonna be the professor of a professor.
Fun fact, you just defeated one of the ambassadors of the Surge Fit Club, right? That was Gavardon. Oh, wait, but that was Gordon. So you've just defeated, you just won against one of the ambassadors. So that makes you the rightful owner of that seat. So make sure everyone, apart from Professor Black, even you guys, scan that QR code and join the Surge Fit Club to win some challenge, or rather challenge yourself and win some in-game rewards out here, man. It was a pleasure to be here with you, Professor. If there's anything that you want to say to your fans out there, or any message that you would want to give to any other teams, the stage is all yours.
I have nothing to say. I think the gameplay showed for itself.
I agree.
Bro,
My man.
This guy is my new
just-
favorite EX player, bro. You keep playing like that, bro. And I'm telling you, we'll hype you up every cast. Not gonna lie. I'm not even doing this behind the scenes. We're gonna do it. This guy,
You know what?
gameplay speaks for itself. That's what it is. Mic drop. Thank you so much, Professor. Make sure you take a class for everybody else next time as well. Look forward to the subject that he's teaching. It could be Joy EXP. Or what did he say the other one was? Khalid in the EXP. You never know. You never know, folks.
Maybe Khalid. You never know.
It's going to be fun, man, again. Thank you so much for showing up here, Professor, and good luck for your future games.
Thank you.
Right. The lovely Korean heart that you tried to show as well, Kronos. My man, hey. A joy in the EXP. I really hope he's running that for the Vengeance and nothing apart from that. But the Benedetta Petrify with the Blade of Hypnosis, the Malefic Roar, insane. Everything worked out well for this team. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, Eternal Oblivion becomes the fourth team to eventually move all the way up in the upper brackets as we have the results of day one. It's Memento Mori versus Glitch Code. Metashift taking on Eternal Oblivion. I wanted to ask, right, if Professor Black faces Boba Rusick, who's gonna win? And we're gonna find that out on December 5th.
Oh, that's tough, man. That's tough. Not gonna lie, that's a great game. Oh my god. If you ask me, I don't know. I feel like I don't know that. Oh, the both. Oh, every game is so fun. Scared. I'm looking at one game and then I look at the other and I was like, oh my god. And I look at the other and it's like, oh my god, this is gonna be even more crazy. Like the only game I would say would be slight bit difficult or slight. You know what? Never mind. I'm not gonna say anything. Every single game is fantastic here. All 4 games and all are best of 5s as well. Sheesh.
Did you ever, after witnessing the Thunder Division, imagine jackpots to be in the lower brackets?
I mean, not on the lower bracket. They're on the bottom, bro. Look where they are. Look at where they are.
Exactly.
All the way in the bottom. But I'll be honest, I think they have a better chance than Misa Esports to make it out. So,
yeah, true.
That's something there. And between Fake Time and Ake, I think that's going to be a tough one. But Ake might just be able to steal it. Might. And we're going to... That game... Oh, my God. God bless to everyone watching that. That's probably going to be 25-minute games, all 5 of them. And I think the first one, Momentum or in Glitch Code, that's probably going to go all 5 games as well, 25 minutes at the same time. And I think Metashift Oblivion, yeah, either a 3-1 to Metashift or it's going to go 5 games to Oblivion.
That's a big one, man. Again, I don't even want to send out my predictions for either of those games because that's how close it's going to be. Memento Mori, the team that only faced 1 defeat against Jackpots throughout the regular season and then qualified all the way up. Glitch Code out here, who also won 2-1 against, not even 2-1, they just 2-0'd Jackpots and moved all the way up there, right? That matchup is going to be super amazing too. So yes, all of that action, ladies and gentlemen, every single one of you would want to catch it out here on Surge Europe, YouTube, Twitch, everywhere where you want to watch. Hop in there, make sure you follow the social media as well of Surge Europe and also of Kronos, me, Zakota, Warren, Mio, Synchro. All of these people have been doing a fantastic job. A shout out to the production as well because as Kronos has been constantly mentioning, every single data that's been brought throughout the game since the starting of the stream till the end has been brought out and worked upon by them. And a huge shout out to the League Ops team in the back end, making sure all the matches are going and flowing on time. And holy smokes, with all of that, Kronos finally reach at the end of the day for this week and the playoffs have just begun. We'll catch all of that action next week, people, so tune in. Until then, good night.
Petrified, yes, he does knocked up, still able to survive, gets caught in the traction poles, and that's first blood in the hands of the Lapu Lapu as Super Paxi gets taken down as well.
On this one,
Dominance ice now being forced to get top.
He gets caught up. A heavy spin just trying to make it out of harm's way. Hangi as well trying to do something. Here comes the traction pulse looking to catch Hinokami. Oh, look at from them. Super Pax, he finds the opening, but so does Hinokami with the
Another turtle going in for Lager. This Fredrin looks beefy.
Oh, look at the damage coming through from Origami. Gets petrified by Jungli as well. Right now, looking at Longsword dropping in. Appraises Wrath. And Jungli able to get that kill. He should be going down soon, but Black goes down instead. Now they go for the re-engage. Black Dragon for him onto Origami. It's a lot of damage coming through. Xian trying to protect him, playing bodyguard, but this big fat panda might just be going down. Heavy spin just to be able to survive. But Origami finally flickers forward. Should be able to get Garbodon. Will he get up? Here's the heavy spin at the same time. Meanwhile, the bot side Super Paxi flickers out of harm's way. Jungli still able to survive. Falling Starborn onto Professor Black from Hinokami, but you can see Professor Black goes in with a land shaker. Bravest fighter. That's Sonata trying to connect from Garbodon, but Irish, they've already used up everything that they can. The flying cloud making sure everybody's back into the fight sooner than later. Falling Starborn already being used. Professor Black going as well. Hinokami trying to go to the back line, but you can see they try and go in. Gordage gets caught out as well. Pulled underneath the turret, but the taunt coming in from Lager.
It seems like all because of that poking coming in from Fake Time. Eternal Oblivion might be forced to take a fight they don't want to.
Taking another couple of the charge. The Blazes dropped as well. Origami's able to pick up Jungli. The Lord is 5,000 HP. Nobody's going for it. Lager's looking for retribution. Shun gets.
On the back of it, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, Gordon is just too deep. Here comes the Black Dragon. Nice bit of a knock-up come through as well. Hinokami might be looking for a play. Yes, he does. Gets 3 members knocked up, but you can see the heavy spin catches 2 right in the middle of the jungle. Lager doing the best that he can on top of Hangi, but the damage is too much from Origami. Hangi doing a lot of damage. Gornich gets blocked in, but you can see nice Petrify combo coming through from Jungli as well. Heavy spin able to catch 1. Garbodon gets a kill, and Origami picks up another. Super Pax in the back line, left alone. Lager doing a lot on the shot as well. Hangi able to pick up Gornich at the spin in from behind. This Granger's too much for them to deal with. The Lord is still at 20,000 HP. They might as well call it an end. Super Paxi flickers out of harm's way as well. Try to go in. The Lord is still left standing. They're brawling it out a little too much. They have to make sure they can't play so aggressive. They have a kiting composition. They need to make it work. Oh my god. Oh my god. It took a split second. It was a split second.
Few items being picked up. 40 more seconds for the turtle to hop up out here. Hinokami
spotted that coming in, but guess what? So did the rest. Right in center, and now he's able to get Garbodon as well. Circling Eel coming in onto Hangi, but gets a knock-up onto Professor Black. Laggers there, and so are the rest of Fake Time. They really want Professor Black. They want to punish this Black Dragon more than anything, but he's still able to survive. Not just survive, he thrives. He's able to pick up 1 kill. But emotes on him at the same time with the Black Dragon form already being spended, but you can see Jungli goes in with that penalty zone, and they die with a beacon, but you can see Paxi from the side with the Raging Sandstorm, trying to do a lot more. Yeah, Hinokami is having troubles with mana, but guess what? Now the Black Dragon's already going in. Jungli trying to clear the way. Professor Black gonna get caught there, but Lager's the first one to fall, and so is Jungli. Garbodon trying to do everything that he can, but too much to deal with. Shot is a monster this time. Hangi survives with the help of the Vengeance. Yes, use Raging Sandstorm to get on harm's way. Beacon comes in forward as well. They're looking to catch somebody off guard, but Gordon is the first one to fall. Hangi able to get that kill. You can see Ogi Shadow comes out. Shot is too fed. He gets himself a double, and now here comes the Black Dragon, goes on to Garbodon straight away. Jungli able to survive as well, but Garbodon do not have the crowd control to do anything about it, especially that he has a Purify, and they go into the penalty zone. They try and dive. I think Fake Time are biting more than they can chew, but you can see the Black Dragon coming in the sky as well. Origami's unstoppable. They get a petrify with 3 members in the back line. Professor